Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. You ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor. They say I have a grim sense of humor.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the wolves. She'll never pull back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends is the law. There is no difference if you believe you're strong. She's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the wolves. She'll never pull back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi.
조이를 한다는 게 다른 조에서 2위랑 만나기 때문에 중요한 것도 있지만 그 다음에서도 좀 잘할 수 있을 것 같은 그런 자신감이 생기는 게 중요한 것 같아요.
SKT undaunted take down Edward Gaming.
如果第二名出现的话，就说明就输给了 SKT 嘛。我觉得还是要就是第一出现会更好一点。
This is a battle for control of first place in Group 3.
我觉得如果说下次遇到 SKT 的时候，我们就是能更谨慎一点，我们是有机会战胜他们的。
저희가 좀 우세라고 생각하고 지난 경기처럼 하면 쉽게 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
SKT demolish H2K. Death gets himself 3 kills in 4 minutes. SK Telecom T1 barely take any damage as they ace Edward Gaming.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our continuing coverage of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Group Stage. The crowd is hyped inside Ladakh Pullman, and earlier in Paris, we saw H2K warming up for their make-or-break games today. A lot on the line for them if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive. And, of course, Coma and Kakao hanging out, catching up, friends as ever. Now, SKT, they're getting in the zone, though, to face off against Edward Gaming in our first match of the day. That's a big one. Very important to determine which team will be coming out first. And Pawn and Def looking ready to go. Again, they're fighting for first place themselves. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, here to break down all of today's action with the help of Season 3 World Championship finalist and former captain of Royal Club, Tabe. Welcome to the desk.
Hello, Dash.
And then, of course, we have OPL's Jake Spawn Tiberi and Rockhat's Jacob Yamato Kennen Mebdi. Oh, there it is. Energy on the desk, starting out the day in the right mindset. Well, yesterday we saw Group A turned on its head as the Flash Wolves and the Coup Tigers emerged as the top two teams, and they will advance to the knockout round of the tournament. Gentlemen, let's start with Flash Wolves after a tremendous showing yesterday.
Yeah, the Flash Wolves, they came up big and they had their three core players that we talked about, but and Alan Stake performed so well yesterday. You know, finally Maple had the games that we were looking for. Casa went absolutely berserk. This is a team that behind their shot calling support player just looks amazing.
It's like my highlight of the team has to be Maple, because I finally feel that they have the right idea of how to use him, simply because they put him in weaker matchups before, and finally they put up the LeBlanc, put him in stronger matchups, and he's creating advantages.
I think Flash Wolves is doing a really great job, because when everyone is using Twisted Fate or Azir as mid lane, Maple stepped up using LeBlanc. And I like the synergy between Stake and their ADC, because they are using Jinx, Lulu, and LeBlanc. Do you think because Stake isn't playing that good because he's the caller of Flash Wolves, but because of his mechanic skills is not as good as other players in the world, he chooses to use Lulu to protect Jinx and LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's that overall synergy. Yeah, he's just able to get his assassin in and out of that fight. That's what we said. They either had the Lulu or the Morgana every time they were willing to play that assassin, and it just set up kills all over the map.
Another team that was showing quite a bit of synergy was the Coup Tigers. I mean, they dismantled teams in some of our faster games of the World Championship.
Yeah, it's so funny with Coup, because they struggled against Flash Wolves, and they said it was because of 2 surprise picks. But then against CLG, they gave everyone the recipe to take this team apart, and boy, did they look impressive when they were able to do it. They completely shut down the mid lane, and then that fast push strategy that revolved around the Viger, around the Azir, just completely, I guess, collapsed on itself.
It's like my biggest question about Coup was always Kuro. Like, his performances on Lulu and Victor have been great, but when I see his performance on Azir, it's been very, very underwhelming.
Well, yeah, you compare, although he did go 2-1 yesterday as Azir and had somewhat of a decent scoreline, you compare that to the fact that he was 2-10 throughout the entire year of 2015 on that champion. It kind of brings into question why exactly they're prioritizing that pick for him, unless he's been putting on a fair amount of practice. Well, although yesterday marked the end of CLG and Pain Gaming's run at Worlds 2015, it was still a very special day for Pain's BRTT, who locked in his duo partner for life.
This is, yeah, amazing. Most successful wildcard team ever. Most successful proposal at Worlds. What more can you ask for?
I feel like that's the perfect end cap to, you know, a Worlds run for any player.
He's a real winner. He's a real winner.
He is absolutely a real winner. And of course, looking towards today's games, it's all about Group C, where SK Telecom reigns supreme at 3-0, while Edward Gaming are right behind them. And of course, H2K and Bangkok Titans follow them up. Now, the fight to advance to London continues in just a few minutes, starting with a clash between those two Goliaths. Then the Bangkok Titans will go up against H2K and stay on the stage to face Edward Gaming later on. A lot of eyes are pointed towards this first game, as SKT got the better of EDG last time, but if EDG can even it up this time, they could force a tiebreaker for first place at the end of the day.
Yeah, this game is the game that everyone's looking towards. You know, SKT in a very methodical game, I'm going to say, good lane swap into very good team fighting, pulled EDG apart the first time, but I think that there are things at EDG, and I actually want to hit Tabe on this one. Do you think that EDG can take this game?
I think EDG versus SKT, the last game, if they want to win SKT this time, they have to learn from their experiences last game. For example, their top laner, Amazing Jade, isn't doing very good against Marin. And the second thing is they have to know that after lane swapping, how they have to handle with the turrets. Because SKT chooses to have the first dragon, but they deny the experience for Amazing Jade. That means that Amazing Jade choosing Darius and Marin counterpicking with Renekton, it would be a really harsh time for him.
Now, Yamato, we saw between these two teams that SKT was able to close the game out very cleanly after getting just a small advantage early in the game. With these two teams operating at such a high level of play, how quickly or how soon into the game are we going to look for things to tilt one way?
I feel like one big mistake is always the deciding factor in high-level play. We have two very, very strong teams, and these are teams that are going to take an advantage and ride that throughout the game. In this particular game, it was exactly as Tave said. We had a lane swap situation where Amazing Jay was sent to the wrong lane. He was in a lane that was like the creeps were moving towards the enemy, and it's very hard because the jungle would just crash you. And then, of course, the Drake fight.
Yeah, and the thing about EDG is that they wait for their advantage a little bit later. SKT is a team that like to get their advantage at about 13 to 15 minutes. EDG like the 22-minute team fight where they can take everything off the map. They take the Baron, they take a Dragon, then they slowly crush you out. So I feel if it's an equal game for longer, it actually suits EDG. But if SKT can get another early lead, they are methodical at strangling you off the map.
We had the statistic coming into the tournament that SKT at 10 minutes averaged about a 600 gold lead, but then by 20, nearly 3,000. So they really do blow open those leads quite significantly in that first 20 minutes of the game. Well, as the bracket continues to fill in, we want to take advantage of having Tave with us on the desk to get an insider's perspective on the player experience at Worlds. So send us your questions about his personal experience on the World stage, his signature Annie support, or his thoughts on the tournament so far. Just tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskTave, and we'll be bringing him about later in the show to pick his brain. Now, one last piece of business before we get to the casters for Game 1, SK Telecom versus Edward Gaming, two of the strongest teams in the tournament going head-to-head on our first game of the day. Who's going to come out on top? Tabe, we're going to start with you.
I think SKT will win the game. But the thing is, because I'm not sure about if EDG has enough time to deal with Marin, because I think Marin is one of the best top laners in the whole game, and the patch in the Worlds is the patch of the top laner.
Yeah, I completely agree. When EDG came out against SKT at MSI, it's because that they did a good job strangling that top lane and the meta didn't suit it. Whereas now, as much as I want EDG to win this game, and I think that they can do it, SKT on odds are just going to probably come out ahead.
All right.
I have to agree with the other boys. My percentage odds has to be like 55-45 in favor of SKT, simply because of the mismatch in the top lane, as you said. And I think there's a mismatch in bot lane for EDG's side, but I just think the top lane is just so much more important, as Tabe has mentioned.
If they win, it will be because Deft goes off. We saw when they came up through the gauntlet run that they had, that Deft was able to play a great AD carry. And if they are going to win, it will be through Deft.
And it's also very important to highlight SKT's smart draft. Like the way they picked the Renekton into the Darius, the Ryze into Echo, two picks that we haven't seen before in these matchups, and they just dominated the laning phase.
Well, regardless, both teams here looking to make a statement to start off the day. Now, before we dive into that matchup further, we're going to send it to Shox for a word with some of the Bangkok Titans.
Thank you very much, guys. A big applause for Warlock and Moss and the French crowd, excited as always. And Warlock is actually going to help with the translation for Moss, which is very nice. Well, first off, it's the very first time you guys got to Worlds, and in all honesty, you got drawn in a very, very difficult group. But how have you enjoyed the experience so far in the circus and all these crazy fans, rather?
เขาถามว่าเราได้มาเวิลด์ครั้งแรกอะแต่ว่าได้กลุ่มยากอะไรเงี้ยแต่ก็โดยรวมแล้วประสบการณ์ที่ได้มาที่นี่เป็นไงบ้างก็เราได้ประสบการณ์เยอะเลยครับจากการโดนตบก็หวังว่าวันนี้จะทำได้ดีครับ Okay, so Moss is saying that he's learned a lot from playing against the best teams, and he hopes that today will do better.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
You agree with him? You have anything to add to that?
No.
No. Well, now I'll ask you the next question. You mentioned already you got to play all these great teams. Yep. What game do you specifically maybe have your eye on in this one to get that victory for you guys and maybe a couple of victories?
I think we're just trying to treat every team the same or every game the same, or at least that's what I think we should be doing. I'm not sure, so I don't think we have any team in particular that we want to focus on.
What has it been like playing, especially with teams like SKT and like EDG, who are considered some of the best teams in the world for you two?
ถามว่าได้เล่นกับทีมแบบเก่งที่สุดในโลกอย่าง SKT กับ EDG รู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ รู้สึกดีแค่
Alright, he just says that he's just glad to have a chance to play against the best teams in the world, and that's really it.
Yeah, well, I would give you guys the best of luck for your games today. And since you've been playing those teams, who do you think will win between SKT and EDG, the very first game in this group, the huge matchup?
คิดว่า SKT กับ EDG ใครจะชนะ
SKT ครับ
He thinks SKT will beat EDG. As for me, probably the same. I'll go with SKT.
Why specifically? Why are they so good?
I just have a feeling. I don't know.
You just have a feeling. Well, that goes a long way. Thank you guys so much and good luck today. And well, thumbs up and hoping that you guys can get a victory here today as well.
Thank you.
All right. And now for us, we're going to dive into our very first matchup of the day, as it will be SKT versus EDG.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello, everyone. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and joining me for this globe-trotting cast is David Freak Turley and Mitch Crepo Vorspulse. My goodness, this is the big one yet again. First up.
I mean, it's going to be a really wonderful match. This is probably what looks like a battle for first place here between SK Telecom T1 and Edward Gaming. It's the rematch of MSI. We talked about that last week, but of course, SKT crushed it last time around, so they're the team to beat.
Yeah, just in addition to just SKT playing well individually, just how they played it out as a team, you know, macro-wise, the way they distribute their resources, kept pushing it the right ways. They made it look simple. They beat one of the top contenders in Worlds after getting a small lead early game, but they snowballed it so well that they made it look easy and simple. And I love watching teams play the way they did right there. In addition to that, I think their champion pool depth was very interesting to see Faker come out with the OF counterpick to Areli. Yes, it wasn't a match that was likely for them to be won, but
sure, he
plays so many champions. He plays the Ryze mid, the OF mid, and then on the top lane, suddenly everybody forgot about the Crocodile. Renekton comes in as a stylistic, you know, hard counter to these Juggernauts, because Renekton just does what they do, but better. So I really like that they go off the grid a little bit. They reinvent the meta game in addition to having such a good macro game. They look like a strong contender for first.
Yeah, I mean, they look really good. I really do like that top lane match where everyone cares about Darius and SKT. Lets it go. Like, no, go ahead, pick the champion up, and they have it already. So master plans, definitely awesome. SKT, we talk about them having control of, honestly, the entire game. We talk specifically about that EDG matchup because the top lane, you talked about a little bit with the counter pick, but also Edward Gaming didn't do their top lane any favors as well. As far as the lane swap itself went, they went greedy. They took a dragon early on, which meant they didn't finish out the bottom lane turret, and they meant Amazing J missed one extra wave of experience because he was fighting the dragon instead. Marin used that literally one wave of being level 5 versus 4 to chunk his opponent to half, get control of the lane, and that really broke the game apart because that lane kept snowballing. It kept getting worse. And the thing is, SKT is actually playing much more around Marin and Bang than they are around Faker. Statistically, Faker's not having as good of a tournament as players expect. If you don't count their wildcard games because they're a bit more crazy, he has got the most deaths on his team, and he has less kills than either of those top lane or bottom lane carries, as well as less CS than either of those. So Faker right now is actually not the one carrying SKT.
He seems to be a little bit more of a target Freak as opposed to necessarily the carry for the team, but he is managing to get all of that attention there in the mid lane still. But before we load onto the Rift, let's look at the starters. For SK Telecom T1, we have Marin in the top lane, of course, joined by Bengi there in the jungle. Then there's that mid lane everyone knows about. Faker, the man himself, Bang on AD, and Wolf on support. Of course, the Coach Coma there as well.
And meanwhile, on the red side, hoping to take first place back in the group, the LPL's Edward Gaming. Amazing J still here up in the top lane. Clear Love, the jungler, many consider the best in the world. Pawn, world champion in the mid lane. Deft on AD carry, an amazing one in his own right. Mako is here on support with Coach Aaron behind them, leading the way in picks and bans.
Yeah, and we'll see whether EDG can manage to come back swinging in this game. Of course, try and even things out here against SK. And I had a few questions about the pick ban phase as well. Didn't necessarily like the Jarvan pick. Haven't seen Clear Love on that champion for a very long time. Seems to have fallen out just a little bit.
Yeah, they're playing a very snowball-y composition there with just a lot of brute force attackers, so to say. But then if you get countered by in one matchup by the Renekton, which just does it all that better, you know, early trades, high base damage on the spells, even added mobility, so where Darius lacks mobility. Renekton can choose to opt into a fight and out again. So there you have that mismatch. Also, you touched on it just now, the early Dragon. That is the biggest tempo swing in lane swaps. And we have yet to see at World so far a team come out of a lane swap ahead by taking a Dragon. Very rarely do we see that because it just slows 3 or 4 members down. They, in addition to doing the Dragon, have to base. They lose about a minute worth of play on the map. Even if it's not getting experience, it's pressure, it's vision, it is information, and it just puts you behind.
Yeah, and it seems a little bit like sort of the Chinese style as well. In the LPL, it often went the way of you'd trade that top tower for the Dragon. That's how the lane swap worked. But here in patch 5.18, it just doesn't seem to work out the same way because you can snowball that gold a whole lot easier.
Yeah, the Western lane swap just speeds up that process where the tower falls generally a lot quicker and the wave gets bounced. So in addition to that losing the tower, the wave gets frozen, put on the top laner. Then when the matchups, you know, come back 1v1, 2v2, you're just too far behind, especially if you have a team that knows how to play around their strengths and weaknesses. A team like SKT, it is risky to go for that Dragon.
Yeah, and we saw that risk pay off. Actually, just talk sort of more about that time they played last week because it's kind of what we have to go off of now between these two teams.
1 game sample size.
Yeah, it's the 1 game sample size, but there was one extra part that I think was really worth talking about, and it's Bengi's impact on the map, actually, especially compared to Clearlove. You talked about Clearlove, you know, playing Jarvan, trying to make a really snowball-y game and whatnot. He even ran a bunch of armor pen on his room page. I went and looked at it after the game. Like, no attack speed at all on Jarvan, which means he's clearing much slower than this Rek'Sai. But basically, Mako... Or not Mako, sorry. Wolf and Bengi got a bunch of deep wards down inside of Clearlove's jungle. And Clearlove was spotted for about half his jungle camps. And everyone knows, okay, Jarvan's killing the red buff. We're going to be fine. No big deal. Whereas Bengi was invisible the entire time. And for about half the laning phase, when Amazing J matched back up in the top lane against Mara, and he's like, I don't see Rek'Sai, and my turret's dead, and just sits like 2 to 3 screens away from the minion wave and waits because he doesn't know if he's going to die or not. He doesn't want to be the one to feed and break the game open. And that was an extra reason why this early game went so badly for EDG last time.
And that deep vision this tournament has been fundamental for teams to start winning because we saw it even look at for example, the game of Origin versus TSM where it was impossible for TSM to get any deep wards because the jungle was dark, whereas Origin were playing with full information. We'll have to see if these teams have fixed that vision game because both of them actually mastered pretty well. SKT has really just map control, and EDG, for me, are the masters of using Fog of War. So maybe if the game goes a little more even, stale into the mid game, we could see that come out from Edward Gaming.
That's right, but we are into Champion Select, everybody. We do have Rek'Sai banned away first up here from SKT, and Edward Gaming have taken away the Mordekaiser. I'm a little bit personally sad about that. Annie, though, banned away from Mako there as well.
Well, Mako is incredibly good at the champion, so, and that's the thing is SKT, when they're not on red side, they will almost never ban these, like, air quote OP champions, the big power picks that everyone cares about, right? You see, like, the 87% Gangplank and Mordekaiser bans. Those are traditionally red side bans. EDG just kind of playing their part instead of trading these picks back and forth, as many teams often do with, like, the old power picks. It feels like right now at Worlds, those champions keep showing up on the red side bans, and it's hamstringing EDG's choices here.
Yeah, and if we look at this as well, it's the fact that Rek'Sai is the first ban away here, and it was first picked by SKT when they had the opportunity to last time around. The Kalista was the first pick from EDG, but now once again, Rek'Sai denied from Clearlove, and he's just a fantastic Rek'Sai player, and see whether he can make anything else happen on a different champion.
Yeah, EDG ban out Azir, that means Kalista, Elise are open. You're thinking of Darius too. Obviously, with the 1 game sample size, that was the game last week. SKT1 has no rush to pick that Darius up as a champion, and they can just wait. Whereas EDG, they might be not inclined to pick it up at all because they're afraid of their next counter pick.
And I don't expect to see them pick their support right now either. Last time we saw these teams, there was an early Alistar ban, which then meant an early Braum pick, and that was they're trying to pinch champions this way, but instead, it's interesting they're going somewhere entirely different with it.
They could go for, Edward Gaming here could go for an early AD carry support pick, more so to just secure the support they prefer. Obviously, there's no pressure on the jungle pick. They still get to reveal one more pick later on if the lanes want to hide their picks too. They do end up going for Gragas here. Just a generic jungle pick, really. You could fit that into any position.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether I like that. I just want to see Clearlove play Lee Sin again. His KDA on the champion is unbelievable. This guy is a fantastic Lee Sin player, and we've seen this patch has been a little bit nicer to the guy, but Bengi is going to bit of a no-brainer lock in the Darius here.
Well, that's the thing is, again, SKT actually, I don't believe they've played it themselves. They're happy to let other teams go for it and counterpick themselves. We see so many teams hover a champion just to try to make you pick it, to be like, remember this guy? Remember how good Tom Kench is? You want to play that champion yourselves? And again, we're seeing SKT hover and then switch champions, right? There's the Tristana lock-in. I think we're doing a brief call-out to his Tom Kench AP mid game from earlier.
Of course, yeah.
But there is the Darius after all.
Yeah, touching back on the Gragas pick, I do like it in the sense that it gives you a well-scaling tank that still has early pressure. In addition to then getting a tanky support that can play even more upfront due to Fate's Call, that easily opens you up for a triple threat composition. You can go really for split push oriented or just triple carries because your front line is already kind of taken care of. Even if you go for a mildly less tanky support like Thresh, having Fate's Call, being able to reposition your support is so valuable in terms of peeling, even engages. So I really like the composition set up for Edward Gaming, and they can still go in any direction. Gnar can still opt into very split push heavy builds, or later on into very just, teamfight centric builds too.
Yeah, and the catch comp once again. It seems like Faker has the idea of, I really want a Rune Prison for a Kalista, so I can just lock her down, we can explode her in that moment and take her off the board. It was a fantastic way that they dealt with it last time around, and Trundle would be interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I do really like what happened with the Ryze versus Kalista. It did work very well for SKT the first time around. That was the matchup they got for themselves. But EDG, I think, have done a very good job in Champ Select right here. Before, they lost both their solo lanes to SK Telecom T1. They lost the Darius Rek'Sai matchup, or Renekton matchup, and they lost the Echo versus Ryze matchup. Now, EDG gets to last pick, or basically counterpick both their solo lanes. Now it's Gnar and the Darius, and it's last pick for Pawn. EDG should have a much better laning phase now.
There are dissenting opinions whether Tristana Morgana beats Kalista Thresh or not. I think it's a skill matchup in essence, but if they play equal, I think Kalista and Thresh actually have the early trade advantage. So that would mean that SKT1 is definitely looking for a lane swap, since Gnar absolutely bullies out Darius in lane. So we have the counter pick in mid lane right now here. We'll have to see what Pawn ends up locking in, but overall, this is very likely looking that SKT1 wants to engage a lane swap.
Well, they do. Yasuo is currently the hover here for Pawn, of course. Definitely one of his, it's a Pawn flavor champion, but it's probably not great into the old Ryze. But this is definitely a signature pick. If it's the Twisted Fate, that would make some sense.
And this would be very good for the lane matchup itself. Great gank synergy, targeted stun, come with a Gragas afterwards, as well as getting around the map and setting up all these picks.
Yeah.
We've seen so many good TFs at Worlds so far. I love seeing the champion. There it is.
In addition to the 1v1, that is actually pretty passive because Ryze really can't punish the TF. TF has really good spacing in lane, stands at a distance, farms safely. When Ryze goes in for the chain combo, it will get broken with a gold card. TF can simply walk away in that sense. So Edward Gaming are locking in for a very pick-heavy composition. 1-3-1 is what they want to be looking for later on. I'm not sure if they actually move the TF to the bottom lane or not. Relatively low on wave clear if TF is out of the equation. But really good matchups, 1v1 Gnar into Darius. The 2v2 with Fate's Call, TF ulti in, can make so many plays. So Edward Gaming, they want to play the map.
Yeah, and if EDG get ahead, that comp's going to look really good. Meanwhile, you look at SKT with their lead. You mentioned low wave through without TF. Tristana, a great sieger, of course. But I'm thinking about the Elise pick here because she's a good early game jungler, but eventually gets outscaled by a Gragas in terms of team fight power and tankiness. And I don't see many of these lanes being gankable. You've got a Thresh Lantern, TF playing back. Gnar can hop away. I'm not sure we're going to see anything happen from Banky.
Yeah, I think what SKT is looking for, early team fights around objectives or early groups or sieges. When you group up and you know where TF is going to aim his cards at, throw a binding, throw a cocoon, anything sticks, immediately that target gets blown up. So that's what SKT is looking for. EDG, they don't want that to happen. They want to keep the map open, play on 3 lanes, split push, make picks. So very distinct difference in style. I think it's great to see these teams face off in that manner.
Well, as these teams do face off, you guys at home are always involved. So tweet who's going to win and reign supreme in Group C here. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag SKTWin or hashtag EDGWin for the winner of this game. Guys, we're going to tally up the results, see who wins. But of course, the game itself is about to begin. Here we go, the beginning of the day here at the World Championship, Day 6. If SKT wins right here, they are guaranteed the 3rd spot in the quarterfinals. Edward Gaming, if they win here, they're on pace for a tiebreaker to take 1st place in the group.
Yeah, we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. SKT, of course, on our blue side this time around. And one thing that I wanted to bring up here, guys, is the fact that, look, the early advantages seem to be something that SKT are fantastic at snowballing out. Spawn brought it up before, the fact that EDG, they like to sit back and sort of control the game and then have a massive team fight. It seems to me like they have a lot more tools this time around to get that done.
Definitely early playmaking is there. Targeted route from Ryze, right? Elise, just the queen of early game jungling. And we've seen how good Morgana supports are with their binding picks. But Ryze is still a late game scaling champion, and there's a bit of a weird mix between the early game and late game here for the composition.
Oh, first
good board kill.
EDG take a ward. This is one of the few times we've seen red side team invade aggressively. Usually we always see either a camp in the top left quadrant of the map to catch the blue side team invading.
And right now it's actually an early defensive, well, not defensive ward, but in the river actually spots SKT faking an invade, then doing nothing with it, but EDG themselves get revealed, and there's actually no meaningful deep vision for either team.
Now it's a coin flip. Both teams, SKT obviously wants to lane swap, so they want to fake base, maybe like, are we going top or not, and see if EDG buy into that.
But EDG put their dual lane down in the brush in that river, and very few teams I feel like actually faked the recall. I think Edward Gaming have tipped their hand because of that one ward in the river.
When they got spotted, this is good for EDG overall in terms of lane matchups. They know exactly what's going to happen now.
Another running backwards, spotted again by these wards, and everyone knows Mako and Deft are here by the Gromp, and actually, wow, giving a
Super
blue
leash.
buff leash.
Yeah, and Deft actually some auto attacks onto Wolf here as he makes his way back towards the bottom lane. Standard lanes.
This could fix the matchup if SKT can keep pushing aggressively on the bottom lane to deny those trades here. Let's see if Bang can get some trades off. Obviously, if the explosive charge is what you really want to trade with, but the passive from Kalista with double range is incredibly hard to fight into early.
And Mako didn't land the auto attack onto Bang, so there's a big chunk of the health that they would have gotten from the Kalista W passive not triggered there. So the first trade did go SKT's way.
Ooh, Dark Binding is going to miss here as well as Mako. Cheeky auto attack onto Wolf.
Yeah, and you can see, oh, really good play there with the exhaust. Clearlove's coming down.
Yeah, Bang taking a lot of damage. Deft still trying to marshal poise around this fight. Clearlove finds his way in the level 2 gank. Reads the flash there from Wolf as well as the barrel comes in, but not going to be enough.
I think that was
released the blue buff.
That was just given away a bit too hard though by Mako going aggressively, but it does fix a problem that EDG had in this bot lane, which was the pushing. Likely we're not going to see too much action right now, so we're going to keep track of Bengi. What's he going to do? Because he has cross-map potential. He actually aggressively invaded, and he can now fix that matchup in the top lane. So maybe this wasn't the best plan from Clearlove.
Well, Clearlove not actually going towards the enemy red buff either. It seems like it could potentially be a 3-buff start here for Bengi, given the opportunity.
Yeah, so they bought that extra sort of buff that they're going to lose eventually by getting +2 summoner spells. Bang lost one, Wolf lost both. So you have to Black Shield a hook or someone's almost definitely going to die in this lane, specifically Wolf. And that's going to be one thing to watch for, though. As you look at the top side of the map, Marin is beating up on Amazing J. Okay, there's 4 minutes left in the lane, but it's already going for Marin.
And obviously that's the value. Marin has minion advantage too, so if Amazing J trades close to his Darius pick, he's going to get out-traded due to minion damage. Marin obviously knows he's safe because the jungler just showed for 30 seconds plus at the bottom side of the map. This means cross-map die from Bengi.
Yeah, the Cocoon lands here as well as Marin makes his way in. Oh, he's going to flash into the range of the Q, but Bengi trying to get the work done. Amazing J walking around. First blood goes down for Bengi.
And this is a big strategic mistake from SKT. From EDG rather. They leave the opportunity for SKT to make a very simple play, very telegraphed. You see the jungler bottom side of the map. What do? Well, you migrate to the top side of the map. What do you find there? A winning matchup from EDG that now gets tilted in Marin's favor. Marin, one of the best top laning performing players in this championship already, so things about to get rough.
And you already saw, you just put it out a second ago, the mistake from Amazing J. Minion wave advantage, chose to take a trade, got chunked right before the Elise showed up. He even helped himself get ganked there. So great early start for SKT. We look down, we realize the top lane's already winning for SKT, bottom lane currently winning for Edward Gaming. Mid lane matchup very close right now.
Yeah, Pon is going to be backing away at the moment. You can see the vote most definitely in favor of SKT at the moment. Faker unable to stop Pon from getting back home.
And Marin picks up Thorn. He had the Thorn shield already, picks up the early Ninja Tabai, so it's going to get incredibly hard for the Gnar matchup to win in the way it usually does, which is repetitive auto attacks. Bang right now, he's poked out on the bottom though. Wolf takes the hook.
Yeah, Death sends the playback there as well. Lots of damage from that Sentinel.
There was a misplay earlier by Deft. He tried to go for the normal sort of holistic gameplay pattern of get a stack onto Bang, attack a minion once, then rend and get the reset and the damage. But he actually missed the rend. He didn't kill the minion, so that was on cooldown when they pulled in Wolf, and that was a bunch of damage he missed.
Bengi made his way to the bottom now. He did get spotted, pinged out, but the pressure really took that lane because 2v2 Wolf and Bang would lose this because Bengi shows up. He doesn't care if he's seen. All he's going to do is just push in and reset the wave. Clearlove now wants to come for a gank to maybe 3v3.
Making his way down from that Gromp there as well. You can see it's just a bit of a try lane here for SKT.
I don't think SKT's going to stay around. They're right on pickaxe recall, and Bang being at half health and Wolf still missing his flash means they're going to recall, I believe, just for some health. They're going to get the pickaxe recall, which will match up against basically Vamp Scepter, Longsword of Death. Not exactly a huge advantage for the EDG. Oh!
Bang
That's big.
Stopped. That's huge.
That's actually really big. Bang gets a bad recall. Now he's going to miss a full wave because of this.
Yeah, back in the day, bot lanes would actually just take the freeze here. Support freezes, 80 carry bases, and you base one by one. EDG, they really want that tempo, and because they made the decision and they stop Bang and actually come out huge, this wave is equal. If Bang even goes for a single CS, it will automatically push towards EDG's side, so Bang is wasting a lot of time here because he has to respect the brushes. Really smart play here by Deft and Mako.
So Bang intuits that they're actually sitting They've already recalled, rather.
And now he knows they recall, but he has to push in. The next wave is already coming, so he's behind in tempo. He doesn't even get to punish because there's very few creeps being denied. SKT maybe denied 3 melee creeps from EDG so far, so really fantastic base timing here from Deft and Mako. Could make up for the loss in top lane earlier.
Yeah, so Bang now has to sit at least 2 more waves to get enough money for BF Sword and potions. This is a full minute. He has to stay in this lane, or that push didn't really do much of anything. The freeze is still going to be for EDG. He does not have 1,500 gold. And that's going to be a rough bottom lane.
Yeah, Rim Prison used here in the mid lane as Faker. Just trying to stop Pon, who's running out of mana just a little bit. But look at that top lane, 45 CS to 18. Amazing J in a lane that theoretically should be able to bully.
Yeah, and this is
doing so well.
One of the most proficient counter picks so far in the tournament. Gnar into Darius has always done well, significantly better than the opponent pick, but just doesn't come out here due to the early pathing from Clear Up. That Bengi punished. So we're gonna need to see Pon punish this somehow. Teleport up to the top lane, and quickly, because if you let Darius get too far ahead, he will actually simply 2v1 you, and then the game snowballs out of control.
Well, Gnar is only 5.25 level-wise right now. He's got a lot of room to grow till he has that Mega Gnar, but it is for the next minute and a half a flashless Darius up there. So the chance for a gank definitely is a possibility here. And this lane should, I think, push back out with where it's positioned right now.
Marin at the moment just farming this one out. Of course, still a gigantic CS lead for Deft in the bottom side of the map. May make up for Amazing J falling so far behind. Faker going to take himself a blue buff. Bengi handing that one over.
I mean, just to illustrate how big that advantage is, Marin right now has earned in the game in total around 2,700 gold. That's 1,000 more than Amazing J has earned in the entire game. So 1,000 gold advantage is, you know, if you hear that, you don't know how big that is, but relatively speaking, that's 2.7k to 1.7k. That is a massive gold advantage. In addition to the fact, as we pointed out just now, Marin is a full level ahead and more of Amazing J, so that's going to get incredibly rough later on.
Bang actually taking a lot of damage there. The Ren comes through, Bang down to about 400.
Mako's playing really far back in this lane. I think he was trying to Lantern in Clear Love, but essentially we just see Deft basically 1v2ing the lane for most of the time. And now that Deft is 6, Mako can play as aggressively as he wants and not get punished for it.
Pon needs to answer this gank in the top lane, or Amazing J's screen is about to go gray again.
That's Mega Gnar. They're going to wait for that to time out. It times out right now. There comes the push. Minion wave is in. Bengi should be pulling aggro first, just like last time. Going to pull in and go towards Marin. Oh, there's no chance! Oh, man, that took him 2 seconds flat.
Didn't even need the cocoon that time. It was just the apprehend, and that was enough.
Yeah, look at mid lane. Faker is playing passive because he knows his team members are setting up a gank in the top lane. All he needs to do is survive and CS. Where has Clear Love been? His gank priority, his pathing has been incredibly subpar. He's just simply getting destroyed by Bengi, and Bengi's not even making the initiative. He's just simply reacting to where he sees Clear Love. He's okay, you're right side, I go left side. I kill someone, you don't, because SKT has better vision, better communication, and they play passive at the right times.
Mako hit by a bind here as well as Deft goes once again aggressive, but that's a lot of extra damage out from Bang there.
He's got a Vamp Scepter. Should be okay for the Kalista here, but I mean, we saw the same thing last game, actually. EDG were slightly winning their bottom lane by a few CS. They even killed a turret one time, but they're not getting anything else done on the map. Meanwhile, Marin is just crushing Amazing J.
Oh, Pon. You'll love both in position here as Bengi's trying to take down this pink ward. Oh, Golkar dodged there by the repel as the flash is used from Bengi to get him out of trouble.
Still the correct play. You can't open up with Body Slam Flash because if that gets repelled, you lose a Summoner, so it's Gold Card for Summoner, which is worth. And again, this is the pink wards that EDG used to come back into the game. They really like Vision Denial, trying to make picks that way. But Pon is already level 8, approaching 9. And he needs to start teleporting around the map. TF is picked for his global ultimate because if you look at Faker, he's comfortably farming away. Has 2 mana items already completed. That is no combat stats, but that's going to build and build up over time into incredibly high damage potential. Whereas Pon, he's in his peak kind of right now. Between like 11 and 16, that's where he wants to teleport and influence other lanes with that TF hit.
The weird thing is,
pink wards here in the river still.
So Deft actually, this tournament so far, has bought 14 pink wards as an AD carry. No less than 4 pink wards a game, as high as 6 actually based on when he's been in. So pink ward's definitely the big star of the show here for Edward Gaming. Problem is though, you talk about Pon and his power spike right now, he went for a Catalyst. He's like, doesn't even have that much power, but this hook is pretty good on a Wolf.
Yeah, the box goes down as well. Wolf actually flashing out of the way. Nice damage here from Deft and Mako as Mako's still trying to get in. The Destiny comes down. Pon does have the flash. There's the gold card. Deft picks up the kill. Mako teleports in. Marin's here as well. The one singular teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as EDG. Triple apprehend from Marin as he may clear this one up. Bengi picks up up the kill on Clearlove, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Hey, look at Amazing J. He knew exactly that he had to cancel his teleport right there because the counter to one global is obviously double teleport. Luckily for Pawn, TF Ultimate is shorter cooldown than a teleport, so we have to see if he can make the next one work. This was an expected play, but EDG had to go for it.
I think it's actually a bit of a blessing just because it gives 2 to 3 ways for Amazing J to catch up a little bit in that top lane while otherwise trading 1-for-1.
Yeah, Amazing J was 1.5k gold behind at 10 minutes. This is the largest gold disparity we've seen at 10 minutes, including the Bangkok Titans game. So let's see that gank again here. Wolf gets hooked initially.
Flash is late too. He actually hits the box wall. That slow was a really big deal because otherwise he would have been out of range of this Pawn gold card, and they just layer the abilities just in time. Ren barely in range as well.
And if it weren't for Fate's Call, Mako would have dropped here too. You see here exactly what we talked about earlier, teleport cancel, because if Gnar goes in here, he will just bait his teammates into a fight they can't win. Good peeling, gold card there from Pawn. They only lose 1, so overall for 2 teleports, going 1-for-1 is a good trade for EDG.
Yeah, it was also a decent explosive cast there from Clearlove as well to get Faker out of that fight. Still had to walk up, try and get any Rune Prisons down. On some damage there as Faker just blows the ult and runs at him.
Yeah,
that'll do.
He was doing that last week as well in the Echo matchup. But first of all, Mako in a bad spot. Deft does have ulti, but maybe a bit of afraid. Bang! Mako is not going to get any help at all. This is going to be a death thresh.
Yeah, Doomba stomped.
Oh, I take it back. Fate's Call was down. I take that back. So Deft was unable to help him.
Yep. That's honestly a mistake from Mako. With such a short cooldown on Fate's Call, you can't afford to move into that rush with no vision. Just wait for the safety. If you waited 10, 20 seconds longer, Fate's Call comes up and suddenly you can make uncounterable plays almost.
Well, Deft takes away the Grump, but the blue buff is going to be stolen. Faker actually picks that one up. Blue available for SKT, but they're just going to go for this Dragon here as well. The first one, 13 minutes and 20 seconds into the game, and this will be unanswered by EDG.
And not a chance. The lead is way too big right now. Bengi has cracked this map open so heavily. Even though he's ganked top lane twice already, he spent so much time up on that side of the map. They're still winning the bottom side of the map too, even when Clearlove level 2 gank down there.
And Bang & Wolf have done a fantastic job just playing passive where they need to, but not to the point where they would just lose the lane outrageously hard way. Whenever EDG stepped forward to trade and get a beneficial trade, and they stepped a little bit too far into minions, that's when you can always see Bang get in 1 extra auto attack because he knows if Def tries to trade 1 auto more, you're fighting with minions. So both these teams are really, you can tell that they're fantastic players because they incorporate minion damage in their trades.
Yeah, definitely just really excellent play there. You can see Mako's ability to sort of play over-aggressive is hampered by the fact that Black Shield and Dark Binding stuff that so very frequently. So a lot of credit to Wolf for how he's playing the lane as well, preventing a lot of the extra advantage that would have been gained. I mean, a Flash with Morgana should have been easier to kill, but now Amazing J once again in a battle.
Yeah, he's actually looking for it here. The Destiny comes in as the gold card lands onto Marin, and he's going to fall down after a little bit. The Boulder's going to come in.
That was beautiful. They dodged the healing from Q. Amazing J walked in, Pawn walked out, and there's no answer because those TPs are longer cooldowns.
And this is what we were looking for earlier. Pawn has to make those Destinies work, and we can see it. Both teleports are still on cooldown right now, so you definitely want to get 2 Destinies for every single teleport spell right now. Amazing J getting aggressed on by Bengi. He should be fine. Make his way out. The wave will reset too, so overall, EDG clawing back into the game with the globals, but teleports are about to come up again, and that could swing in favor of SKT again.
And Bengi bought a Sightstone and is ahead of Amazing J right now. If you just like detract that money, he's still got more than this poor Gnar top lane right now. Mid lane turn also goes down. The flash engage from Faker.
Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. Faker, the 1v1 against Pawn.
And that's with Rod of Ages and Tears still stacking up.
And we talked about this matchup earlier. We said Ryze can't touch TF because he will get gold carded every time he aggresses. Well, Faker flashed the instant that Pawn launched his blue card at the minions to get mana. So that card, pick a card, was on cooldown for the entirety of that exchange. And Faker doesn't need much time to kill you if he can gap close. Pawn's flash wasn't available right there, so really smart move by Faker. Card goes down, flash in, kill.
And look at this move by Bengi, already showing up where he needs to be. Very smart. It's reactive, but it's instantaneously reactive. Mid laner's dead, let's knock a turret down. Clearlove shows bottom, let's gank top lane. Bengi is on point this game.
Well, Def may find Wolf here just a little bit, but they want to take down this pink ward as the priority. Bang and head back to base here and pick up some items. Avarice Blade pickaxe, not quite enough at this point as Marin, he's going to take down the other turret in the top lane, and they're just falling thick and fast now.
Yeah, we questioned the Gragas pick earlier. It brings early ganking potential while scaling tank, but you have to use your potential, right? You can't just sit on it forever and just let it go to waste. Krylov, very poor pathing and prioritization of ganking lanes, honestly. He should have been top to help Amazing J, and that's what got them to regionals too. When they made that climb again after the initial slump in EDG, it was Amazing J's aggressive play combined with Krylov helping him control the top side of the map, while Deft and Maka played passive on the bottom. That was their bread and butter. That's how they started winning these games. But complete reversion here from that play here from Krylov, and Bengi, such a smart player overall, punishing every single mistake.
I just want to go back to Marin here as well. Almost 50 CS in the lead on this Darius, despite the fact that he did get ganked there in the top lane. It does have the Black Cleaver completed. Looks like Sterix Gage might be coming in as his next choice as Wolf, just trying to get some deep vision down as Clearlove's going to notice that ward. But once again, Clearlove getting spotted in the jungle.
And look what SKT is doing. They know, EDG know, but there's nothing they can do. They set up so many plays that are almost uncounterable. Right now, Faker's moving down, so he will match Pawn anyways if he teleports. And they simply want to pressure you off the tower. They don't want you to defend and dive you, because that could go wrong. They simply want to show you, hey guys, we're here with this many people. It could be wise for you guys to back off.
Oh, the hook stomach Destiny comes in. Faker, he's going to get stunned up. Teleports from both top laners coming in as well. Fate's call's already down. The box in a fantastic position. EDG losing so much health though. The dunk from Marin. Deft still alive at the moment as Amazing J with a big Nari.
Oh, the heal!
That was insane. Double kill now for this top laner. Pawn gets dunked at the same time, and Bang's just hopping everywhere.
Absolutely amazing fight. SK Telecom T1 with the ace for only 2 kills.
And it looked grim at the start, and actually this was probably the best way it could go for EDG. Faker oversteps his boundaries, but instantaneously Marin TP's down, and they don't even need Faker to win that fight. All he needed to do was soak some damage. So much damage came out of Marin there.
And so much healing
at
as well.
the end as well. It's so hard to judge that Darius pick. You really need to finish him off. It's similar to a Tahm Kench. You can't just let him live at all. Kill him immediately, or they will just keep in that fight. Let's watch that again.
There's a really good Black Shield as well that helps keep Faker from getting bursted out entirely. So, okay, Hook goes down. It's a longer cooldown because it missed it, but there's the gold card, there's everything else. And then this Black Shield's going to be really big because now Gragas can't knock him in or anything. And a great pull to set up the rest of the damage, and it takes so much effort to kill him. And now Marin's got the pass because he's got the execute. So he 5 stacks anyone he hits. Stun lands, and watch this Q. He flashes to line it up, and I believe he even hits 2 champions. He nicks Pawn as well as the hit on the Deft, and that means he doesn't die nearly fast enough.
Yeah, more importantly, Bang went untouched that fight. He finishes the fight on 60% HP, 40% right now, but almost no mana because he was jumping around all the time in that fight.
When you have 3 really big threats, they had to burst Faker, then they realized that Marin would drain tank them, plus had the Noxskin Might on already, so what are you going to do except ignore the Tristana?
And this is another point where you just tunnel so hard onto Faker when you're up against SKT, because Def used his rend incredibly early just to slow Faker down, and then couldn't kill Marin in that team fight. He just couldn't get the damage across.
And this is a stylistic mismatch between these two compositions that we touched on earlier in Champ Select. EDG, they want to make picks, they want to pour in and punish you from being in a bad position, but once all 5 members are combined, SKT win the teamfight. They have a favorable teamfight composition, especially in the early to mid game, where Elise doesn't fall off at all. Her damage, her base damage is very, very much so relevant still, and they just have too many threats to deal with. EDG, Tunnel Vision on Faker, well, there's 4 other SKT members ready to kill you.
And the thing is, Faker's ready to answer whatever EDG does as well. After he finished the Rod Evasion in the tier, he grabs upgraded boots and gets Distortion Enchant. So his Summoner Teleport is on a much, much lower cooldown. It's sitting at 223 seconds. It's under 4 minutes now, and that's if he goes to a ward. It's even shorter when he goes for things like turrets.
Yeah, to compare that to Destiny, Destiny right now is at 114 seconds, so for every 1 teleport, roughly give or take, there are 2 Destinies available, but that means Pawn has to be able to use them on cooldown. And SKT's River Vision has been really great so far, so they usually have a good idea of where Pawn is moving, and then they play accordingly on the lanes. It's been incredibly rough for Pawn to really find an opening where he can find a pick 2v1. The only one really happening there was that gank on Marin in the top lane. And he doesn't care because he's still so far ahead.
Yeah, it just actually finishes the Sterix Gage from a longsword, I believe.
It's interesting as well, if you watch SKT's warding pattern, it's been all bottom lane for the last like 10 minutes straight. They're okay with Marin sitting on an island up there and slowly winning his matchup against Amazing J. They're making sure this bot lane is still going according to plan.
I mean, look at Amazing J. Every single Gnar we've seen so far, the debate was, does he go Black Cleaver or Frozen Mallet?
Yeah.
To beat up on the Darius. Well, Amazing J says, I can't even win 1v1 anymore, even with superior items, so I have to spec into teamfight. Gnar with a Sunfire Cape. That means EDG is stepping away from their win conditions, which is the 1-3-1, which are destroyed by now by SKT, just like Mako's about to get destroyed if it weren't for Fate's Call.
Will they go in, though?
Going to be there.
Marin's in front. Oh, no! Mako chose to go in. That's cast by the support. He dies for free. Marin in a 1v2 gets the double heal, though. Death's life is not good. Dunk comes through. One more hit will kill him. He'll bleed to death for sure. Faker kills off Clearlove. Death somebody else keeps him alive, but that was silly.
Yeah, I think silly is basically the only word for that. I mean, I don't know why the Fate's Call was used to re-engage, but the Black Shield was fantastic. There wasn't even a knockup from that.
Yeah, Panic play overall just didn't really use their vision. If you're fighting to dark, you have to make a guesstimate. Are they there? Then they die. If they're not there,
it's easy.
Yep.
Press R.
Can't really excuse that play from Mako overall. I think EDG are grasping at straws right now. It even shows in their item build. They're made for 1-3-1. They're starting to build for teamfight. They will lose a teamfight regardless of what this Gnar builds. So overall, AmazingJ trailing behind. Again, Cocoon hits. Mako should know that he has to get the hell out of dodge.
Well, he does. He's out.
Yeah, he's out.
But he gets back into dodge.
And then Death walks backwards and forwards, then suddenly, like, the thing is, TF could have ulted well before the Fate's Call was actually used. You saw it pop up after he engages. This could have been an easy check for EDG to know what's going on. Communication breaking down here. It's just easy for SKT now.
Pawn actually up against Wolf here, who flashes on top of him.
Still stunned.
That is the ballsy play. The Ignite goes down, Black Shield's there, and Bang's gonna secure it. Faker teleporting in just to say hi to Pawn's corpse.
I don't know Pawns could walk backwards. You see what happens though. Breaks the rules, still dies anyway.
Yeah.
Oh man, SKT kings in this game. They're gonna move into the base right now. Faker flashes in for Mako.
Fantastic exhaust is gonna be used though as Bengi. He comes down, but AmazingJ finds his way underneath the turret, but that's so much damage. This Bang's gonna lock it down, and this is gonna be the base broken for EDG.
SKT support beating on EDG's mid laner. SKT's mid laner beating on EDG support. Everybody beating each other here, but EDG are the losing team every single trade here. Really good aggressive moves here overall from SKT T1. They know exactly when they can win a trade with an aggressive flash, using that to their advantage. And they may actually close here already at before 24 minutes.
Wow.
Turned up minions. It's gonna make it happen. Marin still looking to try and get something done, but Clearlove and Pawn, they're just sitting on the fountain, watching their Nexus get destroyed. The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
And in a battle,
Nexus is down.
And in a battle that many people thought was a preview of the finals, SK Telecom T1 win in under 24 minutes. They make it look easy. Losing matchups, no problem. Winning matchups, destroy you.
I would have loved to see this game play out without the level 2 gank from Clearlove. It was a move. Usually you want to go for moves that are medium risk, high reward. So if it backfires, you know, you're a little bit behind, but if it works, you get fundamentally far ahead, even if that gank worked. The cross-map potential from Bengi ganking top lane was just better. There was a better play for Bengi on the map, facilitated by Clearlove. So overall, that is a big oversight from EDG, and I think that is already the breaking point of this game.
And even though you say I want to see the game without that happening, I'm going to saw the game with that happening, because Bengi to me is so good right now. Back in spring, SKT got a new jungler as maybe a replacement. They had Tom in the lineup playing many of the matches because Bengi wasn't up to snuff. But ever since the midseason invitational, Bengi has gotten better and better and better. And I think he was the reason they won this game. He carried their early game, got those lanes where they needed to be. And Bengi's a pleasure to watch right now. No one was considering him in that top echelon of junglers coming here. It was. You got guys like Kakao, guys like Clearlove. Well, now you better say guys like Bengi, because right now he's making very good choices.
He did get some praise, but he wasn't rated as highly as he is performing right now. Bengi overall, impeccable game. And just the communication. I like that SKT, they come into the game every time with a clear identity in their composition. They play to their strengths. They identify also the strong members on opposing teams and then just dismantle them. So not only do they read their strengths well, they read their opponent's strengths well, and then they dance around those beautifully, whether it's in picks and bans with the Renekton counterpick, whether it's in the game with gank prioritization. So impeccable gameplay so far from SKT.
Yeah, and it was great play from Bengi there as well, but he was picking on AmazingJ there in the top lane, who just did not look comfortable in this Gnar pick. It just didn't work. I mean, picking the Gnar, seeing the fact that, okay, it has worked against Darius in the past, it just doesn't work if you don't know how to play out the matchup.
I mean, it was a really big misplay. This is the funny thing is AmazingJ played it more or less correctly last week, where he realized, okay, Clearlove is on the other side of the jungle, visible by wards, and I can't see Bengi. And AmazingJ played super far back because he didn't want to feed. Here in this game, he has no idea where Bengi is. He knows Clearlove revealed himself on the bottom side and goes, I'm going to trade with you when you have a bigger minion wave, and I'm going to miss my Gnar W.
Yep.
and then gets chunked to about 2/3. Surprise, Bengi shows up, and like Amazing J forgot he's supposed to play much farther back.
Yeah, as we can see, Shock's prepping for the interview. We just talk about that matchup more. Just so fascinating. He played it right if he had the illusion of jungle pressure, but he didn't. And then you have to be flexible in that regard. Because playing it the way he did, which is letting himself get pushed in early, taking unfavorable trades, but then having Clearlove would show up in the top lane. Clearlove starts bottom right side, so then he goes top left side for the gank. That's generally what you want as a top laner. You pull the wave back. That guy has no gap closer. Even if you don't kill him, he gets zoned off to creeps. You deny experience. You deny CS. That's the way you tilt that matchup in your favor. If your jungler then doesn't show up, well, you just set up the perfect dive for your opponent. Bengi says, thank you very much. I'll push in here. I'll dive. And game over.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to talk about as well is this mid lane matchup. The fact that it took Pawn so long to use that Destiny to try and get around the map. Should have been as soon as he hit level 6, go to top lane, help Amazing J. This guy is getting stomped. You got to find a way to get this guy back into the game.
And the problem was he was out-leveled, right? This is like, do you want to gank a level 6 Darius with a level 5 Gnar who can't ult anyone? It's going to make it difficult. Either way, guys, we're done for now, but for an inside look at SKT's win, going to check in with Shox and Marin over the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, top laner Marin and Homan to assist in a translation after another very convincing victory of SKT, who are now 4-0 in the group. And Marin, you did a lot of dunking on Darius, and we've seen a couple of times in the World Championship that the Gnar was actually a good matchup into Darius. What do you think happened that made it go completely out of control and very good for you?
마린 선수 일단 4승 0패로 연승 가돌라인 축하드리고요. 그리고 지금 2전판에서 다리우스로 이제 찍어 누른다고 하죠. 덩크하는 모습을 많이 보여줬었는데 보통 다리우스 대 나르 하면 다리우스가 나르가 좀 더 좋은 상성이 있다고 얘기하는데 이번 경기에 어떻게 하다 그렇게 좀 유리한 경기를 풀어나가는지 말씀해 주세요.
네. 일단 나르랑 다리우스가 그렇게 어느 한쪽이 유리하거나 하진 않는데 그게 이제 정글러 선수가 이제 클리어러브 선수가 바텀에서 시야를 보여주고 이제 저희 정글러 선수가 탑에 와가지고 다이브를 했기 때문에 거기서부터 아마 스노볼이 계속 굴러가서 일방적인 매치업이 나왔던 것 같아요.
I don't think the two champions have both champions are in a pretty equal hand, but then it's about which jungler intervenes first. So for this game, we saw that Clearlove around bottom vision. So Bengi ganked top, and after that dive was successful, it was easy for me to snowball from that point.
Yeah, you did definitely snowball, but not to take anything away from your individual performance, because we saw some fantastic games from you. Also, the Renekton game last week. What is it like to be on a team like SKT, where everyone is always looking at Faker as the big carry, but it seems that you are more taking that role now? What do you plan to show further in the World Championship?
비록 지난 경기에서는 정글 도움을 이겼다고 하지만 마린 선수는 이번 대회에서 레넥턴 경기도 그렇고 되게 매우 인상적인 경기를 보여주고 있습니다. 사실 SKT 하면 다들 이제 페이커 선수나 그 팀 자체를 많이 칭찬하는데 이번 대회에서는 마린 선수가 되게 팀의 으뜸 캐리로서 역할을 하고 있는데 이것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 그런 상황이 나와서 캐리를 하게 됐는데 일단 페이커 선수도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 캐리력은 있는 선수기 때문에 그럴 수 있었다고 생각하고 앞으로도 그런 경기를 계속 이어갈 수 있었으면 좋겠네요.
I think Faker and I both have very high potential to carry the game, and I just hope that we can continue this kind of games where I can carry or Faker.
One of the two carries, and it would be pretty good. You guys in 4-0 already. The fact that you beat EDG twice so convincingly, and they were your only opposition just a couple of months ago. What does this mean for you guys in light of how strong SKT is in the World Championship, and who might stand in your way on the road to the Summers Cup?
이제 지금 몇 달 전까지만 하더라도 이제 SKT의 가장 큰 적수인 EDG 팀을 조별 예선 때 2대0 꺾음으로써 이제 남은 대회 기간 동안 이제 SKT의 가장 큰 걸림돌이 되거나 우승하기까지 어떠한 난관이 남았다고 생각되는지 마린 선수의 생각을 말씀해 주세요.
일단 지금 모든 팀들이 상향 평준화돼서 다 잘한다고 생각해서 일단 8강도 그렇고 4강도 그렇고 다 위험한 상대들이 올라올 것 같아서 네, 다들 위험하다고 생각해요.
I think every region have improved a lot for this tournament, and any team that advanced from quarterfinals, semifinals can be a big threat to us. So I think it's too early to say that tournament is ours at this point.
All right, well, you're 4-0, at least in the groups already, and advancing. Congratulations, thank you so much. Marin, 4-0 already, SKT. And not too confident, but I think they're off to a great start. Take it away.
Thank you, Shox. Another very convincing win there by SKT, starting off 4-0. You know, and up against a team that we we thought would be a front runner in this tournament and would put up a good fight. But this is 2 games in a row now where SKT has exposed them somewhat.
I still think EDG are a front runner. Like, I think 2 very decisive games against them. But as we said, SKT are a team that if they get that early snowball, then they're going to win majority of the games that way. It's if teams can protract the games. And so far, sure, it's proven that EDG isn't the team that can do that in the best of 1 format, but you also need to give them a little bit more time.
Right, but Tabe, I want to come to you because what we have now seen is a little bit more of a focus toward the top lane. We just heard from Marin there that they recognized in that matchup, Darius versus Gnar, it was going to be important to see which jungler could intervene first. SKT did that, and Marin ran away with the game.
I think that game, there's a few critical points. The first point is Elise had the blue buff start, and when he see that Clear Love is invading their bot lane, they're trying to gank the Morgana and Tristana lane, and after they knew that, Benji reacted immediately and went to invade their red buff. But because of afraid of Benji's gank, the lane is being pushed by Darius. Because it is a obvious counter-picking lane. That means Darius should not be ahead of the lane. But because of afraiding the gank of Elise, the lane is towards the tower and the dive is successful and it is snowballed very quickly.
I think it's so interesting because it's the second time in a row, like in both matchups, Amazing J just gets completely screwed. We had the lane stall situation in the first game and in this game as well. I think even though I think Marin is a better player, which kind of showed in like the overall matchup, still the kind of strategy to just focus on the bot lane is just so strange to me.
But one thing I do want to point out is that the bot lane strategy worked. They should have won that. There were 3 potions on Mako versus a mana potion on Wolf. Like, that should have been a very one-sided bottom lane. So they traded a top lane advantage for a bottom lane advantage, trusting that they had CC and not damage in their top lane. What happened was Mako just didn't do anything that game. His Thresh has been underwhelming. They need him on a playmaking support, which is why when I thought that they had Braum available, they would go with the Braum because it sets Pawn up for a lot more success as well and shuts down some of what the Rise is trying to bring into the game.
Well, there is something to be said for the Morgana being picked into Braum, which is considered somewhat of a soft counter. However, I will give to you the fact that they were doing a lot of work in that bot lane. We saw that atrocious back timing by the Tristana because of the canceled recall, and that really did put them in a hole. But the double teleport by SKT, Rise and Darius being able to show up in that crucial, gank bot lane, which ended up trading 1-for-1 in kills, which should have been an advantage for EDG, was kind of big in terms of evening out that bot lane. More importantly, though, to your point, Yamato, about mistakes being taken advantage of in these high-level games, when you do have 2 teams that can execute with a lead, we saw a crucial fight, 17 minutes into the game in the bottom river, ends up being an ace for SKT for only 2 kills to EDG.
For sure, for sure. The way it starts is kind of strange to me because Bengi is kind of caught off guard. We can start rolling the clip. Bengi uses his repel. My thought process right away is Pawn should gold card him. Bengi's standing right there. They're overcommitting into Faker. Darius gets the TP off in a perfect position because EDG is so clumped up. He's getting these heavy Qs off and he's doing too much damage. You try to kill him, he's kind of surviving with his low HP, and then again his Q heals him up and he's surviving way too long.
Right, so the idea being that because he uses his only escape, they could have surrounded him as he came back down, killed him, then moved into the rest of the team with a man advantage.
So I actually want to dispute that fairly heavily because you look at SKT, every single member has flash and they're fighting on a terrain advantage because Tristana has a reposition continually throughout that fight. You collapse on Elise there and they unload over the wall. All Elise has to do is flash over the wall, Tristana unloads, Morgana unloads. All of a sudden, you were trying to fight at a terrain disadvantage with shorter range carries against a very mobile, very strong at that point. I think that they did the right thing. They collapsed onto the right carries. The person who won that fight was Marin. That flash into the double Q healed him for so much damage. They did not expect the Darius to live that long. If they got rid of the Rise and the Darius at the start of that fight, EDG had a chance because they had very good target prioritization. You hit the Elise at that part of the game, it's already game over.
Ooh. Well, I have to completely disagree. It's like, if you just take a look at the minimap at that point, we saw that simply because Bengi got caught off guard, he was kind of a free kill.
He had flash straight into Tristana.
Well, I think it was fine, huh?
Well, I want to move back over to Tabe to finish us off here. With EDG's performance in these last 2 games versus SKT, What do you feel they need to make a change in most moving towards the bracket stage? Because SKT and EDG are front runners here and are most likely going to make it out of the group. But EDG second seed, as a team, where do you see their biggest weakness?
I think EDG's biggest weakness is the top lane. But I'm not sure why EDG is not choosing to let Koro to be the top laner. But because we can see that Amazing J isn't learning from the experience from last game. Either he is first picking Darius and being counterpicked by Renekton, or he chooses a counterpicking hero such as Gnar as to lane against Darius. He also has a huge fail. And we can see that, like just now Spawn has mentioned that Mako have fresh and has early ganked by Clearlove. They didn't have enough aggression to to SKT's bot lane. That means, okay, in this patch, if you want to win the game, EDG must have a huge improvement on their top lane.
And I want to pick up on what Tabby's just said, because like their bottom lane is an aggressive bottom lane when they want to. And they've got one of the best reserve top laners in the world in Koro. He's not a carry, but if you put him on Gnar, he will live through these ganks. If you want to camp the top lane, play Amazing J. If you want to leave it on an island, you have to play Koro in these games.
Right, so they're putting Amazing J in, but not making the necessary strategic changes in order to support his playstyle.
I want to also mention a point that we have never seen Clearlove on top lane. He is always babysitting the bot lane, but bot lane, he hasn't get any kills because there's Morgana. And the only time that Marine has died is because of Twisted Fate. But the lane is not being pushed. The turret is still alive. That means, okay, I will die. But still, Marine is the king of the top lane.
All right, well, there we have it. SKT starting the day strong and securing their quarterfinal spot. Not yet determined which seed they will be, but we are one game in and the action has just begun. So stick around, because coming up next, the Bangkok Titans take on Europe's H2K. Worlds 2015 continues right after this.
Wins right here. They are guaranteed the third spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the Cocoon lands here as well as Mara makes his way in. Oh, he's going to flash into the range of the Q, but Bengi trying to get the work done. Amazing J walking around. Teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as EDG. For a hand from Mara as he may clear this one up.
Jump de la part de Beng. Beng met suffisamment de dégâts. Bandit au sol. Il reste Amazing J. C'est dommage.
Fantastic exhaust is going to be used though as Bengi. He comes down, but Amazing J finds his way underneath the turret, but that's so much damage. The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds 2015, where the international wildcard Bangkok Titans are about to go up against H2K in the fight to stay alive in Group C. Now, last time these teams met, Hjarnan got his hands on Mordekaiser and went huge, 13-2 and 10. Obviously, they can't leave that up again. Now, Yamato Cannon, we have the honor of having your expertise on the desk as a person who has coached against this team. So if you were to give Bangkok Titans any advice going into this match, what would it be?
I think the approach you should take in their particular scenario, which the approach I like to take in H2K, is they are playing by the book always. Have this consistent play style. They play around the Drakes, play around the Baron. There's nothing like anything strange about H2K. They're always kind of solid throughout the game. And to kind of interfere with that, you need to kind of throw some wrenches into the cogs. Play an early game composition. Try to just snowball the game out of that, because when they're out of their comfort zone, they just feel so out of place.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And, you know, it's surprising because Bangkok Titans, while not a fantastic team, they're definitely one of the weaker teams in the overall tournament. They have a really good assassin player. Like, G4 is actually one of these players that can make things happen. We've already seen the quirky Aurelia pick, but he actually plays a very good Zed and a very good Yasuo, not to mention the standard Diana and Ares, things like that. So I want him to get on a champion, camp out his lane, and then just see if you can make something happen. Sure, it's a very long shot, but if you throw that cog, try and take Ryu on head-to-head, then you can create split pushes, break up the map, maybe try and degrade the game somewhat, and just move from there.
And Tabe, we saw Bangkok Titans have some difficulty dealing with that Mordekaiser in the bot lane. So how specifically do you see that matchup playing out if they do decide to leave it up again?
First of all, we can see that Mordekaiser has been banned nearly every game, every single game in the Worlds. And I think Mordekaiser is obviously a very OP champion right now. And because I think Fresh is not a good pick against Mordekaiser is simply because you cannot death sentence onto him, because their support it will be having his W and will be step in front of Mordekaiser and harassing you very easily. And on top of what Spawn said, because G4's mid lane loves to play assassin like maybe like Zed and Yasuo, so I think their team should consider more about banning Lulu to have a better laning phase.
All right, so looking for them to get rid of the Mordekaiser and the Lulu, open themselves up to an assassin-like meta in order to take down each H2K rather. Now, gentlemen, time for predictions. Yamato, we're going to start on your end and run this way.
Bangkok Titans have to pull some crazy ass shit. I'm thinking, bringing the LeBlanc, bringing a Shaco. Why not just go full early game? Just try to snowball the game through the max, and maybe they'll have a chance. But I have to lean towards H2K.
All right,
it's the logical way.
I'm kind of the same thing. I think that like if there is going to be a weird, quirky game, it will be this one. I think H2K will handle it very well, but I think that the wrench will be thrown early.
I'm looking for that wrench. And Tabe finishes up.
I have to agree you two because we can see that Bangkok Titans is not doing very greatly in the group stages, and I think if the teams they're so different of their power, because I think Bangkok Titans is so weak against H2K, I think maybe the ban picks is not important too. Even they don't have Mordekaiser and Lulu in H2K, they may be still losing because their champion pool and their mechanics are still better than Bangkok Titans.
Well, the H2K looking to be favorites here on the desk. The teams are ready, so let's head over to the casters to get us into Champ Select.
Thanks, Dash. And as the teams make their final adjustments, let's check out our starting lineups. Of course, I'm so excited to get into this matchup. Oh my goodness, because Bangkok Titans excite me. There's Warlock there in the top lane, 007X, the Udyr man from the IWCI, G4 in the mid lane, the assassin god himself, Lloyd the AD carry, and Moss, who's Thresh needs to turn up, because I just want people to understand how good this guy is on that champion.
Yeah,
we'll
they
see if they
definitely
can stand up for the test.
They did okay, but they're facing up against probably the most likely team they can beat here. H2K, obviously, top lane sporting their own wildness. Still a big disparity, though. Lulex will be here in the jungle. Mid lane, Ryu came into this group looking for revenge on Faker. Didn't really find it just yet. AD carry Hjarnan, supported by Kasing. And if you talk about good Thresh on the side of Bangkok Titans, I always want to see Kasing play Thresh again, especially when he's in his comfort zone, all under the hawk eye of good old Prolly.
Well, Kasing's been playing fantastically well anyway. So talking about supports that have shown up, there have been a lot of supports that may be lacking a little bit. We're looking at the likes of PYL here, but Kasing has definitely been playing well. And even if he gets on the likes of Shen, Alistair, his play at Worlds thus far is fantastic.
I mean, you heard the guys talking about pick and ban earlier and how the Mordekaiser came through for H2K last time these two teams met. despite the Mordekaiser, that game was actually fairly close. And it was honestly a pretty hard carry performance by Kasing. I mean, it had an amazing, amazing Alistar game. Yep. They actually had them win the game in the first place. So as weird as it sounds, this is a closer match than I think many people think. It is still probably H2K favored, but it required not only some really strong champions, but some really, really high-level play to even win that game last time.
Yeah, Kasing in that game on the Alistar, one of the few supports not messing up the combos in this tournament. Alistar combo got nerfed, and it looked like a small, just, you know, casual nerf right there.
It was making it easier as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's making it easier, but there's so much muscle memory in that combo for so many of these pros that it's actually incredibly hard to keep landing it. We're in Champs League right now, though, so let's see if Mordekaiser makes it through yet again.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Bangkok Titans do on the blue side here as well, able to get that priority pick in. We'll see what they decide to go for. Rek'Sai is going to be banned away from Lulex, though, first up. The answer is Gangplank, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, Freak touched about it earlier in the last champ, so like these high percentage bans will generally come out on the red side, so you can think Gangplank can get banned here, maybe Kalista, if you're really afraid of her, will still be banned on the red side, because those are champion picks with too much influence if they get to the first pick on blue side. Lulu is one of those other champions right here, so that's some of the bans that we could expect out of H2K.
Yeah, Mordekaiser, Darius, some other options there as well for Bangkok Titans. They're going to ban away the Thresh, so not wanting to let that go to round 2, looking to try and get a different priority pick. Mordekaiser, no surprises there on that ban. Trying to keep it even, you know, ban percentages.
Well, Tabe said get rid of Lulu so that G4 has an easier time assassinating people. Of course, Ryu would be just fine on a Lulu, actually. Odoamne has actually been the big carry right now. He's actually number 2 of all top laners in this tournament in terms of damage share. So setting up Odoamne actually has been reasonably good for H2K, to be honest.
Yeah, and speaking about Lulu as well, I mean, it is actually a first pick that the Bangkok Titans can go for. They are going to ban away the Tahm Kench. They are definitely bottling the axolotl here. This is Warlock. Not going to be able to do that, but last ban for H2K. We'll see what they do decide to take away from the Rift. And the Lulu is an option because Warlock, he plays that in the top lane. It's a safe top lane pick as well, and Warlock hasn't necessarily been the strong player on the Bangkok Titans despite being their shot caller. You may as well put him on something that can sit back and just control the lane.
Yeah, well, the last game was very close. It did evolve from the way H2K drafted the composition. You can see in the bottom of your screen last time they played full-on assassin pick composition, but they ended up grouping for a lot of fights with it because they had Mordekaiser, so it's quite weird right here. Let's see if H2K get more of a traditional team composition right here, so because they still have a shot, you know, if they win this match right now and they beat EDG later on, they still have a shot of tying EDG, I believe, so that's definitely what they're playing for, so you may see a slightly more conventional by the numbers H2K coming out of here.
And that's the thing, when we saw just yesterday, the wildcard team basically tying for 3rd place with Counterlogic Gaming, so the Bangkok Titans can live up to that and tie H2K with 1 win apiece if all goes according to BKT here. H2K definitely, as you were saying, very happy that Edward Gaming had lost the game just to go, because we might see in Game 5 of the day that battle for 2nd place between these two teams. Right now, taking their time with their first round picks on the red side.
I mean, coming into the tournament, you would expect here just a generic jungle pick and a Braum support pick for Kasing. This was more in the 5.14 era, so obviously a lot of things have changed. H2K look like they still value Darius here, and Kalista obviously was never picked on red side in 5.14 because she was never open and available on red side, so she's open like that. I like to see Kasing play with Kalista usually because he can play even more aggressive, and Hjarnan and Kasing have good synergy when it comes to using Fate's Call, both defensively and aggressively.
What's interesting to me, though, is the fact that Gragas didn't get picked up their first round for H2K because of the jungle bans, the Rek'Sai and the Elise both being gone. Gragas is basically next on the list for both these junglers here. I'm not surprised at all to see go to BKT, but the fact that H2K cared more about the Darius than the Gragas is interesting to me.
We have seen Lulex has played some Lee Sin so far, especially against teams that you rate personally weaker, where you think you can find more openings for aggressive ganks and just dash back. He could end up picking up that Lee Sin and have that as an option for more aggression in the early game, more snowballing, get the Darius ahead, get the Kalista ahead, and that could be the approach. Obviously, I think if H2K could, they would have picked all 3 champions at once, but obviously only 2 at a time.
And instead, they're just picking multiple knockups here, of course, with G4 being able to play potentially that Yasuo. That is so many opportunities to get that last breath off, but H2K now to answer. And also, you know, just strong picks in themselves.
I mean, I think Ryu can blind pick his mid laner expecting a Yasuo matchup now.
Almost.
Realistically, I think that's very, very likely here for him. Crap, but you talked about Lee Sin. You're right about this one. It's already had 2 Lee Sin bans against him in 3 games so far. This, of course, being the 4th here for Lulex. So if we go by popularity, that's probably next up for him.
It's pretty hard to draft here for H2K because Bangkok Titans, they've picked 3 champions, but they're so generic that they can go into pretty much any direction with it. They fill many different roles. They don't have any weaknesses. We see the expected Lee Sin come out here, and we have the Kalista Annie lane that is incredibly potent with trading and just blowing people up. We could see a TF come out here, but Rio just wants to wait because he doesn't really want to play that matchup TF into Yasuo.
So this is probably a little bit far-reaching, but back when Probably was a mid laner over in North America, Annie was his Yasuo counter pick actually, because so many of her spells go through the wind wall, targeted stuns useful. This seems very unlikely.
Where did it get him though?
It got him to Worlds as a coach. His mind for the game much better than his mechanics.
That's true, and I mean that's what we're talking about here. So that certainly works out. But Bangkok Titans now with 20 seconds to go, they have to round out this comp. We'll see whether it is going to be the Yasuo, of course. With Lulu heading towards the top lane, it means they can balance out that magic damage and physical damage. So it is an option here.
I mean, Yasuo Tristana is something we could see here because it provides another knockup.
That's a knockup.
Generally, when you see Kalista Tristana is the answer because that matchup tilts 1v1 trading almost on every auto attack up to 6 or 7. Tristana wins, and after 7 auto attacks, you're actually dead anyways as Kalista, so that's why you want to do that. The matchup against a range support makes it tough though. Alistar can't really punish Kalista Annie, so we may still see a lane swap necessary to get through the early stages of the game here.
All right, well, Ryu to play his 4th mid laner in 4 games, we expect. Already played LeBlanc, already played Lulu, already played Echo. And maybe he goes back to LeBlanc, actually, for the matchup itself.
Slow on Wakeflare then. Snowball again, but again, last time when H2K faced off against Bangkok Titans, they went full-on assassin. Their Wakeflare mid was Echo, I believe, so not all too worried about that, it seems. They just want to blow people up with this composition.
No, Lissandra comes through. So a different point-and-click stun for this champion. Still can lock up the Yasuo, and in fact, his dash, that E, does get interrupted by Ruth. So Lissandra can easily create distance by Wing while he's mid-dash and getting away.
Yeah, and what I really love is the massive pick potential here as well. You Glacial Path in, you get that Frozen Tomb down, and it can mean that Odoamne can get to that point of being massive with the Noxian Might. He can start beating the heck out of people after that initial pick, with the help of Tibbers there as well from Kassim.
Yeah, I agree. H2K's composition definitely very good at setting up for this Darius. A lot of ways to go in. You expect Righteous Glory or Talisman of Ascension to come out from Kassim in the support role, so setting up for a big Darius carry, and Odoamne has been the carry for this team this tournament. See if that works out for him.
Incredibly well-rounded composition for BKT though. If they get through the early game and they don't get smashed by a couple of aggressive ganks and they can avoid these, roams from Kassim where he lands the Flash Tibbers, their teamfight composition later on in the game is actually incredibly strong. They have double tank for Peel, they have a wind wall to cut off one of the entrance points to the fight, they have a holistic counter to Juggernauts and just pick composition with the Lu who can just kite them for days, and then generally they have one hyper carry in the back, Tristana, who can actually get a Zeke's from the Alistar, so there's a really good win condition here for BKT if they can play to their strengths, which is something we haven't really seen from the weaker teams in this tournament overall.
We'll see if BKT can do that. I think this is one of the best comps we've seen from them all tournament long, so if you guys think they can do it, then tweet your predictions into @LullySports on Twitter. Tweet the hashtag BKT win or the hashtag H2K win. We'll see who comes out on top from the fan vote. Of course, in about 35 minutes, we'll see who comes out from the game itself, but we are here, Bangkok Titans, with a chance to look at a tie for 3rd place in the group. H2K basically need this win if they want a chance of making quarterfinals, because they can face Edward Gaming at a possible tiebreaker a bit later on in the day. Guys, let us know how it's going to go because our game is going to get started in just a minute.
Yeah, just a minute. And of course, G4 on his Yasuo as well. Incredibly excited to see this. I mean, we saw it all through the IWCQ when they qualified here. We saw it before at IWCI as well. This guy loves his assassins and really wants to be able to set this one up. But I like the fact that they've also included a whole lot of skirmishing and team fighting prowess here, because this is a team that doesn't necessarily focus on, the macro play moving around the map. They just want to fight you at any possible time ever, and they just don't think about it. So, I mean, giving them a lot of tools to do this as well.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a short pause. That's why I was already getting caster position close to the screen. It's like, oh, coming back to us. But yeah, what BKT have to be incredibly careful of is this wealth of AoE crowd control, whether it's a Fate Call knock-up on multiple people followed by a Tibbers, or the Sun, or just diving to your backline and pressing R on herself. If they can survive that initial wave of damage, H2K, they kind of drop off the grid when it comes to damage unless Darius gets that reset. That is what they're looking for. One kill and all hell breaks loose, because if Darius doesn't die 5 seconds later, you touched on it, the 5 stacks coming out, then things do get rough.
Yeah, but what they do have is a lot of ability to get that first kill. That's sort of the whole point. They sort of looked at Lissandra and went, okay, well, at least we can now just completely pick someone off and get this fight going in their favor. Plus, Rend as well, fantastic kill securing ability to try and get this Darius going.
Yeah, the initial way to start a fight definitely going to be a struggle for H2K. Just to keep you guys at home updated, Moss didn't connect to the game. We have the game paused to see what's going on. So as we figure out what the connection issue is, if it's his computer, we'll get that sorted in a second.
Doesn't want to play that matchup. Playing Alistar is incredibly, I guess, it's a bit of a boring matchup into double range because you have to spec into heal early, so you basically become a heal bot, and then you rely on
stomp
Lloyd.
around yelling a lot is what you
Stomp
do.
around yelling while you hope your AD carry avoids poor trades 2v1, and you just want to go even on CS up until the point where somebody overextends or you get a gank, and then suddenly that combo becomes gold for engaging, and then you can get the kill.
I want to ask you about a matchup actually here. Talking about Annie, because I went and looked at picks and bans and the builds that players had. When Mako played Annie up against SKT last week, he actually maxed the Q, the single target damage, disintegrate on Annie. Is that actually normal? I thought it was normally W for like more AoE burst.
I've always liked playing Annie with Q max because I feel in an entire rotation your Q will come up again and you can do a 1 extra damage spell. But overall, when you look at team fights, the second your W hits 2 people and you want to go for multiple people Tibbers, then W kind of trails ahead. I don't think the cooldown shifts on any of the abilities. I think Annie's Q and W are static, so it's only damage. But Q is half the cooldown of a W. So overall, you're more likely on single targets. Q max is better. If you're very confident in yourself and you think, well, I'm going to consistently land multiple man Tibbers and Ws, then W max is the better approach. But for short lane trades, if they happen to go as far as 5 seconds, 6 seconds, getting the second Q with more damage in as they walk away could win you those trades. But we've seen this tournament so far, very few bot lane trading, because every time you step forward for a trade, well, you have 2 teleports behind you, and then you learn your lesson.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention the 2 teleports as well, because we were talking about Bangkok Titans, the fact that they don't necessarily move around the map quite as well, but now we've got H2K with the double teleport. The fact that now Bangkok Titans, they need to be very careful about where they're moving on the map so that they don't get caught out by what they use to get themselves here in the first place.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the thing to watch for. G4 not with the playmaking to get around the map. He's going to be all about the one-on-one with the exhaust in the mid lane. Double TP from H2K, going to be trying to make, again, those aggressive moves all around the map, trying to make things happen with all their engage tools.
Yeah, and Ryu is actually just an incredibly smart player when it comes to that. When H2K play triple carry comps into double carry comps, Ryu is actually very smart, and he likes to trade his life to just take out another carry. And if you do that equally, suddenly the game becomes 2 carries versus 1, and it's incredibly hard to just win a fight on a single carry. That's we saw one game in the European LCS. Ryu was playing Twisted Fate against SK Gaming, and he would continuously just dive in, take out one guy with him in his grave, drop dead, but that way the fight would propel forward in a manner that Hjarn could continuously clean up untouched in the back. We may see this exactly the same if Ryu plays that way on Lissandra.
But the game is unpaused, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to the Rift for the Bangkok Titans taking on H2K. Bangkok Titans looking for some revenge to try and get themselves a win on the board.
And meanwhile, H2K looking for their path into the quarterfinals. They win here and they beat Edward Gaming a couple games later. They have that ability to tie break if all else goes according to seeding.
Well, Moss and G4 now hanging out in the river. It's a pretty standard defensive start here. We've seen a lot of teams grouping up, trying to get that deep vision. But this time, everyone's just chilling out, observing the waters at the moment.
30 seconds.
Yeah, pretty waters.
Yeah, well.
Got nice waves going through.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Slightly
Little girls with bears on their back as well.
The scenic route of Summoner's Rifts. Slightly losing matchup in the bot lane, as we touched on earlier for Lloyd and Moss, but it's manageable with heals. Whereas Darius kind of gets countered by Lu pretty hard in lane, gets kited, gets denied, range versus melee.
So does Gnar as well,
that is
apparently.
When you face Bengi, most things are losing matchup.
Bengi wins any matchup. So this is why actually Odoamne is opting into double jungle to get past those rough early few levels. Also, Darius Lee Sin has a pretty decent double jungle overall. H2K initiating lane swap here. And they secure themselves 2 quadrants of the jungle, so no 3-buff shenanigans, anything. They may actually get more if they actually invade here on the enemy. We may see that from Kasing and Hjarnan.
I think this is really smart just in general as well from H2K, because it was a weakness that was worked out by a lot of the other IWC teams when the Bangkok Titans were actually getting here. Is we do have a little bit of an invade coming through. Warlock does manage to get away, but W7X taking a lot of damage.
Ooh,
they take
one of the
Sentinel.
blue pieces
That's
taken.
a big deal.
Now G4 winning in the first trade against Ryu, though, so advantages across the map, but I think it's definitely a better one for the HK duo lane to steal part of the blue buff away and really screw this duo jungle.
Yeah, you can't afford to start there with no wards defending the jungle entrance. You know, if you've played any scrims, you know that this is a viable strategy. If H2K opt to predict the lane swap or lane swap themselves, this is exactly what they're going to do almost every game. This isn't something new BKT should have been ready for this.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. Like, from all my experience playing competitive games, things like this are very easy to practice against 0 people. I even, like, had a team where we practiced lane swaps at a 5-0 just to get the repetitions down right. So that's honestly very surprising that BKT screwed this one up, but they're behind because of it.
Well, it's what Bangkok Titans couldn't do. They couldn't actually work out how to play against a lot of these lane swaps. It was considered their weakness, and then they used double teleport to try and make up for that issue, the fact that they just try and get themselves into a regular laning scenario. But happening this time, and Lulex is just going to come in and say thank you very much.
Yeah, Moss did the same thing Kasing did, he just did it later. He's like, oh, support's moving into the enemy jungle instead of sitting in lane. That's a great idea. I'm going to do that too. He moved in, but it's too late. They're behind on the tempo. Probably like stating it whenever you talk to him about lane swap, he says they're behind on the play. And HTK right now, they're ahead on the play because their tower is already melting. The wave will be bounced back from Odoamne, and he will spiral ahead in what initially was a losing matchup.
This is really impressive as well by Hjarnan. He's actually saving auto attacks, making sure he's rending the last at everything, just optimizing the amount of damage he has to deal to the minion waves. They're setting up this turret, and looks like they're giving the gold to the AD carry. Mid lane matchup, still a close one. Exhaust used for not much.
You can cancel Lissandra's E if you knock her up roughly in the period where you predict her to use her E. So if that knockup came slightly later from G4, Ryu would not be able to proc the second part of his E and then relocate. That means Ryu would have likely had to flash. So that's a matter of not even seconds, just like milliseconds. Wait, that knockup just came slightly later. G4 could have actually forced a flash there in the mid lane. Maybe that's why he exhausted.
Well, Bangkok Titans are going to utilize the fact that Tristana pushes turrets extraordinarily quickly to lock down that turret despite being a little bit late to that party. And both mid laners did head back. Well, actually, Ryu, he's made his way back towards the lane now.
And Odoamne right now didn't preserve that perfect freeze because he knows he will be matched. When Darius bounces away towards himself, he wants to farm that for a while, but if somebody comes in and pushes him under the tower, the benefit of that freeze is actually turned around against you. So now you can see Odoamne starting to push out in the top lane. Then he frees up as a resource as well, and H2K can move him around the map. They actually like diving bot lane with freeing up the resource that is Odoamne. If not, they'll just swap the lanes around and keep him away from that Lulu, avoiding that poor matchup, and propelling his farm. Look at it, 16-3. Yes, that can even out, but it'll take time for Warlock. In that time, Odoamne is free to do whatever he wants on the map.
And we'll see where he goes. Track it for the next couple of minutes here. Right now, the bot lane matchup already looking good for H2K. You can see they're plus 10 minions right now, and you talk about double range versus a melee support, and you can see how far back Lloyd and Moss have to play. They don't have the tools to win this matchup.
Yeah, massive wave being pushed in the bottom too, so pressure everywhere except mid lane here for H2K, and they're using that to just get Lulex in a good position, potentially to make some plays, find the enemy jungle later on.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming down there as well as Hjarnan gets a lot of spears into Lloyd. Moss hanging around. They do have G4 cheating towards the bottom side. Actually, there's going to be the pulverizers. Kasing, Boss used the flash to get back out. Exhaust down onto Hjarnan as there's the flame body slap, and he misses it. The slow goes down, and they're now focusing on this Kalista as Lloyd
still
few spears in him, but not enough. G4 even making his way into the party, but Odoamne's here as well. Is Kasing going to fall down? The heal comes out. Nice flash after the E as G4 is going to have to back away. Headbutt to try and disengage as everyone's here for the bottom lane party.
What an amount of misplays right there. Beautiful opening from Moss. That Q flash into W was absolutely the correct play, especially if your jungler is coming around the corner. But then jump should be buffered so it procs on Annie, or not use it all, so you can still get her when she runs. Hjarnan was overextended trying to peel, but he didn't get punished. The fact that 007X misses a body slam flash is an incredibly large misplay.
He could have just gone for Hjarnan instead of trying to greed for Kasing. And if you hit Kasing, you kill him, and that's actually a good play, but to get nothing at all for a summoner spell, huge mistake.
Well, Lulex is actually, I believe, discovering 007X here, but doesn't look like 007X is going to be in too much trouble. G4 making his way around.
Sightstone already done for Lulex. Actually rushed that item first. No longswords, no upgraded smite. So he gets to invade for free here, which has got to feel good as a Lee Sin player.
And Lulex very often gets the criticism that he doesn't help his lanes as well. Well, I'm just going to ward for them. Let them help themselves.
Hey, it is helping.
I mean, he is playing Lee Sin. If he's just trying to play a farm game against Gragas, it's not a good way to play the matchup. So maybe we'll see more from him, but you can see the attempt at a trade right there. 3 to 4 hit Ren definitely does a lot of damage, and keep in mind there's still a Vamp Scepter on Hjarnan here, so he's going to have an easy time taking trades like this.
The thing to be said for Lloyd is the fact that he's now caught back up in that farm, only a couple behind.
Yeah.
A little bit more of a wave there for Hjarnan. G4 is still just clearing out this minion wave, and we'll see.
He's tied with Ryu.
Yeah, how this top lane, middle lane works.
But yeah, top lane -14. The ulti comes across from the Fog of War. G4 really wants this fight. Don't believe he blocked any of the spells with the wind wall, but
he was looking for the glacial path there with the wind wall to stop that one from coming out.
Yeah, you could even stop her Q if you time it literally perfectly from hitting you.
Instead, Ryu just walks away casually.
Loses half his health, but he's got some potions to stay back up with, so it shouldn't be too bad. Kissing just misses the stun there. Wanted to tag Lloyd. That would have been a really brutal trade there.
Yeah, the entire dynamic of this lane changes at level 6 because Annie can obviously play very aggressively with the threat of Tibbers and Fate's Call being defensively. But Moss can also start fights where he can actually wait for his AD carry to follow up a lot longer because he will have the Alistar ultimate available to him to basically become unkillable, especially since Yarnan and Kasing, when they want to threaten a target, they need to use cooldowns. You will never use a cooldown on an ultimated Alistar, so he can actually just stand there and not take any damage at all for a very large amount of time.
Looks like a blue buff steal is going to come through here for H2K as well. Seem to have that one's number. Ryu is going to lock that one down as well. G4 making his way towards mid lane. Of course, G4 doesn't mind about it too much. Probably one of the worst champions with the blue buff in the game.
Yeah, but the map is being divided. It looks even, you know, this team gets a blue buff, this team gets a blue buff, but at the same time, because the top side of the map is so heavily H2K favored, that means Odoamne is playing without any constrictions, and that's why he's trailing ahead in CS right now. Look at the numbers, 30 CS already ahead, and again, a losing early game matchup. H2K played around that beautifully. They were ahead of the play, and they got Odoamne ahead, and now he's reaping the benefits.
Yeah, think about it. We're equal in kills, we're equal in turrets, and yet H2K's up 900 gold as a team, and that's because of lane matchups. Their bot lane's pushed in and yet outfarming. Their top lane just ahead by more than double in CS now. I mean, so many things going H2K's way, and the game just going slow like this is totally fine for these guys.
Yeah, and the fact that Warlock as well, he was just wandering around the river for the last, I believe, about 5 minutes, waiting for his wave to head back towards that inner turret because it was too dangerous for him to head out that far, especially against Odoamne.
Yeah, and especially against passive teams or teams that are playing as passive as BKT, your teleport generally comes up every time a play is made. Usually, the way you punish teleports, the way you make a play, you take a loss, but then the next fight, they don't have teleport anymore, and you can maybe make a play in a favorable matchup somewhere else, but BKT is too afraid to do that, so every time right now they're going to make a move, H2K will be ready with double teleport, and then it just promotes such a passive game right now, which is in favor while H2K is still ramping up for that mid-game spike.
Of course, they've got 3 threats.
Yeah, looking to finish off the static shift now as he heads back to base, but Ryu making his way up, and it just feels like H2K are biding their time. It feels like they're just more than happy to get this one done.
So we can see what else H2K wants to do then. Of course, they're happy to wait around, but as the team that's supposed to be a bit better, we'll see what kinds of plays they can make for themselves as they hope to eke some kind of advantage. Dragon's up, bot lane's pushing, but Tristana just got to recall for BF Sword, so Granite's next choice should be to run away and go back to base. This trade should actually make that even more likely.
Yeah, but Pulverize did land. There's the Rendo as the Tibbers comes down. Moss doesn't have level 6 yet. Ryu comes in. Nice exhaust, but it's not enough. Frozen Tomb onto Lloyd, but now he's able to get the Orotex up, picks up the kill onto Ryu, jumps forward, the flash is there, but that fake score was so well timed. Kasing in there as well as 007X, so close to dead. Odoamne picks up Lloyd. Wild Growth comes in, but Warlock, oh my goodness, that shield was so good. G4 wants to find something, flashes forward, last breath is there, but he goes down so quickly, can't even pick up the kill.
Huge misplay by Lloyd. He ulted Kasing instead of Yarnan. Fate's Call saved him the entire fight, turned around at the teleports.
It's like Doa said, you know, Lloyd, it's your friend, Lloyd, really, you do that again. Yeah, he jumped in, didn't think about Fate's Call, and again, this is what we talked about. It changes the dynamic of any 2v2 bot lane. He could have gotten a reset and cleaned up the fight. Instead, takes the wrong target, loses the fight for his team. G4 wasn't there. We were talking about what did these teams need to do. Well, H2K, they don't want team fight 5v5, but they want to move around and make picks. Ryu was 10-15 seconds earlier in that bot lane than G4. You can see that again on the map. Look where Ryu is on the minimap already while this entire exchange is going on. And look where G4 is at the moment. He has to path down all the way. Moss is still level 5. That's why he's not dying. I think Ryu makes the mistake here from ulting Lloyd overall. So he should probably get out of there. That's why he gets popped here immediately. But then the remaining of the fight, this is a big mistake. Lloyd also, I think, flashes.
He also flashed to land the R.
Yeah.
On a support with Fate's Call, that is not excusable. That's a major mistake.
And then the dunks come through, and the funny thing is, I called it wrong. H2K didn't even use teleports for this. Odoamne, you mentioned at the very start of the game, he pushed his wave, and he walked somewhere else off in bot lane. And they timed that with Ryu's roam as well. Ryu was already heading down. The entire team walked in the bot lane. The double teleport team all had walked in there. No summoners required. Easy fight.
So that's a variation. Are you teleport to the bot lane, you walk back, or you walk there first, teleport back off into play if needed?
Well, 007X has found a very large Darius here in the jungle. Explosive cast come down. He's looking to try and start something here. Barrel's going to get the slow, but Lulex is around. There's the rocket jump. Try and close the distance as the Bangkok Titans picking a fight, but I don't know whether they'll be able to find too much.
That was an ult. He could have ulted Lulex and set up G4 for another attempt right there. This team still looks confused. 007X ulted Odoamne back and then walked away like, just kidding, I don't want to fight this anymore. And then kind of turned around and said, oh no, my team is coming. This is catastrophic for BKT.
I mean, Lloyd could have even ultied and proc the Yasuo ulti off the back of that one too, but they just weren't aware that Hjarnan was in the bottom river. He was a little slow on that rotation. Again, because HTK is playing really good with in terms of vision denial, double pink ward. If you can't see anybody, you have to assume that they're close. That's generally the way you play the game. So that's why you want river vision. If you can see somebody's trailing on the play, if they're behind, then you can punish, just like 007X being punished right here.
Most definitely, as Hjarnan's going to pick it up, just presses E.
Beautiful block on the body slam. Kissing walked in to make sure nothing can happen there. Really nice play by H2K. You can see the mechanical skill difference. The heal from Odoamne and also kill him. He doesn't have flash though.
Now Lloyd is going to be able to hobble out of the way of that one, but that passive was doing so much damage.
Oh dear, this game is starting to really break apart now. H2K, I asked, what are they going to do to break this game open? We know they're the more skilled team, and it was very intelligent roams by these players. We looked at BKT's lineup, and after the third pick, we're like, oh, this is a Yasuo composition. They even grabbed Tristana. They have 1,000,000 ways and a half to set up G4. G4 is even winning mid lane for a short time, and yet they never set up these roams to pick people off in the side lanes.
Yeah, the correct play to play around a Yasuo composition is you roam away from him. You use the innate wave clear advantage that Lissandra brings to that matchup. You push him in, then you roam away from it. Doesn't matter how many setups he has for his ultimate if he's not in range to cast that ultimate, and that's exactly what H2K did, and that is why they're right now 4,000-5,000 gold ahead of BKT.
Moss trying to save this turret here as well. Hjarnan only a couple more hits are going to be able to lock that one down, but first Dragon, now 14 minutes here for H2K. It's just Kasing and Lulex hanging out. There is vision available for the Bangkok Titans, but no one's here just yet, and Hjarnan's going to have enough spears in it.
Yeah, look for the Bangkok Titans to just go all in for a group. That's what they want to do. They still have an incredibly teamfight-oriented composition. We've dubbed it the Exodia composition, where if you combine all members right here, G4 trading with Ryu.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb comes in, but there's the stun. Everyone in for the party.
How about some overkill there, H2K? How about you go to the source of the Yasuo? You get him himself, multiple point-and-click stuns, easy pickup.
That wasn't too hard there. With H2K now with so much deep vision. You've been talking about the whole game, Crepo, and definitely know exactly what's going on.
Even their sweepers are used in unison there. You saw the smallest of Venn diagrams there. The circles barely touched, making sure that little section of the jungle had no wards in it to make sure these roams are going to continue to be safe. There's a pink ward as well, so that entire strip, that normal path you take to and from mid lane and that left side of the map, unobstructed by vision, they can keep using that until BKT rewards it as they do now.
Yeah, Odoamne has always had the support of either a player or multiple wards near him to make sure that he can push in his melee versus range matchup and then just get the control and then leave. That's the way H2K have been playing, mostly because Hjarnan and Kasing, they've played with less resources but still trade out ahead because they were just a superior duo bot lane overall here. So H2K individually outclassing, but also in terms of approach to this game, just a step ahead of Bangkok Titans the entirety of the game.
Kasing now with Distortion Boots as well, so a roughly 4-minute cooldown on Flash now means, again, more plays can be made. The game is opening up so quickly. The next 5 minutes probably going to be very explosive, with H2K earning a lot of their gold very soon.
Odoamne actually looking for something here in the mid lane as G4 is getting a lot of attention. Of course, this guy does tend to be the carry for the team, but does like to split push, make himself a nuisance on the side lanes, but at the moment still just hanging around here in mid, and Kasing is the scariest little girl I've ever seen.
Have you seen The Ring?
No, that's definitely too scary for it.
I mean, if you compare the visions right now from H2K against Bangkok Titans, it is the complete opposite. H2K have a wealth of deep wards in the enemy jungle. The only really ward that trails ahead of the river is one ward around Scuttle Crab here from Bangkok Titans that sees Dragon. That's all they have. All their other wards are so far in their own jungle. So they're playing on a third of the map, and H2K, they're playing on the remaining 2/3, and they can map out exactly where you are. And H2K, if they avoid the one way for Bangkok Titans to win this game, which is allow them to group, they can simply just tear them apart left to right, split push, and then collapse when a pick. That's the way they usually play. Push out side lanes, force somebody to defend rather, and then collapse on one of the side lanes or just pincer mid. They do it really well over in Europe, usually when they play, and I don't think Bangkok Titans are ready to counter such a play.
And Lloyd's getting completely zoned off. There's the flash forward. Flash a little bit late there from Lloyd as the kick lands as well.
He smited the
Decent
creep. He smited the creep to let his Q connect. Really good play by Lulix there. Was body blocked by a creep, but he just said, I'll smite it out of the way. Q connects into Insect.
And the stuns were layered beautifully enough. Ryu with the long range ulti walked forward to the W so that Lulix could walk to ult him instead of having to insect or to flash to make the kick happen. So a lot of things going right there for H2K. And you're just seeing the difference in the mechanical skill and coordination of these two teams. BKT, we knew were outclassed, but even just showing the examples of the high level of skill of the H2K players is nice to see.
And this Lissandra definitely looking okay as well. Another unique mid lane pickup.
No, we actually saw Kami play it.
Oh, that's
I
a good
believe.
point. That is a good point.
I believe he's actually the PTL
Another one
question
for Ryu.
winner. Yeah, Pain Kami, I believe, was the first player in Week 2 to pick a new champion. With mid lane Lissandra, so anyone who voted that one, congrats in the Hall of Fame. Lulix knocked around, but only one man gets ulted, and that's the guy with Fate's call on him. Nothing picked up. Odwamna soloing the front line. Ryu pushed back, but does it really matter? G4 caught up, and down goes Yasuo. Down goes 007. 3 already. Warlock's bleeding to death, and Lulix can't quite land the Q. But now this poor Alistair going to be hunted for his meat. H2K wants a burger.
Oh, the apprehend not quite there. Moss just trampling his way away, doing his very best to get out.
But yeah, aggressive body slam there from 007X. Kasingir finishing off Warlock with Ryu, adding insult to injury. And when that knock-up combo fails, Odoano just says, thank you very much, and he just cleans up that fight entirely. They don't get Moss. He's
not German.
Yeah, at least he gets some deep wards right now, so that's something for Bangkok Titans. But overall, H2K really win that fight because BKT can't even get their favorable combo off. Like, that was a two-man knock-up. You can suspend both people there, but if you just go for the Annie, then obviously Face Call comes in again.
So we can watch this one again here. The knockup, and he can't quite get it on the right person. Literally no damage dealt. A big knockup from Moss. Like, if he waited for that one instead, and he got Hjarnan and Kasing and Lulix together, it would have been beautiful here. But Ryu and Odwamna, basically together, those two take the backline by themselves. Tristana's already dead. The Gragas now isolated away from all his damage dealers, and it's just so easy to clean up there. And Ryu showing actually it was Mylon who played the Lissandra, how to do it right.
And yeah, just Bangkok Titans, they're not mastering their own champions. They've made critical errors when it comes to playing against Fate's Call twice. Right now, Lloyd has been jumping in aggressively, using his flash even to interrupt his own jump. We saw 007X with the right play. Your group, you want to get a knock-up combo, but it's incredibly telegraphed and on the wrong members. You want to go for carries, because even if you kill the support and maybe the jungler, you're still going to lose out that fight, because H2K playing triple threat here.
And it's even Tank Lee Sin. He went Cinderhulk, got their Sightstone there, so it's not like you're removing one of the damage threats. It's not even easy to kill either, so unfortunately the execution lacking here for BKT. And again, part of that is H2K making sure they're in the right place. Hjarnan, never the one in front, still 0 deaths in this game. Ryu only dies when it's for a good trade for his team, so the option's not really even open for BKT.
Yeah, and H2K now just preparing for Baron. You can see so many wards around the area, but they're just clearing out the turrets while they can. G4 looked like he was trying to get something happening, but at this much of a gold deficit, what can you do? Odoamne is going to get caught out of position just a little bit, kicked underneath the turret, but look at the heal coming through. 007X is already dead. The shutdown finally comes through, but is it going to be enough? Warlock's going to die as well. It's a double kill for Hjarnan. He's now hunting for more blood. Lloyd's going to fall shortly after as Ryu had picked up G4, and H2K is so far ahead.
That was absolutely the correct play to make for Bangkok Titans. Sadly, they were just too far behind for that to even work. The beautiful chain, layering CC on top of Odoamne, the biggest threat, the biggest carry, but he was just too tanky, gets 1 Q off, and suddenly that fight is lost.
And so is this inhibitor here as well as H2K. 3 dead on the side of the Bangkok Titans, able just to take control of this base.
There it is. 21-minute, 23-second inhibitor kill. H2K gonna put the record at 2-2. They can close out this game. Same record as Edward Gaming. So that again will be the match they're looking for later in the day.
Moss cancels Ryu here.
And they're gonna have some people showing up. Warlock.
Pixie.
Oh, good flash by Ryu. And the thing is, you have to time that right, because Pix will follow you after the flash and get you back into range for the Glitter Lance. So fortunate timing there. Ryu guessed it correctly.
And Moss still trampling around this river. Sonic Wave doesn't land as Hjarnan's trying to get some pierces across.
Odoamne's back though, he wants more.
Actually lands the Q somehow, so he gets the heal off that, puts the bleed stack in. Now he's in the front line. G4 puts the windmill out to isolate Odoamne, but he's walking back pretty safely. Knockup does not reach Hjarn. Then there's the push in onto Odoamne. Exhaust is on, and they will pick up that kill. The fight continues with too much damage coming through already. 2 kills for H2K. The third should be easy. Warlock flashes after ulting himself. The disengaged Lulex.
Yeah, the knockout flash, and it looks like Bangkok Titans looking to try and just make sure they don't lose too much from this situation. Odoamne is dead, but with a teleport, and Lloyd actually rocket jumping very aggressively. Sonic Wave is going to land, but the re-engage not going to come through.
And Buster shots him out of range. Can't get enough burst there. Lloyd's just too far behind. Hjarn then takes a crit to the face, but who really cares? Ren's going to take him out. Hjarn is dominating 6-0-7.
Just the unsung hero of this game, just picking up all of the kills off the back and so much consistent damage here for this Kalista with her 2 items.
Yeah, Hjarn, generally the more consistent player on H2K. You can always rely on a really decent to good AD carry performance from him. Especially on Kalista. I think he's mastered over the year, or not over the years, but over the months there in the European Summer Split.
So?
And he actually completed a Bloodthirster from a longsword as well. So when I said 2 items,
of money.
I meant 3 now, pretty quickly.
And the thing is, even though I suppose mathematically Last Whisper is a little bit more damage per gold here, there's just so little armor that doesn't really matter, and the extra lifesteal just, it's a bit safer. He's facing up against the Yasuo and whatnot. Item builds aren't really that important, but here they're making sure he's pretty much unkillable in this late game.
Yeah, he's the only really threat that was slightly killable still on Bangkok Titans' side. They're funneling the damage to Odoamne. That's what they're doing, because positioning-wise, it's already incredibly hard to touch Hjarn in these fights. That means you gotta go for Rio. Well, he has Zhonya's and a built-in Zhonya's in his ultimate. Who do you focus? Darius. Well, who likes champions to be close to him, focusing him? Darius does. So overall, it makes sense. It's easy to analyze it this way when H2K is 17,000 gold ahead, but sure, still need to itemize correctly.
Now with the Baron as well on top of that. So H2K now looking to push up these waves and get the last remaining couple of inhibitors as G4 and Moss trying to hold off Odoamne, who's just a one-man wrecking ball at the moment.
And looking at ahead at the match against EDG, momentum is very important, especially when multiple games get played on the same day. EDG may be a little distraught by the way they got dismantled by SKT, and H2K could feel confident here. I think the average level of play still was higher in the other game, but Lulex now gets caught.
Yeah, the ultimate does come out. Ryu's going to ult himself as the exhaust comes down, but look at that massive frozen domain as Warlock able to ult himself, but there's just too much damage from H2K. Double kill already. G4 trying to make something happen, but that's just going to be a triple kill there for Hjarnan.
That was a good play there by G4. He hexed Ryu when he came out of his frozen tomb, so he couldn't use his Zhonya's. Sadly for him, when you're down 17,000 gold, that's not enough. You need multiple good plays and a lot of mistakes for H2K. They don't make the mistakes and they're closing out.
Yeah, this one is just the gold lead here. The very end, though, we actually have some very good plays. 007X had Body Slam ready for the Glacial Path Jump as well, so Ryu was done when he first got in, but it's far too much now. The gold lead's there. A 25-minute win in the works here for H2K. They improved to 2-2, and the chance of making the quarterfinals is still alive.
Congratulations to H2K. That just looked like such a clean performance, and we spoke about the fact that the Bangkok Titans like to play scrappy League of Legends. Just looks like this sort of team fight composition doesn't really play to their strengths, and G4 was just way too far behind to get any sort of split push done.
I mean, that's the problem, is the early game did not go well. The lane swap, they got outplayed in this one. Odoamne just completely outperformed Warlock, got around the map, made these roam plays, TPing back to lane. All that went absolutely beautifully for H2K. That was the early game lead, and you talked about, we heard, sorry, what Yamato Cannon said about H2K. They played textbook League of Legends. They're very good at the 5v0 style of game. You saw the lane swap, it worked out better. They invaded the jungle, but it didn't happen to them. They pulled BKT behind, didn't happen to them. They got the turret down first and got back to lanes first, didn't happen to them. The sort of 5v0 element of this game was all H2K, and when it came back to the regular fights, it was almost too late.
Lulex actually walked too far there. His team is like, Lulex, come on. We're about to bow. There he is back on your screen, waiting for the bow to the crowd here. But yeah, Bangkok Titans, they could have done their research better, because the plays that H2K made here, they made already in the European LCS. That lane swap style was nothing new, nothing surprising, and they just started with an incredibly greedy start, not defending their weak side of the jungle where you can get punished the hardest, your double jungle. Fell behind in momentum, tower falls first, bounce wave to Oruwamne. Once he potentially gets threatened, he makes that bounce wave into a push advantage, frees him up again. Suddenly he can move around. Eventually, Ryu breaks open out of that mid lane. He roams bot. There's no Yasuo setup anymore, and everything falls to pieces for the Bangkok Titans. So they had a good composition, but they didn't play to their strengths, just as we expected.
Yeah, and the team fight, the dive there in the bottom lane as well, where Ryu did actually fall down, but then the rest of the team picked up so many kills. How there were just tiny amounts of health on the members of H2K. Bangkok Titans must have thought if we had have done this slightly differently, if this had have gone slightly better, then it would have been a much better situation. You mentioned the fact that the Buster Shot was used on the wrong targets, this sort of thing. That could have definitely weighed on the minds of the Bangkok Titans moving into the rest of the game, because that was the biggest swing.
Yeah, I mean, if you tilt off the face of the earth, you know, and you pull a full CLG, then you're just gone. And actually, you know,
too soon?
Possibly.
Never too soon, because now all the NA faith with Cloud9 or TSM, so it just advances forward for all the NA fans out there. But I mean, no, this was a game of BKT. I mean, obviously showing that they were an outclassed team. There were a number of mechanical misplays that even you or I, who are no longer on this stage playing, can point out and see things like, okay, that should have gone better. That was the choice should have made.
It's always easy to point the mistakes.
Well, I know, of course it is.
It's really hard to execute them, but it's in a heated moment. It is excusable in a sense to forget about Fate's call, but if you want to advance out of groups, we're here at the world stages, you can't make those, you can't afford to make those mistakes, especially not when you're already holistically or macro level wise outclassed by another team, which used to be one of H2K's strengths until the other teams caught up and read their plays. H2K have pulled similar plays and gotten hard countered because people predicted their map moves. If BKT did better research or just better VOD reviews, they could have predicted some of these map moves here from H2K Gaming.
Or at least help themselves get to a position where they could counter whatever they bring up and maybe just play a little bit safer, have some more defensive vision, stop themselves from falling into this trap, which is what honestly was their weakness in the IWCQ. So maybe next time we see the Bangkok Titans, they would have worked on this sort of side of their play, but it seems like it might be a little bit late now.
Yeah, well, to their benefit, though, I do want to say I actually like their team composition.
Yeah,
we said at the very beginning of the game, like, all right, they got to put their big star mid laner G4 on an assassin, get him set up, and it was a very obvious Yasuo setup. The entire team playing support of some kind for him. I do think that was good. It's just, again, it just comes down to the individual skill level of the players, not up to par against the likes of H2K or the other teams that they have to face in this tournament with Edward Gaming and SKT. BKT, I mean, maybe they could have done more with a different group. There's always a chance. I mean, we saw, and maybe, you know, Pain's better than them, but, you know, Pain managed to pull 2 wins throughout their group stage, so, you know, maybe the opponents could have been a big, you know, bit of a difference there. Either way, though, it's the end of the run here. I mean, these guys cannot make the quarterfinals anymore. Even if they were to win the next 2 games, they can't make 3 wins, which is what they need to make the top end of the group. They can still, I think, technically tie for 3rd. There's a chance to do that if Edward Gaming somehow crashes out, but it is the end of the line as far as advancing goes.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here for the Bangkok Titans. And I want to see 007X, now that they do have, you know, this extra game to just muck around with. You know, you don't need to worry too much about tying for 3rd. Just play your comfort picks. I want to see the likes of his Sejuani, which was absolutely fantastic. Played Udyr in the IWC. I know we're looking back a long way, but it's a really exciting pick, and he plays it fantastically well. And 007X wasn't a factor in that game. I want to see what he can do coming into the next one, and hopefully there are no Thresh bans so that we can see Moss actually be unleashed. But for now, we do have a word with H2K. We're going to head downstairs to the interview lounge.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, joined here by Oruwamne, and probably after that victory until everything left to be decided in this group. Honestly, first let's talk about this game, because obviously with all the upsets happening, did you prepare them knowing that there is still a real chance in this group and they really couldn't drop this game?
We're preparing everything to be the ones that upset. I am continuing the blue shell in Europe, and that is our goal.
Oruwamne.
Yeah, like we saw everyone beating pretty much everyone in the first week, and yesterday we had a lot of upsets. CLG got knocked out, so we went in thinking that everything is possible, and we tried our hardest in practice this week, and we showed it in this game against Bangkok Titans, which was a lot cleaner than the one from last week. So I think we have a shot.
Well, talking about having a shot, EDG and SKT still up, and especially in that SKT versus EDG game, it showed that EDG has definitely some weaknesses in the early game, albeit they played SKT. But did that make you more hopeful about that matchup?
I actually think it's really good for us. I think SKT is kind of like a cleaner version of what we would like to play. So as long as we're playing somewhere similar to our style, it looks like it works really well against EDG. The problem is we just have to make sure pick ban is solid, so that's a lot on me. And as long as we play like we've been doing in scrims, then I think we actually have like a pretty good kind of counter strategy for what EDG does.
It's all on you, probably.
All on me.
Hodawamne, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
I think it's going to be better than last week because we had some problems in picks and bans against them, and we picked poorly, and it just showed in the game. So this time, with better picks and better bans, I think it's going to be a lot easier than last week.
Well, in all honesty, in the individual performances, you definitely had some good games, even in the games you were losing. What do you think of the matchup specifically versus Amazing Jay, as a lot of people have pointed out that he could be a weak spot?
I think he's definitely weaker than Maren. Amazing Jay was a lot easier to play against in lane. He makes mistakes, and it's easy to exploit them. But against Maren, it's really hard.
We'll see what happens. Finally, before I let you guys go, talk to me about the other European teams that have been doing well, OG exceptionally well, and then Fnatic maybe underwhelming. What's your thoughts on that, Prolly?
Fnatic's performance is really surprising. I thought they would be the 3-0 and Origin would have the weaker first week. So it's nice to know that there's like higher ceilings for these teams. So now we're the last team in Europe to kind of show our higher ceiling and pick up where they're doing.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed when I saw Fnatic go 1-2 after they beat IG super easy. But I think they can go 3-0 this week and get through the group, and I think Origin will go through the group as well.
All right, well, we will see in the next couple of days. And for you guys, the race is still on as well. Thank you very much. Congratulations on this victory. As for us, we're going to take a quick break, but the action continues in a couple of minutes with BKT versus EDG, so don't touch that browser.
I'm not saying that, you idiot.
He just said it, right, Paulie?
Yeah. He said it.
Jumps forward, the flash is there, but that fake score was so well timed. Kissing in there as well as 007X, so close to dead. Odawamne picks up Lloyd.
Nothing picked up. Odawamne soloing the front line. Ryu pushed back, but does it really matter? G4 caught up and down goes Yasuo.
Underneath the turret, but look at the heal coming through. 007X is already dead. The shutdown finally comes through. Warlock able to ult himself, but there's just too much damage from H2K. Double kill already. G4 trying to make something happen, but that's just going to be a triple kill.
They improved the 2-2, and the chance of making the quarterfinals is still alive.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship. Up next, we've got international wildcard Bangkok Titans versus China's Edward Gaming. And you can't talk about Edward Gaming without talking about longtime veteran Clearlove and the important role he plays on the team.
每次遇到挫折的时候，都会想退役嘛，但最后还是挺过来了。我在一直坚持自己的电竞梦想嘛。是以前有很多看不起我的人嘛，其实我一直坚持这么打，拿这么多成绩，也是想证明其实我是能行的。如果说你特别想赢，你就会做出很多队员不做的事情，就比如说帮队友去分析，帮队友去进步。
我们这边要搬。我到这边，阿布，然后诺言他们都教了我很多东西。我来的时候就到处乱跑，然后他们就教了我视野方面的东西。
我们队伍里面最想拿冠军的应该是厂长，因为他已经打了这么久职业了，而且我感觉他现在状态是他的巅峰时期。
全中国人都知道他对冠军的渴望嘛。
LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions.
其实我觉得打野这个位置打得越久越好，因为他的比赛上面的经验就会越丰富。我觉得我不会害怕，就是有一天如果说我打得不好了，面对这些舆论压力，因为当初我刚开始打职业的时候，就是顶着这些舆论压力一路打过来的。我是那种别人越诋毁我，我就会越努力，越想证明给别人看的人。
恭喜EDG成为第2个进军世界总决赛的队伍。
MSI 上面的冠军只是我的第一步吧。就是我的最终目标还是2015年世界总决赛的冠军。我觉得只有当我觉得自己不能打的时候，我才会选择退役，要不然我会一直打下去，一直拿冠军，续写我的传奇。
And the man definitely has a legacy. That's one thing you cannot dispute. One of the oldest players, one of the most winning players of all time. But, you know, one thing you will say about Clearlove is that it is only this year that he has come into his own at WE. He was always the third, fourth best player in his team. And he was seen to be carried by these superstars like Wei Xiao, like the messiahs of the world. But since EDG and he kind of left that team, he started building his own. This year, he had a fantastic spring split. He had like a 17 KDA on Lee Sin, became more of a gank-heavy jungler and really evolved his game. So I like what he's saying. A lot of, I guess, people were against him, and he has done a better job of making a name for himself as Clearlove.
Tabe, you've had the opportunity to play against him, you know, and have your career be alongside of his. What is your opinion of him as a player and his strengths and weaknesses?
And I've been playing against Clearlove for a lot of years. I don't know, just 2 years, like S2 and S3. And I think he is really strong jungler, and I even think that he is one of the best jungler all over the world. And he's even better than some of the Korean junglers. But I have a thing I want to tell him that because in this meta now, you can't simply carry yourself by playing jungle. So maybe you have to choose to help a bit more on Amazing J.
Well, that's a great way for us to get into this next game. As we did see EDG fall to SKT earlier, they need to bounce back and pick up a very much expected win here against the Bangkok Titans in our next game. But part of the way they're going to have to do that is by setting Amazing J up for success in the top lane. I think starting in Champion Select.
I feel like the biggest issue for me with EDG is that there's, like, the way they pick and ban is as if they cover up the screen, they don't look at what the enemies pick and just pick a draft. Because in the game against SK Telecom, they last picked the Twisted Fate, which is fine. I like it into the Ryze because the Ryze is going to run TP and have no cleanse, which is fine. But then again, if you take a look at SK Telecom's team composition, it has no ways of engaging consistently. So if they actually picked a Pogue champion in the last rotation, they would have had like better odds in that game. So overall, EDG, I feel like their mentality is very cocky, and I feel like they need to change that going into the tournament.
They definitely are a cocky team. I will dispute the pick ban phase thing, and it's off one game and everyone remembers it. MSI Game 5, they completely destroyed them in the final. So what you have to say is, are they showing their whole hand? I'm not going with the sandbagging mentality, so don't quote me on that one. But this is group stages. They can get through it first or second. SKT right now aren't showing a lot. They beat them twice with pretty much the exact same composition. So EDG, sure, they've been outclassed in these games, definitely playing worse. But do you want to show everything against SKT, a team that's probably going to beat you, even if you do get the flawless pick ban phase?
So in the past, they've shown innovation. So far this tournament, they have not.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not they've felt pressured to do so.
And I think the biggest thing is, can they play on the Rift right now? Because you throw pick ban phase out the window as soon as you play that badly. They need to help their top laner.
All right, well, that's going to do it for our pregame here. It's time to load onto the Rift, so let's head over to the casters to see how this game plays out.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm so excited to get into this game as well. Of course, it is a general trend with just Atlas as usual, but EDG versus the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah.
Two teams that are known to definitely butt horns quite a lot, and I'm excited to see whether Moss is going to get that thresh and whether this EDG lineup is going to give Garen to Amazing J.
Oh, that's true, actually.
I just want to see it again.
I mean, the thing is, this is a game where I feel like Edward Gaming may try to style a little bit here. They certainly have to win. There is still, of course, a chance that they get upset, they lose a game to H2K, and they drop out of Worlds. That's a slim possibility. But the thing is, I mean, this is the rematch of the fastest game we've had at Worlds so far. This was a 20-minute surrender when they met last week.
Yeah.
So whether Edward Gaming wants to beat their own record, BKT gets enraged and gets overpowered, but it's going to be a game.
Traditionally, when EDG faces off against much weaker teams, especially like wildcard teams, for example, they do something different than other top-tier teams do. Instead of slowly dismantling them, they just go ham, outplay them everywhere.
Yeah.
I would like to see EDG actually go for the other approach, which is slowly dismantling them, because that is something they will need against H2K later on, and especially that was something they lost the game off against SKT. They did the wrong map moves. EDG can do likely anything, and they can still come back from the game, but I would like to see them to play a solid early game, smart jungle pathing from Kirillov, communication as to where he's going to end up, play around your strong lanes, snowball them, and take that approach rather than the style 1v1 outplays, fancy kills, highlight reels, and the like.
I think that's actually really important as well, because Clearlove did struggle against SKT, looked like he didn't quite know where to be on the map, and we know that 007X for the Bangkok Titans is definitely a barometer for this team, a guy that really is able to get things going on. But we've got all of the bans through, guys. Kalista, Twisted Fate, and Rek'Sai removed by the Bangkok Titans, and Mordekaiser Gangplank, pretty standard, you could have to say.
Yep.
On the red side, and Elise being taken away as well.
So the champions we're looking at right here are Lulu, of course, which we saw Warlock play just last game.
Darius is up as well.
And Darius, exactly. Those are the two that you really kind of are looking at here. Amazing J could get his fourth Darius game in 5 games at Worlds, because I feel like BKT would be happy to play Lulu again, because I think it fits Warlock quite well.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Lulu locked in one more time. Theoretically, the Bangkok Titans could just go for exactly the same team comp all over again. We'll see whether EDG had anything to say about it. Well, of course, it's a fantastic comp. Just didn't necessarily play it all that well. That being said, we now have a different top lane matchup, you have to say. And if Amazing J plays similarly to how he played against Maren, we may see that, Warlock may have a better time up there.
Interesting that they don't opt to pick up Kalista early here. Oh, no, she's actually banned. Never mind. I'm blind. So they would have been picked up here. And this is something we saw a lot on 5.14, especially from EDG too. Just early Braum, early Gragas, don't give much away. Rex is out, so Release is out too. So you have a top tier, in air quotes, jungler. You have a solid support that fits into a lot of compositions, and you already have your teamfight tank part down, so you can pick whatever you want next to it.
Well, G4 hovering the Fiora here. He's done it quite a bit.
It's the second G Fiora hover we've seen right now.
The G Fiora.
Yeah.
That was good.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Now, 007X, right now, they are 0-4. See if that can improve at some point soon. Bangkok Titans hoping to turn things around. The Gragas did get stolen away, though. Edward Gaming actually removing some of the tools that were used last game. I know Midfior is actually quite strong. It's a champion that I don't think you'd want to blind pick, and with the low priority on playing this champion, you don't have to pick it early on either.
Oh.
BKT actually might change things around and play instead around Lloyd.
That's interesting.
That's how BKT. It's how BKT played before G4 joined the lineup here. So if they can make Jugger Jinx, this could be a good comp in the end.
I mean, you could even make Jugger Darius. A lot of his weaknesses get solved by a Lulu composition. Just speeding him up, getting to the target is the hardest part of playing Darius overall. Blowing them up is easy once you get close. So Lulu can get you close, can get you a knockup, can make you even tankier overall. And that in itself can be enough peel to free up space for Lloyd to operate within. Then EDG obviously have a couple counter picks lined up because they already know where the solos are going to go. Unless this is a Lulu support flex pick, But we have yet to see that at Worlds.
Well, Point is going to lock away the Yasuo here. Deft still thinking about that Twitch, and he was hovering the Talon, man, and it just gets me.
I love Deft's Switch overall.
It's fantastic.
Because EDG have this tendency to play well with Fog of War and then using pink wards to their advantage. Add a Twitch to
Amazing
that.
Jay.
So many plays possible. We'll see if it comes out though.
So it's either Amazing Jay pulling a Huni and counter-picking himself as Yasuo versus Darius up at the top lane, or we're going to see the top lane Echo come out, and this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, Echo has plenty of tools to outplay what Darius does, right? Targeted blink that puts you guaranteed on top of your opponent, so you can outplay the Q, you can always ult, outplay the Darius ulti, things like that. So AP Echo, I do like seeing, and we'll see if that's what comes out here from Amazing Jay.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. One thing that I want to see out of the Bangkok Titans is just to put the Darius on G4. I just wouldn't. I don't want to see G4 playing a champion that isn't an assassin type player, type champion, something that can't run around and just kill people. And Lulu isn't that champion, but Darius theoretically.
A lot of these top lane champions with small gap closers operate decently in mid lane since it's such a short lane and you can still gap close out. Darius has none whatsoever. He's incredibly slow. If he gets slowed down once in a million, especially 2v1, it's incredibly hard to get out of those fights. So, you know, G4 playing it, while it may look funny or look fun, it can backfire incredibly hard.
All right, well, Bangkok Titans essentially picking the League of Legends version of a 6-pool here. You can Whimsy a Rengar and try to start things out as fast as possible. I mean, this is very early game, very rush focused. You still have Jinx for cleanup at the very end, but they're going to bash their heads out of the opposing team at record speeds.
They certainly are. EDG now trying to work out what they want to play in the AD carry position. Lucian could be an option here, but I do like what the Bangkok Titans are bringing to Summoner's Rift right.
All right, looks like, is that, I believe, the first Lucian of Worlds? I don't remember if we got him played earlier.
I believe we...
That makes me a bad fact checker. I know we've had another Rengar already, so nothing too new for the Bangkok Titans.
I mean, Mao didn't even show up that game. He won gank and he stopped playing.
Yeah, he did get a first blood right away. But either way, the comms are locked in here. Bangkok Titans playing something a little bit different, very aggressive, often engaging with their Rengar, and as you wanted, Moss finally got that Thresh. So the playmaking is here, but Edward Gaming have a lot of very good laners and just a lot of damage to his composition with 2 tanks in front.
Yeah, so much damage. I also really love the duo lane of Lucian Braum. The fact that you can proc the passive so easily with the Light Slinger.
We just double-checked. It is the first Lucian, in fact.
Yeah. All right. First Lucian comes in. Deft the one to bring it out here at the World Championship. Edward Gaming just hoping to not get spoiled here. We heard H2K talk about this last time as well. They're looking forward to their matchup against Edward Gaming as well. And they said, yeah, let's just not screw up against BKT. They closed the game out pretty well. Edward Gaming against these guys last week had a 20-minute surrender force. They had like a 17-minute inhibitor kill. EDG. Now, Krepo, you said you wanted to see them play a very slow and intelligent and measured game to prove they could do it. We'll see which Edward Gaming shows up here. You guys at home, as always, please be part of this on Twitter. Tweet at LoL Esports. Use the hashtag BKTWin or the hashtag EDGWin and let us know how this one's going to go. Popular opinion is probably Edward Gaming here, but this is the World Championship of upsets.
Yeah, we are about to hop onto Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as Edward Gaming looking to try and pick up another victory after what was a difficult defeat against SKT. And the Bangkok Titans looking to try and grab some revenge from every other game here at Worlds. And can they do it? 007X on the angry kitty in the jungle. Warlock did eventually play Darius in the top lane. I didn't get my wish. I'm excited to see how G4 plays on the Lulu as well, whether he still has such an aggressive playstyle.
The Titans here again with a draft with a clear identity. You know, making picks with Rengar to open up the fight. Aggressive play from Warlock and then backing up G4 just to make Lloyd into a hyper carry. So you want these guys to go aggressive in the fights to free up the space for Lloyd and get the resets. If they get ahead somehow against Edward Gaming, EDG's lack of wave clear could get really rough here.
Most certainly could. We do have a bit of a defensive setup here for the Bangkok Titans thus far, as Mako actually lands the Winter's Bite. Deft seeing whether he can get in amongst it. One more auto attack. Deft is trying to find Lloyd. They get into the bush, the flash, but the stun comes down. Are they going to be able to do it? Oh my goodness, I felt if Deft had to walk forward, they may have had a chance, but no. Backs away, doesn't want to give too much up.
Lloyd actually flashed the wrong direction. He flashed into range of Deft's auto attack, thinking nothing was going to hit him. Lucian has low movement speed. Mako's Q is still down for 2 more seconds. Either walk in a straight line or flash in a straight line and you're safe there. Lloyd nearly giving away a kill he didn't need to, and that is a bad omen.
I'm really surprised that Mako didn't blow the Ignite and go for the kill there.
Actually,
1 Ignite,
even through the Ignite, heal basically cancels out Ignite. It'd be a trade of Summoners, which, by the way, is okay, actually. I would probably do that as a support, but
I think
Lloyd
it
would
actually
have
gets countered by the
lived
potion at
without.
level 1, doesn't it?
Close enough.
You can debate
Ignite
whether
does beat
it
a
was worth
potion.
it or not. Flash burn is enough. If they connect the stun anyways, at any point they can still counteract the heal later on. Just a lot of aggression now potentially possible here from Deft and Mako, because in that matchup, we'll end up being 2v2 in the top lane. Again, this now opens up the possibility for Mako to Q-flash aggressively. Braum can Q-flash auto to provide 2 stacks. In synergy with Deft on level 2, another gunslinger shot that's instant stun, pretty much, if they talk about it and communicate well. Lloyd without a flash, if this happens pre-Lantern, could be big. So we need to see some passive play from Lloyd and Moss up until the point where Thresh gets Lantern.
This is interesting as well. The Bangkok Titans actively avoid this lane swap and actually lose some minions just to make sure that they're not caught in that awkward position one more time. Could be dangerous, and we'll see whether Deft is going to play this solution hyper-aggressively, like a lot of these Chinese AD carries do when they are playing this champion.
Well, level 2 from Lloyd and Moss. They did, I believe, get the Grot for themselves based on how quickly they leveled up here. But nothing earned for that one. Mako was roaming around, so he's actually late to the party.
They need to get level 3 as soon as they can on Moss, because getting a Gromp and an advantage is good if you have Flash to get out the initial jungle gank, but Clearleft could path to the top, just immediately punish Lloyd. And we've seen this before when teams trail ahead in experience and they win some trades and they get overconfident. They forget that they're actually a flash down, especially when Gragas can come around the corner, go over the wall, multiple gank opportunities here.
Right now, Lloyd actually burning a ton of mana trying to clear the wave and push into the turret, and that's actually, yeah, it will allow it to bounce back, but Jinx actually has pretty good use of mana if she can have it, but here we have Pawn and Clearlove looking to press into G4.
Yeah, Clearlove was actually trying to read a flash there, I believe. Takes a lot of damage, though.
That last auto was not worth pulling in a turret right there. And Clearlove, I mean, he's going to recall soon enough for items, but that's damage you don't want to take.
Even though it looked incredibly silly there, like a higher level opponent may have actually flashed there, because if you respect Clearlove as a jungler, you respect the fact that he can body slam flash there, and you may preemptively want to flash there. So, cheeky little move from Clearlove, didn't get the flash out of it, but I think it was the correct play to make.
G4, not normally flashing away from people, generally likes to flash on top of them. That's going to be difficult this time around. Tornado doesn't land, but G4 definitely getting dictated to in this lane.
Pawn playing so aggressively, and even has the wind shield back up there, so neither Rain nor Little Lance will do any damage to him here. Pawn gets away.
Yeah, 007X does have a stun available to him, but not going to be able to find it just yet.
Well, in the bot lane, you see Amazing J push in. Mako cancels the hook here. Amazing J slightly ahead in tempo and just CS, 4 CS up, 7X. Trying to get into that melee matchup. No minions here for Pawn to dash out, so he'll actually have to dash over Rengar.
Here's the chance you go right.
If he moves in, but I think the gank has already been telegraphed.
Yeah,
Pawn hasn't seen Rengar show up anywhere. Lloyd, G4 probably changes behavioral pattern. That's how you smell ganks. If somebody goes from super passive to suddenly moving forward into potential kill range, well then you know you're getting ganked.
It was a worthwhile gank though, missed a cannon minion. Moss dodges the Winter's bite there. Deft going very aggressive. Flame Chomp is not going to find anyone. Piercing Light over the top of Lloyd as well as EDG. Definitely putting the pressure on, but it was a decent trade back from Bangkok Titans.
Really well played by Deft. He just kept hitting Lloyd. He's going to out-trade very easily. Lucian early level against Jinx right there. Mops was still dealing with Mako here on Braum. And just, you're seeing sort of the little decisions you make as a high-level player. Deft knew Thresh had no more impact to have and just fought the Jinx and knew it would work.
Decent trade on both sides here. We see Amazing J slightly trailing ahead of that Darius pick. In the bot lane, seems that he'll probably likely use his gap closers to either get on top of Darius whenever he spins that axe, or dash away out of the damage, and that way comfortably try and slow him down and whittle away at him while he's trying to CS. Pawn gets... No, it gets cancelled.
Shield.
He had a shield, so if you don't deal any damage...
So it's weird because the mechanic changed at some point to where shields, even if a shield did block the damage, you could still recall out, but I don't know if it's certain shields or certain abilities. It doesn't work that way still. But I believe most shields will actually still stop your recall.
May have been that the damage just was so late and he was at the end of the animation that he still...
There's a chance
looked
that it was
a little earlier than that. But look.
Yeah, it's a 10th of a second window to just not stop recall, period, without a stun. I just don't remember the shield rules, unfortunately.
Well, Juan did go back, grab himself a Zeal, heading towards that static shiv. We'll see whether he goes for the Trinity Force. The second item does tend to be the option for the Chinese mid laners.
He denied the cannon with the shield there.
Yeah.
He also goes so aggressively that they're not going to step in forward and potentially try to punish that play when Clearlove's lurking around. So if you go that hard aggressively, it may actually not give away your jungle gank because it looks just straight up dumb, but then they go in again. Klurov's here.
Nice.
Oh, they're still able to get the stun there. The Ignite's ticking down. It is going to be enough first blood for Deft. Moss underneath the turret. They're not going to go for any dives. Deft wanders away. 200 health, easily enough.
And this is the synergy between those passives from Lucian and Braum right there. Instant stun after the flash allows Klurov to body slam flash. Finally get that kill. And you see G4 being aggressed upon by Pawn again.
Very aggressive Chipmunk there in the mid lane.
The thing is, Moss played that so well, actually. He was already well towards the back. He's already ready to lantern him out. Even buffered the play against Body Slam, but the flash got him in range just in time to make the stun land regardless.
I think the correct play there, and this is nitpicking, is Moss throwing a lantern and flashing himself. You can actually give your AD carry a flash. Hang on, G4.
Yeah, there's the last breath. The Wild Growth comes out though. Moss is here, able to give a shield at least. Uses the wind while Pawn just trying to get his way back, but look at the flame. Moss lines up the Descent and splash out from Pawn.
Really nicely done. Really nicely done. Flash lost for that one. Moby Boots first item as well to roam into that lane right away. Really nice play by Moss. And look at the push on in. G4! Oh, yes, he did. 1-to-1 in kills. BKT looking much better than last week.
That was ridiculous. Moss there as well picks himself up the assist from previously, but that was all G4, knowing his damage potential, and that's not something that you'd expect from this assassin player playing Lulu in the mid lane.
Flash TP Lulu got the kill on Flash Ignite Yasuo. That doesn't happen very often.
And he didn't even need the TP to get the kill.
Anything could be an assassin if you try hard enough. If you just believe.
Right. Well, I mean, look, if there's anyone
Atlas
that can do it as well.
Assassin, so I mean,
you haven't seen G4 play enough, I believe.
It's true. So a lane lead right now for G4. Now, Lulu is not a hard carry in itself, of course. You need your team to do something good for the rest of, Lulu to do her job, but this game is equal in gold 9 minutes in. That is not something many would expect.
Yeah, some of the opportunities here is the fact that, G4 managed to pick up that kill, doing decently here in lane. But to make up for the fact that Lloyd is now a pickaxe to a BF sword there in the top / bottom lane.
Yeah, and he's getting zoned too because he supported roam for a play. That costs you somewhere else on the map, and that exactly is an item mismatch we see here. Top laners, head-to-head.
Amazing J looking for the 1v1, but he's stacking that passive on top of himself as Warlock's able to get a few cheeky hits across. He's now falling behind.
Haven't seen 007X though. He's actually, Rengar is a very farm-heavy jungler earlier. Mako hook into traps, decent poke. Shield's gonna deny that. Forces the ultimate there from Defto. And again, you see that damage differential there. Pickaxe into BF.
Yeah.
Very hard to play, especially into Illusion, because he just wants to position for piercing light consistently. And then all you need is one window where you misstep and you can actually get dashed on aggressively.
There's also the fact that he ate the full culling, which is probably not great.
It's impressive aim by Def. That's always hard to do, so I gotta give him some props there. Quick brush check by Lloyd. See, there's no Rengar as far as they, or not, no Grag as far as they can tell. 007X is going Cinderhulk Rengar, interestingly, so going to be a frontliner and less of an assassin with that build.
We need to see a play out of him, though. You can't afford to be 10 minutes into the game and have 0 ganks. No impact so far, and getting out jungle. That's the difference, though. Klurov's actually ahead of him still.
The thing is, off this Wolf camp, I think he should be going. He should build up the 5 stacks, walk into Lulu's lane, get a Whimsy, and do a point-blank stun that's impossible to win wall. He should get a kill on Pawn. You can see where the lane is being pushed right now. If G4 doesn't push up...
Pawn's playing with respect, though. He knows this is coming. Klurov's hovering around the lanes that are most likely to be ganked, too. The one lane you really don't want to gank with Rengar is Echo, because he can just deny most of your initial burst with the ultimate. So Klurov's just trying to predict the Rengar gank right here, and EDG is playing with the necessary amount of respect for 007X. So if he reveals at any given point, we may see EDG turn on the aggression again.
I actually really like the fact that Moss was sort of hanging back towards his turret there as well, sort of trying to get a pseudo thing in there, but Clearlove looking for a gank.
This is the second time he has sidestepped an explosive barrel from the Gragas. Every time Clearlove comes into the lane, moving forward to juke that, predicting it. The cast time, really solid play here from G4. He's definitely feeling comfortable.
Playing absolutely very well right now. 6 CS up and really trying to push around Pawn. Unfortunately, the ganks still are not landing. And of course, this top lane so far behind. Mako can easily block all of Lloyd's damage. So this 2-on-2 is not a place you can go. You mentioned earlier, Echo's not one either. Though amazing, they did just burn his ulti to get back to lane off of a recall. So there is a window to gank this 1v1 in the bot lane.
Yep, almost halfway off that cooldown though. Not exactly huge. Culling comes back up. Immediately used one more time as the bottom lane are going to soak that one up.
Yep, it's getting worse and worse. You've got a 16 CS lead. Now the stun in towards G4 is going to get just out.
Oh,
G4 in time.
Dodges out of the way of the tornado there as well. That could have spelled his death, but G4, Wild Growth down. Amazing J paying of his...
G4 is nullifying a lot of these roams and plays from EDG, but BKT as a team are not cross-mapping at all. They're not getting any gains from the time invested from EDG in these plays, so they really need to start cross-mapping, making an opening, somehow get a gank. Lloyd and Moss still low on the tower due to the calling poke. We're going in.
That was the flash. Hits no one with the Glacial Fissure. 007X here in exactly the right position. Moss takes a lot of damage. 007X still trying to get the work done. G4 is, of course, teleported all the way up here. Massive damage out as EDG. They want to try and re-engage, but they can't find the way in. Death Sentence lands. Clearlove has to be so careful. Moss picks it up with the help of Pix.
And that's going to be it, though. This one looks like EDG are able to run away, but Bangkok Titans have a kill and a gold lead 12 minutes in over EDG.
Not to mention the fact that Warlock is just hanging out, killing creeps. Fawn's able to possibly get some damage in this mid lane, but Warlock's just being Darius right now.
And BKT, they're playing incredibly solid. They're aggressively dodging skill shots from EDG. They're showing they're not afraid. Sidestepping skill shot, Lantern out, hook on the jungler. So they're playing these fights almost better than EDG overall and coming out ahead, even though EDG are the one initiating these fights. Still, we need to see a gank here from 007X, especially since Pawn's flash was down earlier, but he hasn't been punished for that at all.
And G4 now completed the 40% cooldown reduction with those Lucidity boots and the Merlinomicon, so definitely online as far as that's concerned. Can be skipping himself a lot, but that being said, Pawn
knock up available.
Yep, can't land it just yet. As Moss might be in trouble now, forced to use the flash. Death Sentence lands on a Mako though underneath the turret. Lloyd, no mana, taking so much damage. That was going to be enough.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans overstayed. They won that fight, but if you don't immediately base, you put yourself behind in the next 1 or 2 minutes. If you win a fight, the value from winning a fight comes after you base, because you're the first ones to base. You have general better position on the map because you can control your side lanes, your waves better, and then you have tempo. If you overstay too much, then you actually get punished again. That's what EDG did there. Deft and Mako came from base, they poked you out, and now suddenly EDG are trailing ahead of the play again.
But now the back's going to come through from Deft, able to push up that wave. So, well, he's going to miss out on a couple on decent wind wall positioning there as he's going 1v2 at the moment. But we do have Amazing J making his way up. Is he going to get there in time, though? As there's the parallel convergence. 007X in a whole bunch of trouble. There's the last breath. The Death Sentence lands on Mako at the same time as Warlock makes his way in. Apprehend pulls him back. G4 locks down another kill. 3-1 for the Bangkok Titans.
Could you believe the game is actually going this way? A 1,500 gold lead for Bangkok Titans. Pawn has to recall in the mid lane. I mean, this is the worlds of upset. This is unreal.
It looks so easy for Moss to walk in, throw a lantern, so you don't really give any credit to that play, but he has consistently been at the right place at the right time. His decision-making far superior to his mechanics, who are already fantastic in this game. Hasn't missed a crucial hook so far, but he's always at the right time with a lantern. For me, that's even more impressive when I watch Thresh players. So those early Moby boots paying dividends so far for Moss.
Yeah,
perfect.
Now 2,000 gold ahead.
Who'd have thought?
Perfect game from Moss. 100% kill participation, no deaths. Moby Boots first got his mid laner a kill right at level 6. This is a great performance so far from the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, and a level 9 Jinx right now, this is where the Jinx Lucian matchup starts getting incredibly hard for Deft because he's getting outranged, outtraded easily, not a word, but just a lot easier here for Lloyd. And if Moss connects a hook, we're approaching the time in the game where that could actually lead to a kill. Earlier, it was incredibly hard to one-shot, but BF pickaxe here with tier 2 boots, that's enough to really hook into traps, into flay and box, enough to blow anybody up almost in this game.
I actually like those items more than what Deft has as well. I mean, he's only 600 gold away from the Infinity Edge, yes, but doesn't have those Berserker's Greaves for the extra movement around. And Lloyd, he's sort of set up with this I'm going to kill all of your turrets type build here in the early game.
I mean, Lucian's passive does want you to get more AD, more likely to crit, because you always get that double shot coming out, so it is debatable. If you crit, then the other build's better. If you don't crit, then obviously the Boots 2 would have been better.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, it's
RNG.
Yep, I mean, expected value, it's fine. It's roughly equal here. We're going to see right now, though. Smart play by Lloyd. He had Zap to reveal that Mako is waiting in the brush. That went just fine. 007X, I believe, is still without using his ulti all game long, though. And once again, EDG trying to sneak Clearlove onto this side of the map.
Mid lane tower has fallen, so that means not only can Lulu push up for a lot better vision control, look at how many deep wards Bangkok Titans have in this game compared to the last game. Also, if Pawn ever overextend for pushing, he doesn't have a tower to defend himself in the back, so a lot more play opportunities presenting themselves for 007X. And EDG again here at the top lane. These ganks haven't worked so far. Can they work right now?
Nice.
Yeah,
Gotta respect it.
Spot him out. Every time BKT see it coming. And they're gonna get split up. Actually, Hook close on the Deft. And there is a couple more champions. Deft goes down the 007X. He finally finds the R button on his keyboard. A double kill. It's 5-1 BKT.
Bangkok Titans, what a play. Fantastic hook from Moss here on Deft, and Clearlove ganking the same lane over and over again. Isn't it the definition of insanity, trying to do the same thing, expecting different results? Really good game reads here so far from Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, and EDG, they just got completely read from the get-go. Warlock was already there in that lane. They knew exactly what was going on. It's based on all of this deep vision, but it's also the fact that BKT just seem to have their number right now.
They do, absolutely. Quick history lesson for you guys. Flash Wolves are the only team in the history of the World Championship to lose a game to a wildcard team and still make quarterfinals. Right now, this is grim. Deft can't quite jump away in time. The Chomper is already there for the two-man route, and it's just easy.
Also, if you look at GeForce positioning on the map, he doesn't really join this fight, but he's there quicker because he pushed in mid lane early. He's playing very heavy wave clear versus no wave clear on Pawn. Tower's dead in the mid lane. Again, map movement advantage if these fights ever go backwards. So really good reaction. We see another fight here. Deft.
Yeah, double teleports coming down. Deft actually has to use the flash and the relentless pursuit to get himself out. Dragon's still angry with him actually, as Bangkok Titans still yet to find too much. There's the first one. Lloyd picks up Amazing J Pawn. Lloyd after him. Lloyd! Oh! An ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Deft is so dead. They do manage to get one back as Warlock finally dies, but
He's
Lloyd's
still going.
looking for it. Zap doesn't find it. But man, the Bangkok Titans, they're on a roll.
5,000 gold up, 18 minutes. This is a massive lead here. The Bangkok Titans poised in a really good spot.
And look at Warlock. He was able to survive so incredibly long in that fight, and this is before the point where he starts building tanky. He had the Black Cleaver finished, and you saw how much damage that did in the end of the fight. That's all he had to provide. In addition to the Giant's Belt that he had, he has now picked up a Chain Vest, a Null Magic Mantle, so he's combined with GeForce Lulu, who's already trailing ahead. It is going to be nigh impossible for EDG to focus down Warlock, and that is essentially what we talked about earlier. Warlock will now provide the zone, aggressive damage for Lloyd to really freely move around his fights, get a reset, flash aggressively, and clean up the fight. Bangkok Titans are playing to the strengths of their composition, something they did not do last game. And Moss, again, it's almost easy.
This is Deft here. I mean, this is a gold lead here. Deft, perfect play right there. Moss gets done, but guess what? He's the tanky support. And look at what a position Warlock gets. A three-man pull. Deft is already leaving this fight. He hit half a culling at best right there. The dunk sets up the bleed stacks. Warlock just the perfect frontline here for this team. And we go right back into another fight with Pod already underneath the Rengar, and a killing spree for 007X.
Pod's just cat food right now.
And we see, finally, we get to see the value from Lulu combined with a Darius pick here overall, because if you can't burn him down immediately, he will get a triple Q off on you because everybody's standing so close to him trying to burn him down. Getting that wild growth on a triple target knockup just buys you so much time, allowing Warlock to straight up carry that fight because he just stayed alive. He didn't really have to do much, press Q, press R, but the team composition is really working in the Titans' favor.
And it's also not going to drop off. I mean, it's not like they've hit a mid-game power spike, something like that. This is Jinx Lulu.
Yeah.
They're going to only get stronger and stronger as this game goes on, not to mention Warlock on this Darius. It's very scary here for EDG.
And we've, of course, got the Zeke's Herald coming in soon for Moss here. So in terms of just playing his Siege composition and just being careful around not getting Wombo engaged on. Keep in mind, this is Yasuo Gragas Echo. The ability to get one shot is still real, so BKT have to respect Edward Gaming's team fight.
Thing is, if you look at Moss and the way he's played, he hasn't played a frontline Thresh at all. He's played a backline Thresh with really good positioning for Lanterns, and then he generally hooks on aggressors. He hasn't been hooking the guys in the back. He's been hooking frontline aggressors. That allows you to open up in a more utility-focused build with the Zeke's Herald. All he wants to do, or Zeke's Harbinger rather, he just wants to survive, get that to proc, and then Lloyd will reap the benefits from that item. But Moss, he's been playing fantastic so far on Thresh. 0 deaths is incredibly hard against this composition.
Bon looking to try and clear out this mid wave. Of course, it's not over yet. Base not broken, anything like that. 6,000 gold, though, is the lead for the Bangkok Titans. Now they've got to show us that they can close out against one of the best teams here at Worlds, or theoretically one of the best teams here at Worlds.
I mean, these guys are the reigning mid-season invitational champions. They got the second seed out of the Chinese LPL. I mean, Edward Gaming are an amazingly good League of Legends team right here. Bangkok Titans.
He's baiting it. Pawn knows that there's a ward there. He only moves out alone, hoping to get a reaction here. 7X playing with the respect. This is what we see all the time. Fog of war, vision denial. They know this may be big.
This from Amazing Jay.
Able to get a double stun there. 7X jumps in, but EDG, they have the jump at the moment. Defno gets closed in on. G4 trying to get him out of the fight. And you can see Warlock already in amongst it. He's gigantic, massive heals. Deft is dead already. Double kill now for Clearlove though on the back end. 7X solo EDG. This is the team fighting team we're expecting. They finally showed up, and that's the ace.
The ace off of reading the invade. The setup was perfect. The damage is all there. Lloyd died at the very start. He was flashless. Even though Pawn did not get a great ulti off, it didn't matter. That all went according to plan.
The setup, that was one of the most beautifully set up fights I've seen in the entirety of Worlds. Using that pink ward, sitting in that brush, you see somebody place a ward, well, one of you moves out and then backs out, not even into the brush, but passively. You act as if you're scared, and you just camp there so long, because eventually people have to guess, and then the beautiful opening there. Let's watch that again. This control here, they see people move into the brush, so they have all the information. Parallel conversions come down, Amazing goes in, and 7X thinks he has an opening here, but Lloyd gets immediately blown up.
I mean, it's a miracle that he rooted Pawn, because that was a perfect Dragon's ulti that would have set up the best last breath of Worlds. So they got that brief respite here, but the problem is his whole team is out of position. No one's going to be able to do what they want in time. Okay, Deft goes down, but it's way too late. There's a bunch of threats on this team comp. Yasuo was able to hit whomever he wanted the whole time without dying, and it was just a great setup.
And this is not the first time we've seen EDG do this. When they faced off against IG, they were falling behind about 2,000 gold. They had no vision control on the map at all, but they pink warded one area, camped there with 5, and that was Clearlove actually flashed over a wall to Skarner ulti, and they used everything to just make one pick and get the map back. Again, these clutch plays with vision denial is something that EDG can use to get back into this game.
Well, Clearlove now 4-1-3 on this. Gragas 100% kill participation, hasn't been dying too much either in comparison to his teammates, and that's a Frozen Heart. Now completed against the Jinx, that's very important.
And in terms of getting the map back, we actually had EDG able to put 2 deep wards down on the bottom side of the map in the recent past. There's only one left here, but EDG trying to set up for this Dragon. Bangkok Titans already got the first, spawns again in 35 seconds. EDG, I feel like we're in a position where they could fight for this and try to make a play. 30 seconds means Deft has to recall or walk away now. He's going to do that here.
More importantly, they take back control of their red jungle, which is the access point to Baron Vision from behind, which slows down the rotations from top to mid from Bangkok Titans as well. No longer can Warlock pass straight to that jungle with no fear of getting gibbed. He has to walk all the way around, and that slows your tempo down so much that EDG can start moving out the vision to the next step.
And you can see EDG have actually changed everything of what they're trying to do here as well. I mean, you can see their defensive vision so much more deliberate now. It seems like they've sort of woken up and gone, okay, Bangkok Titans, they are here to play. We're going to have to give them our A-game if we're going to win this one.
Don't forget, though, last fight, Lloyd got instantly popped in that fight. He wasn't at the back. He didn't have the offensive zone that Warlock brings or 7X. Look for his positioning, and when he turns gold, look at his damage. That's when Zeke procs for 8 seconds. He will have 50% additional crit.
Now I want to see how these people move their resources. Warlock right now has teleport, is pushing the top lane, and he's going to pressure that tier 2 turret pretty soon. But because of that, EDG with 5, they battering ram into the jungle. They take things over. They get a couple of wards down. Bangkok Titans have to play defensive here. They have to run away. EDG have all 5. 7 pops ulti, but there's no teleport coming in. They can't possibly engage a 4v5. A waste of an ultimate.
Yeah, not going to go in on the thrill of the hunt. They did have the wild growth, so they could have gotten something happening, but G4 is eating Winter's bites. EDG is going to force the Dragon.
They've got to respect Clearlove, though. He's got a perfect 3-man ulti right here if he wants it. There's one. He catches Moss. Luluwolk comes across. There's the engage, but Darius is not joining the team. It's a 5v4. Edward Gaming chasing down. They've picked up one already. Lloyd might be next. He's trying. It's already 3 kills picked up. BKT do not choose the right kind of fight. They give away a bunch of kills. They give away the map control. Here's the 4th kill, and it's all just for a top lane turret.
I'm incredibly flabbergasted with what just went down. The entire way of Bangkok Titans winning these fights is sending in Warlock first, allowing him to soak up damage and putting EDG in a lose-lose situation. Either you hit the Darius and he hits you back and Jinx kills you, or you ignore him and he'll kill you anyways. That is the way for BKT to win his fights, and then they contest the second Dragon for absolutely no reason here. 4v5, no teleport. This is a major game-influencing mistake.
I actually have no idea how they thought that that was the right decision to make there. Of course, fighting 4v5, yes, might have just been more excited about the fact that the early game went so well than they should have.
I mean, this is why this team is 0-4 in the group right now. Even though they have some good players and make some good choices, this 4v5 makes no sense at all.
So they placed the ward, but I don't think that Warlock saw where the ward was placed, and it was too late, so he didn't feel comfortable teleporting in there. He could have also teleported on the Lantern, which should be re-enabled. So I think it is just poor communication overall that Warlock didn't find a teleport opportunity. He glanced over, doesn't see a ward, continues to split push, doesn't realize the ward is placed. By the time he realizes
And
where it
teleports
is,
the turret too late.
it takes 4 seconds to get there. If you don't have communication on where your access point is going to be in these fights, well, then you're going to lose them. So this is probably just likely a very large communication error in terms of where do I actually TP.
Yeah.
But if we have a look at it, still item advantage for Lloyd at the moment, racing towards that last Whisper with Deft, who doesn't quite have the longsword of it just yet, but probably can go back and grab it relatively soon. EDG now looking to push up this mid lane, possibly grab an inner turret. But now you can see that gold difference is back in favor of EDG.
And I don't see EDG giving this game up. The fact they made a comeback of over 5,000 gold at 20 minutes and are now in the lead already. It took them 6 minutes to do that. This is going to be hard to give up.
The same token though, Warlock, having him in these fights compared to not is the biggest difference. G4.
Parallel Convergence doesn't actually find any stuns there as the culling comes across everyone, but you can see lots of extra damage. Lloyd untouched on the backline. Deft does take down double.
Oh no!
That last breath was fantastic as Lloyd's going to get obliterated. Warlock now says, where's my team gone, guys? He's going to fall down, spinning around there in the river. EDG, team fighting still so beautiful. Ardent Blaze, not quite enough, but Deft will just shoot him in the face.
Yeah, the base damage is not enough on Warlock right there, and Lloyd doing perfect AoE rockets up until the point where he got pounded.
Oh.
Oh man, the self-set-up Yasuo ult though. He had to take his licks for a while, but charged up his own tornado, tossed it through the back line. The one-man ulti on Lloyd to save it until he could catch Jinx. That was big. That was the fight. That's going to be Baron as well. Edward Gaming now sizably ahead. 4,000 gold up, and they're only going to get more.
Yeah, now go back, pick up some more items. Last Whisper, completed for both AD carries. Well, let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, so initially aggression here again. This is BKT not warding their flanks, and they're bunching up initially. This is already a problem for them that Warlock's not in a good position. He can't peel right now. Moss is out of the fight, and he can't really save G4 here with the lanterns. G4 not adding much more to the fight, and AoE rockets from Lloyd, just not enough. Windwall blocks one rocket there too, and then he walks into the Yasuo Q and gets ulted. So Zeke's didn't really get procced on Lloyd at all, and that's what you need. You need Zeke's AoE rockets for 90% crit to really win that fight, and the time it took for him to charge up, the remaining parts of the lineups were already slaughtered here by EDG just stockpiling on top of them.
Yeah, another 1,300 Golden Pawn will have that Infinity Edge as well. For the 100% crit, some of those core items of the Trinity Force, Static Shift, IE, and this Yasuo will be doing even more than he already is.
Oh man.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And G4, he does have the Ravenous Death Cap, so it's 3-item Lulu. Still able to do some work, but wants to be augmenting Lloyd, wants to be adding picks to that damage, wants to make Warlock the most gigantic Darius ever. But here's the fight. Vaughn gonna get flayed back in. Moss gonna get knocked up. No last breath to come out just yet as Warlock trying to close the gap. But EDG just say, okay, we'll just wait.
Windwall blocked too much of the damage during all the CC. There was no damage coming out of Lloyd. Root lands in a clear low, but it doesn't really matter anymore. Warlock
that knock up on 007X mid-ultimate, so he couldn't engage.
Amazing J's not even here. This was a 4v5 here. Just EDG now finally outclassing their counterparts individually. It does help that you have a Baron buff to make that to use.
Already up the inhibitor wall, though. You can see that turret taking plenty of damage there. And it will see Amazing J walk away, but bot lane tier 2 is already dead. Edward Gaming up 7,000 gold now. They win this game. They will be sitting on 3 wins. And it will require H2K to beat them to have a chance at losing their spot at quarterfinals right now. EDG looking good.
Yeah, Def can head back to base now, pick up possibly towards... Either that QSS might be going towards the Bloodthirster though, just more damage as G4 clears out the bottom lane. Still haven't lost any inhibitors just yet on the side of the Bangkok Titans. And they're behind 6,000 gold. And it just seems like the team fights that once were going fantastically for this Southeast Asian team, just not quite finding their footing at this point in the game.
Yeah, Windwall with some good Windwall placement from Pawn just can completely just deny Lloyd's damage up. It doesn't matter how much crit and how much damage he has overall if he just can't land the projectiles necessary. So we'll need some better positioning here from the Titans or make a pick on Pawn. That is generally their opening. Kill Pawn, then kill the rest.
One dancing around the mid lane now as well.
007X, though, hasn't found too many picks with that Rengar in recent history, unfortunately. Of course, lack of a gold lead makes that easier. Dragon number 2 for Edward Gaming, not going to be a problem. It's Def's second secure of a neutral objective, and as many attempts.
Yeah, throwing so many things at Warlock at the moment. Doesn't take too much damage from it. Crimson Brambleback is going to spawn. As Def throwing out another culling. Seems like as soon as that button's available, he presses it. Nathan J going to get caught by the hook from Moss, but Red Buff going to fall down.
Yeah, Titans quickly realizing they can't fight in choke points. Not against this lineup from EDG.
Especially not with that close are available as well from Mako. But EDG now setting up a siege. Parallel Convergence fantastic at that situation. 007X does jump in. There's the apprehend back. Massive damage coming down. G4 uses the Zhonya's. EDG actually stopping a lot of damage here in the backline. G4 still alive. Lloyd takes down Mako. Pawn tries to find his way into the backline. It's a double kill already. Eventually falls, but Warlock, he's still hit. Death finishes him off. Lloyd now against the wall. Does get the last crit, but EDG come out ahead 3 for 5.
Clear Love and Amazing J make the plays they need to in the front line. There's actually a good flash by Lloyd to dodge a body slam flash by Clear Love, but it's simply too many threats. Amazing J, even after Pawn died, was still able to wreak havoc by enough time. EDG will get at least the inhibitor. They'll back after that one, but it still furthers the gold lead.
Yeah, pings towards the bottom side, want to clear out that minion wave. Make sure that they can move everything up and put all the pressure down on the Bangkok Titans. And after a little bit of time, I mean, they would have started pushing back. EDG would have had to rethink, but did find the team fight they were looking for in the siege moment.
Watch that again here. Clearlove gets engaged on. Want to keep your eyes on later on in the fight where G4 now uses his Zhonya's. He actually does a really good polymorph there on Pawn when he dashes in. Ends up dropping in the end of Lloyd. I think he wastes his ulti here. One auto attack would have done the same. Yeah. Could have changed a lot in the later stages of this fight. But again, we see Warlock finally soaking up damage, almost getting Def down there. Gets a couple of bit of a lifesteal, but that soaking, that spacing for Lloyd is exactly what they need to do. Sadly, now they are behind, but when Bangkok Titans play to their strengths, play the fight out well spaced, they can win it. Sadly enough, a couple of times in a row, they did not do that.
Yeah, and Lloyd's positioning in that team fight, his ability to dodge out of the way of all of those abilities towards the end there was unbelievable. Just not quite enough this part of the game. 9,000 gold the lead. Amazing J trying to run away from everyone. Parallel Convergence comes in.
And this is where you wonder, is Tank Rengar the way you're going for? If it was DPS Rengar, Def could get one shot at any given
Derek's Gage, you know?
Yeah, but it requires you to at least tank at the start of the fight. So for people that don't know, Stereo Gage only gets really online after you've taken damage. That's when Rengar already gets kited.
Yeah.
Once he does a jump, then he can take damage, but he's being kited. If you went full on kamikaze kind of Rengar, you could take out solo queue Rengar.
Yeah,
you could take out the enemy AD carry and suddenly, or Pawn for that matter, and then kind of shifts the spectrum.
It just feels like all the Rengar games we've seen so far at Worlds have looked like players who just aren't that familiar with Rengar.
Yep.
You know, not finding ganks nearly as often, not landing the ultimates, and well, EDG capitalizing off of the biggest comeback we may have had all Worlds long. Wind Wall burn though, maybe they go win. 007 has the upgraded E. He can land the root.
All right, the value of these spells like Unbreakable and Wind Wall go up dramatically as more items are purchased, so look for these team fights for EDG to back off once Wind Wall is down, and BKT to look for engages, hardcore engages after Wind Wall's on cooldown, because that's the moment where Lloyd can unleash, get instantly the Zeke's proc 2 and start cleaning up these fights.
And the thing that's really interesting about EDG's comp as well is the fact that they siege incredibly well with one of the shortest range AD carries because they have the Parallel Convergence, the Wind Wall, the Unbreakable, so many opportunities to get these players off the turret. Haven't been able to utilize it quite so much just yet. Don't want to take too many risks because they understand. I mean, the early game went horribly. They cannot give Bangkok Titans any legroom to get back into this game.
And you gotta imagine it gives a bit of hope to H2K here, seeing that EDG can bleed. If BKT can do it, H2K can do it too.
EDG leaving some really good aggressive deep ward to spot 007X.
Whoa. A bit aggressive, his team is around behind him. The knockup comes through on only one. A lot of ultis burned for not much. TP's coming in from both top laners. The battle's begun, and they've gotten Lloyd. Down he goes. That's not a good sign for the Bangkok Titans. This could be the game-winning push. 007X forced to run away. Warlock flashes the wall as well. G4 certain to die. A double kill for Clearlove, who has finally stepped up here in this game. Warlock takes a lantern. He'll be okay, but a 2-for-0, an inhibitor already dead, and the base available.
Yeah, could potentially be the base, if not a couple more inhibitors here. And was played fantastically. The fact that Deft was positioning himself outside of any opportunity to get hooked that fight was untouched, and EDG, they're just going to face tank these turrets. Warlock tries to get in amongst it, dribbling towards the enemy team, apprehending a couple of them, but the Nexus now exposed. EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, picked themselves up a victory, but the Bangkok Titans, that was a much better performance than we were expecting heading into that game.
But for how well they played in the early to mid game, it was almost the opposite at the end. When you have a Rengar this late in the game, what you really want to do, especially with Lulu and your team, is find a place on the map where you're likely not to be warded. Ulti, get sped up by the Whimsy, and then just find an opening, force a fight. If you're tank Rengar, all your job is to soak enemy cooldowns. It feels like 007X was getting frustrated by constantly being spotted out. He just stormed in for no reason whatsoever. Didn't even ulti in full vision. You can't afford to make those plays. Not against a team that is usually as coordinated as EDG. They weren't in the early game, but they got everything together.
And
got a hold
once
of the
again,
game.
Lloyd getting picked out as well. I mean, straight off the back end of that team fight, immediately Tornado finds him somehow.
Well, I mean, yeah, when you have Gragas ultis and tornadoes and whatnot, it's pretty much impossible to dodge them all forever. Flash is only a 5-minute cooldown. I thought Lloyd played about as well as he could, considering he was the obvious focus once it got down into team fights. It was two big situations that broke the game apart. It was the top lane sort of, the top lane, like, rush in the jungle where they had a pink ward on the brush, but their reward seeing BKT come in, and Edward Gaming had the beautiful setup with the Echo W. And then it was the Dragon fight where BKT made one of the worst calls we've seen all Worlds, choosing to 4v5 in front of Dragon instead of giving it up and getting the turret for free or actually committing for the battle. They kind of chose neither, and that went really badly for them.
Yeah, it just was no communication there at all on Warlock. That Ward did get
the entire caller as well.
The entire reason Moss got caught in that fight is because he stepped forward to place a ward that would allow Warlock to come in from the back, flank with Darius, which is a beautiful opportunity. Didn't quite get that down. Then he stepped backwards, threw his lantern in, says, "Okay, don't want to teleport a ward up. Teleport on the lantern, maybe that works." But Warlock was probably likely calling there, "Yeah, guys, I'm just going to split push, disengage." But you can't disengage against a Warlock lineup with this many gap closers.
They could have left much sooner.
They could have, but they stayed around because they would probably assumed Warlock was coming. So big communication error here. Cost the game for Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, a few problems there for the Bangkok Titans. But now, for a closer look at EDG's comeback, let's check back with the other guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. I got to start this off with, where was this Bangkok Titans the rest of the tournament? They came out swinging this time around.
For sure.
I blacked out for a second. What the heck happened in that game? But this is exactly the Bangkok Titans that we saw at IWCQ, a team that is completely fearless. Like, they play against everyone the exact same way, which is just like outright brute aggression. And it was really fun to watch because they definitely caught EDG off guard.
Now, let's take it back to Champion Select, part of where they may have taken them off guard. Coming to you, Yamato, because this is what you were looking for them to do earlier in the day.
It's like EDG is starting to piss me off because to me, like, I see them as a top contender, but their cockiness in Champion Select is starting to really I'm starting to ball up here because they're picking Echo, like this full engaged composition, like go in there deep against a Darius and a Lulu, which is so strong against it, and it's just so cocky.
And maybe you can speak to this because this was a game where you expected EDG to go with comfort picks to get confidence. But when you pick comfort and then you lose the early game, how does that affect your mentality, Tabe?
I think, for example, because I just now at the games before they are competing against EDG, I said BKT has to ban the Lulu if they want to pick Yasuo. I think they have very in-depth information. They know that Lulu is a good counterpick against Yasuo. So we can see that G4 is using Lulu against Pawn. And the thing is, after Moss is roaming that effectively, we can see that there is a huge lead in mid lane.
There's a player that I want to highlight here because BKT had control of this game for such a long period of the game. Moss was the catalyst for all of it, showing up mid lane with that gank there on to G4, helping him pick up an early kill on the Pawn. You know, a playmaker. You talked about the prioritization of the Thresh, and we even heard Atlas saying, I really want to see him play Thresh because he is a playmaker here and can really be a catalyst for this team.
Well, these two players single-handedly, you see the solo kill here from G4, dismantled the Chiefs in IWCQ. It was Moss's Thresh and then the play out of G4 that were able to make this team even be successful. And you see the death sentences on point. And this guy, you give him any momentum, like they are a momentum team, and you can see that they rode that for so long.
I had no idea about Moses Thresh, and now I know why people hyped it up. Because, whoa, top level.
And we were talking, if you get the confidence of Bangkok Titans and mix it with the raw ability and shot calling of Pain, you would have like a super IWC team right now, because the opposite ends of the spectrums, maybe not the thought behind the play there, but definitely the raw aggression is starting to come out for Bangkok.
So
what you're saying is take the balls from Pain and take the balls from Bangkok and just give them to Pain, and we have a top contender. Yeah. Beautiful.
Absolutely. Something that I do want to look at, as we mentioned, they controlled the game for a very long period of time. I want to look at the turning point for the game, because this is something that Crepo has hit on that EDG does very well when they are behind or when they need to, blow a hole into the game. They'll set up vision plays.
Yeah, so what they do is EDG look for the one play on the map that can take everything back. So you see this time they actually set up the brush and they have the approach warded, and they bait it really nicely with Amazing J's stun here. And from there, it's a very clean fight. The snare was actually so important from 007X, because otherwise Pawn would have taken this over. But EDG, they're a class team. There's no one debating that. It's just the arrogance coming into the game that's putting them in these holes in the first place.
Yeah. And, funnily enough, with the gold lead that BKT had here, it was still a pretty close fight, even with the element of surprise on the side of EDG.
Because Darius could tank like 4 people. He was massive.
It's like combine this play with a good draft and bam, top contender. But with this draft, I can't see them doing well further in the tournament.
So EDG, they do pick up this win. It's very important for them. They needed this win in order to keep their run towards that second seed alive. But Tabe, I'm coming to you because it doesn't look pretty. They don't look good, right? And they're going to have to go up against H2K, which beat Bangkok Titans pretty easily in the prior game. So what are we looking for EDG to fix going into that game against H2K?
I think after this game, I think the whole team of EDG will be have a better team morale now, because they have finally to win a game. And I think top laner Amazing J has been a very good job in playing Echo too. So I think if they want to beat H2K easily, they have to have a huge lead all over the lane, not only AJ, because just now we can see that they're against BKT, but they have very huge lead by BKT.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And one thing that H2K can take on the flip side is that Amazing J wants to 1v1. So if they camp that lane, just like SKT did, there might be an opening there, because that was a 1v1 lane that Amazing J did very well in a counter pick.
All right, well, Bangkok Titans surprising everyone with that game, coming out very strong. However, EDG does pick up the victory. Next up, though, H2K returns to the stage to face off against SK Telecom. We'll be back to see if they can rise to the occasion right after this.
Edward Gaming looking to try and pick up another victory after what was a difficult defeat against SKT. The Dessence lands on Nemeko at the same time as Warlock makes his way in. Apprehend pulls him back. G4 locks down another kill, 3-1. An ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Deft is so dead. Deft, though, gets closed in on G4, trying to get him out of the fight, and you can see Warlock already in amongst it. He's gigantic, massive heals.
Lolo die. Okay, nice.
Eventually falls, but Warlock, he's still hit. Death finishes him off. Lloyd now against the wall. Does get the last crit. EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, pick themselves up a victory.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of Group C, coming at you live from Paris. I am Eric Dolanquist here with Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels and Joshua Jat Leisman. And of course, we're getting set for our next game, which is going to be H2K versus SK Telecom. Now, it's going to be interesting, guys, because Faker's out, EasyHoon is in.
I love the Hoon.
The Hoon, he's
back. The Hoon is back. And, I was taking a look at his solo queue. He's been playing a lot of Ryze, just like Faker has been. Orianna, Lulu, of course, his famous Azir. So probably going to see one of these 4 champions if I had to guess.
Yeah, and I think the real story here is that Ryu doesn't get to play against Faker again. He only had the one chance to kill Faker. I actually think that's good for H2K, though, because watching that first game, it felt like H2K was more playing the game of kill Faker than the game called League of Legends.
That's the game that everybody's played against SK Telecom this tournament so far. And the one thing we've learned for sure is that it does not work. It's going to be interesting to see with EasyHoon in how the priorities are going to shift around the map. But I just feel a little bit bad for Ryu, denied that chance.
The thing that could be positive for you is that H2K looked a lot cleaner in their win earlier today, and they still have a fighting chance in this group. Obviously, it's not expected that they win this game against SKT. They're more looking forward to the EDG game, which is immediately after.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, suddenly things are really, really big with Bangkok Titans actually nearly taking down EDG. It looked a little bit scary, so you got to wonder if H2K can maybe pull it off.
It has to be said, EDG is playing pretty poorly today. They really snagged that last game out of the fire. I mean, thankfully for them, they had the Braum Yasuo wall combo to deny a lot of the Jinx damage, but I'm not sure they could have come out on top if they didn't have those 2 champions. And EDG, or H2K rather, they're going to be pretty happy looking at that game moving forward for the rest of the day.
It was just about as close as it possibly could have gotten. It was like this much of a team fight away. There were like certain moments where I feel like if 007 had jumped on the right person at the right time, they could have maybe turned the fight around.
Absolutely. And it's also worth noting here that H2K played SKT closer than any other team has in this group. They were 20-plus minutes in, and H2K was still even in goal.
That's true. Well, guys, it's time to check out the starting lineups. You know them well by now, but let's check out H2K in the top lane. We've got Odo Omne, of course, down in the jungle. It is Lulex, the hometown hero. In mid, Ryu all the way from Korea, and then ADC we have Ajarnan, and finally down at support it's Cassing, and at the coach position, whatever, it's Prawley.
God bless. On the red side we have
Nailed
SK Telecom. Here we got Marin in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, EasyHoon will be the mid laner subbing in. First game at Worlds for him. Wolf is going to be the support for Bang, who is the AD carry.
That's right.
And that is the SK Telecom lineup.
We got it, man.
We are so good at this.
So good at this. High five. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hope you guys heard that through the microphone. I am so ready for this match, man. I love watching Worlds. It's so good to see such interesting international competition. H2K, I kind of saw these guys a little bit backstage. They looked in much better moods. They were I got the vibe that they were thinking, maybe we can actually get this done.
I mean, I'd be in a pretty great mood after seeing how EDG is playing today. If I'm H2K, there definitely is a window there. And we were talking a little bit about how closely they played SKT. Well, it was close. They were only down by about 1,000 gold. But even H2K as a team has a really tough time overcoming any deficit at all. Coming into Worlds, when they were down by 1,000 gold by 20 minutes, they were 1-9. So they really need to make sure that they have a strong 20 minutes if they want to close it out.
It's also worth noting that in the early game, they've been very strong. Their gold leads at 10 minutes rivaled and were better than Fnatic within the European LCS. Fnatic was undefeated. So it kind of goes to show you the difference in the mid-late game between those two teams. But it also kind of speaks to the chance of them being able to take a team by surprise, because when they're clicking, their early game is very good.
Yeah, and I really wonder on the SKT side of things, how removing Faker, putting in EasyHoon, I feel like this is going to push SK Telecom a little bit more towards the standard Korean type of play that we've seen from KT, from the KOO Tigers stylistically. Now, I'd assume SKT would be able to do that a little bit better, but it's going to be interesting to see if the styles change a lot, because we haven't seen this team with EasyHoon in a while.
Yeah, and when they did play with EasyHoon in the summer, it's worth noting that Bang played a lot of Vayne. They really try to move Bang onto more carry-oriented AD carries when Faker is out of the lineup, and have EasyHoon move into a supporting role. So they've had a pretty distinct identity of playing with both Faker and with EasyHoon. So we may see, maybe see the Vayne come out again.
And not to mention, we've already seen Marin completely carry in this tournament. He had the 1,500 gold lead against Amazing J in the first game today, and coming into that, he had the most gold of any top laner and any player in the tournament average per game. Of course, stats in this group were a little strange because we were thinking it was the Bangkok Titans that a lot of people were kind of running up the numbers on. But then we just saw BKT play EDG close, so it's Worlds, I guess.
Yeah, no kidding me. Marin had like 10 killed Darius games and things like that. He's really kind of stepped up. Sounds like we've got a little bit of a sound issue with Lulex, so they're getting that fixed on stage, and as soon as they do, we will move into the picks and bans. Going to swap out the headsets, it looks like.
Yeah. And people may be wondering, why take out Faker right now? But at this stage of the tournament, yeah, exactly, why not? You don't want to show anything that Faker has for the quarterfinals. He didn't really show a lot here in the group stages. I mean, even just blind picking Ryze, a little bit of a weird selection in their last match. So just keep him undercover right now. Don't allow people to understand what his champion pool is coming in.
Well, he already revealed the Olaf, though, so I don't know. The secret's out, guys.
And for the most part as well, SKT is probably guaranteed first place in this group. It's not it's not mathematically secured so far, but if they win against either H2K here or against the Bangkok Titans in the final game, they will be first. And also, even if they were to lose both of those games, they would still hold the tiebreaker over EDG. So the only way that they wouldn't get very first place is if H2K won both games against SKT and EDG, and SKT lost to Bangkok Titans. So there's really no need to try hard here for SKT.
You know, part of my brain says, well, obviously that's not going to happen. But then again, I was here for the last week of Worlds. I know what can happen in this tournament, so I'm not going to make any final judgments just yet.
Yeah, and also to compound onto that, there would still be a tiebreaker between SKT and H2K should that occur. So they get even another chance to get out of this group in first place.
Unlikely. Well,
not mathematically impossible, though.
No, not mathematically impossible. That's true. But like we know, math has never been my strong suit, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, so it's impossible.
That's right. Absolutely. That's Doa math, guys. So it looks like it's time to move into the Champ Select. Picks and bans for H2K versus SK Telecom T1 Azir, our first ban of the day, followed by that Mordekaiser. Not going to let Garmin have that one.
Yeah, and, you know, coming in here, the Azir ban is so common when you play against EasyHoon because he is an incredible talent on that particular champion, so no surprise that they would go ahead and take that right out of the pool.
Yeah, Gangplank out of the way as well. Rek'Sai banned out for H2K. Final ban on blue side incoming. H2K does have a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more leeway in the bans being on the blue side. They're going to use it for the Elise.
Yeah, the Elise, I think, is a pretty smart choice, especially when you have Bengi in the lineup and he's more likely to be doing you would expect side lane ganks. Elise, the best turret diving jungler, especially early game. We got to see that, in the first game of the day with Marin and Bengi getting off some tremendous ganks, and they won't be nearly as potent with the Elise off the table.
Yeah, well, there's a Lulu ban, so I wonder, are we going to see the Darius first pick from H2K? If we don't, you can be sure SKT is going to grab it.
What's interesting about SKT so far in this group stage is when they've been on red side, it's pretty much been Mordekaiser, Gangplank, Lulu for most of the games. They're just taking out power picks.
Yeah.
They haven't been sniping at one maybe pocket pick coming in. So that's they're very confident in their ability just without the power picks down to seal the fate of their opponents.
This is what I call the Cloud special if they lock this in, because it's not only Cloud9, now it's Cloud Templar in Korea as well. Cloud-oriented with Zamumu. It's true. Will they lock it in, though? Answer, probably not.
Well, we've already seen Marin's Renekton against Darius, which will scare them away a little bit from picking Darius first.
Well.
Because Sing looking to be a playmaker on Thresh. It was banned by SKT when SKT played them in the previous game.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin often taken out against H2K as well. They're going to have both champions up. Should they choose to go for it, we could see Bengi just try and deny that pick, but I have a feeling he's just going to play Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and as criticized as Lulex is as a jungler, he's a very good Lee Sin player. The move he pulled earlier today where he smited the minions while he was queuing, then kicked backwards from within the inhibitor turret was really, really impressive. And had, in my opinion, had a more well-known player pulled off that play, it would have been a highlight clip on Reddit for the execution it was.
Well, maybe we'll still see that highlight. I'll upvote it instead.
Well, it's worth noting right now, as we see this Kalista lock-in, Bang is professionally undefeated on Kalista. He has never lost a game on this champion. No one lets him have it. No one lets SK Telecom have it, because how do SK Telecom win? Usually they win out of the strength of the laning phase, and that is not... And their control over Dragon, and that champion is perfect for both.
Well, the funny thing is that Bang actually got to play Kalista a little bit more often than some of the AD carries in Korea because of so many bans being targeted on Marin and on Faker, too.
The other thing with the SKT win rate statistics is, I think, Monty, you were mentioning, since the K and S teams merged, they have close to an 80% win rate as a team.
Yes.
So since Kalista was just released in this season, they're going to have a higher chance of being a very strong win rate for Bang. Of course, though, still undefeated, still impressive.
Okay. Little bit of a taste of Marin's own medicine as Renekton locked in by H2K. Interesting. But can they Renekton like Marin Renektons?
It's bold, I think, to pick SK Telecom's counter pick into SK Telecom. I'm excited to see how it works out.
It challenges Marin's knowledge of the matchup. And I wonder how much knowledge Ottawamne has of that, because it really felt like when Marin had the lane as Renekton against Darius, he got that really slight lead from the early lane swap and then knew exactly how to punish it. I don't actually expect SKT to forfeit that lead to Ottawamne in the first place, so it will be a much more testing matchup, not to mention it feels like Marin's the one who kind of invented
Well,
it.
all right. A little bit of a blast from the past as Bengi's going to be taking that Evelynn into the jungle. And Wolf on Alistar would not be a big shock, I suppose.
No, it's a really common Wolf champion.
Yep. For better or for Wolf. Depends on the day.
It's usually for better. He has an extraordinarily high win rate on Alistar. And the Evelynn pick, it's not something we've seen a whole ton of at Worlds, but I think it's still a very strong pick out of the jungle. It's still... Evelynn is always powerful as long as she's somewhat viable, just because you're never going to be able to track her very efficiently. It changes the way you have to ward on the map. So it adds an extra wrinkle of complexity to the way the enemy team has to play.
Yeah. Well, that Jinx pick wouldn't be bad for H2K to grab at this point, I would think. Jinx Thresh, a classic bot lane at this point.
Yeah.
But what is Ryu going to play? What does he dare bring against whatever EasyHoon's going to play?
Yeah, he doesn't get to have the counter pick opportunity here. EasyHoon, not Faker levels of counter picking where it feels like Faker has a counter pick to literally every champion in the game in mid lane.
Yeah.
But Ryu's going to have to be somewhat conservative here. Twisted Fate is actually a good pick. I feel like it used to be more of a risky matchup, but people have started rushing cooldown boots and home guards on him, so it almost gives him the capability to split almost any lane and keep the pressure at least somewhat adequate. So I like that choice.
Yeah, TF.
Also, just great synergy. If we take a look at the side lanes here, there's going to be a ton of follow-up crowd control from Jinx and Thresh and Renekton. So he's got a lot of opportunities to really just chain the gold card into other forms of CC and pick up those kills. So what we could see EasyHoon again play that Ryze. We just saw Faker play that matchup. No doubt they have shared their thoughts on that, even though it was a blind pick Ryze. Obviously, Faker doing quite well in that lane.
What about a Victor here?
Yeah, depends how much EasyHoon has it. When we see him practicing, it doesn't seem like his favorite champion for the mid lane. That would be Lulu, but of course that has been taken away.
Right.
Azir's also been gone. What do you think,
he
Monty?
had a lot of really good Cassiopeia games a while ago, but it's been a bit of time since Cassiopeia was meta, quote unquote.
And will it be the
Karthus?
Oh boy.
Oh yes, it will. Karthus locked in for EasyHoon. Now this is a champion that we've seen him have very, very strong results on in the past, to say the least.
Wow, I love it. I think it's so interesting to pick this champion right now. Don't follow the Twisted Fate. Just stand in the mid lane, keep on farming, and just use your ult to follow up on that damage.
Yep.
So H2K, that is a very interesting problem to deal with.
SKT has now brought in 2 unique picks to the mid lane for Worlds. They're the only people to play Ryze. Faker's won with it twice, and EasyHoon's the only Karthus thus far.
Olaf. Checkmate.
three unique mid lane champions. I was thinking like overall champions.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I'm pretty
3
sure-
in 5 games.
I'm pretty sure
SKT has played.
checkmate is exactly what Faker thought when he locked that Olaf in. He was like, boom, hard countered.
Yeah.
Well,
you know you're in trouble when someone has a counter pick ready for your mid lane Aurelia.
that's true. Well, you know you're in trouble when you're like picking Aurelia blind into the mid lane. I think that's your first sign of trouble right there. Well, guys, the Hoon has been unleashed. He's going to bring Karthus as the coaches shake hands. The game will get loading, and we are about to move right into it. I'm excited. I'm glad EasyHoon's getting a chance to play.
Yeah. I'm also happy he's on a new champion here for Worlds, so it just extends the giant mid lane champion pool.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's an old EasyHoon staple, though. If we think about EasyHoon historically, loves these more zone control mages, and I'm excited to see him on it again.
That's right. So be sure to tweet your predictions to @LOLEsports with the hashtag H2KWin or hashtag SKTWin, depending on who you think is going to take it. It's time to move out onto the Rift. And here we go. Our fourth game of the day here in our second day of the second week of group stages here at Worlds 2015.
One thing I want to touch on with H2K is I thought their drafts throughout this group stage have all been very good. This is a great pick composition. They're trying to dissect SK Telecom's lane power. We talked about that. How do they get these leads? Just get the lanes ahead. And odoamne comes up with the counter pick that we saw Marin debut, and he has a Twisted Fate to come up there, chain that CC. So I think this is a very intelligent strategy by H2K against SKT.
And we even heard Prawley talking earlier as the coach and the person who pushed together these drafts for H2K, that they like to play like SKT. They just know that they're not as clean as them at the execution. So it makes sense that they're picking kind of directly targeted at the way SKT plays. And it means the first 15 minutes of this game are just going to be even more important than they normally are in a League of Legends game.
And when we talk about, of course, the Twisted Fate, that's also an Easyhoon champion. So when you can't deny it, it could have very easily come in for SK Telecom too as the last pick. So grabbing it early, Ryu feeling confident in this part of the draft.
Definitely. Bengi getting some deep wards down. It's mostly been a fan for a little while, although H2K grouping up down to the top map. Meanwhile, Smash on the mid lane. Ryu getting caught, gets exhausted, can have to flash right into Bengi for the damage. Bang loading some on as well. Ryu doesn't get away. First blood goes to Bang. And I can't think of any other word for that than disaster.
Correct. That is, he had boots as well because he was hoping to have a little bit more mobility in that laning phase to dodge Karthus to piles. But he was really just trying to deny, I think, Karthus taking some small raptors over the wall for a slight experience advantage. He ends up giving him assist and burning both of his summoner spells.
That is awful.
Right there, just a disaster for Ryu.
And that's not what you need on Twisted Fate. To survive the early laning phase, you need to hold that teleport usually to get a second Doran's Ring or a Doran's Ring, or start building up into some items. So now he's just going to fall behind and get pushed in, and this is really going to set the tempo on the mid lane in a very big way.
I think so. Wolf and Bang now with a bit of a lead early on. They haven't gone back and spent that money yet, obviously, but it's something that H2K is going to definitely be worried about.
Also, having no flash on Twisted Fate, Karthus can absolutely choose to fall back to his turret, and we still have a flash on Bengi here. There's a lot of kill pressure in the mid lane steal, even though Easyhoon burned both of his summoners.
And I'm actually interested to see the way Easyhoon plays this lane as well, because if Karthus actually gets the wave frozen near his turret, he has tremendous gank assistance because all he'd have to do is place the wall on Ryu, which has really long range to get the slow 4 and Eve coming in who still has flash, and they could actually get some pretty easy gank kills on that side. Be interesting to see how that lane plays out.
Yeah.
Really fast Chilling Smite onto Bengi with that first recall right at 3 minutes, so we'll be looking for some opportunities. We'll see if he chooses to go ahead and farm it out or whether he wants to try and make some plays.
That was another big thing about that level 1 kill on Ryu, is that it gave 4 members of SK Telecom assists too, so a little bit extra gold in the pocket early on is so important.
One thing that we've seen about SKT is, especially the games against EDG, they take one mistake like that and they just turn it into a win. They are absolutely unforgiving. They seem to be prepared for every possible scenario, playing their team compositions very well around these disadvantages. See if they can do the same thing here.
Yeah, and the one lane that is the most uninfluenced by the death of Ryu in the early game was the top lane of odoamne and Marin, because Marin didn't even pick up an assist despite kind of being down there for the initial engagement. This is actually the spot where the lane wants to be frozen for the gank we just talked about, where Easyhoon would just have to put his wall down. Ryu knows it's a possibility, and Lulex will end up scouting it out for him.
Yep.
I think this is really smart by Lulex. You have to start getting some information
Still
here.
hasn't seen him, though.
Hasn't detected that, but does get the ward down on the Raptors. Now they know Lulex is coming around. They're going to try and make a play on this.
Yeah, ward thrown in. Lulex actually doing quite a bit of damage to Bengi early on. Here comes Easyhoon, though. The damage onto Lulex is scary. There's the flash. Lulex slowed down by the wall. Tries to avoid a gold card onto Easyhoon, but here comes Marin as well. Flash from Bengi. I don't think that's going to be enough damage. Oh, and Bengi taken out by Ryu. Although Easyhoon with the answering kill will keep the kill lead ahead for SKT. Meanwhile, down the bot lane, things get crazy, and Jarnan taking a lot of damage. Will he actually live through this? He actually went back up. That is
Pretty
so
low.
brave, dude. SKT, Wolf very low as well. Has to bring that flash, and there's the Q. Bang gets the kill, and now Kessing is in a little bit of trouble too. Exhaust Wolf, unafraid of the Thresh. Flash from the brush. He grabbed Bang, goes back in for the flame. Doesn't have the cooldown. Kessing goes down to Bang with the kill. That's 3 already for him in 5 minutes. It's looking bad for H2K.
That's a nice way to put it.
It's gone from bad to worse. We said level 1 was disaster. What is much worse than disaster? Catastrophe, maybe?
Apocalypse?
The thing is for H2K, this game is a bit of a gimme. They weren't expected to win, and it actually doesn't matter for them as far as advancing out of the group, because regardless of the results here, they still need to beat EDG to move out of this group. So we saw the mid lane play, the way this bottom lane play begun was actually kind of encouraging for H2K because they got Wolf low, but Hjarnan just wasn't expecting this Q to land. He had heal when that landed from Bang, so Bang surprised him with damage, and once that happened, when your AD carry dies with heal still up, you're asking yourselves to get double killed.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you can't keep going up against a Kalista like that with that low health.
Look at this, he's coming back into lane 2 with the Cutlass and a dagger already completed, so a huge advantage in that bottom lane for Bang, and Wolf is playing this patiently, and we've got to start thinking about reuse teleports right now. Now, they still can save this game. It's not so far gone yet, but it's going to come down to whether they can actually secure kills in the side lanes. And with Easyhoon, he's turned around the lane. You can see he's very actively pressuring it. This is where you bottle up that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, if they can manage to take down that mid lane turret before Ryu is able to get anything done with his first ult or two, that's going to be a really tough thing for H2K to overcome.
And I do have to echo, that is the main way H2K would have any shot back in this game, which is why the Karthus pick is quite wise. He can keep the wave shoved up, which makes it easy to punish when Twisted Fate does leave lane, and he can also kind of answer just with his Requiem. Once he knows all the threats have left that lane, he could stand and basically use it immediately as the TF comes in for a little bit of an equalizer.
And that's up now, so it's yet another thing that Hjarnan in the bottom lane really needs to be aware of. I mean, we saw him kind of be risky with low health situations before. You can't do that with a level 6 Karthus on the field.
No, it does make it considerably more challenging. See Marin, interestingly, he's playing out the matchup. Both of our top laners double Doran's Blade, so they're not rushing into any of their items. And playing the Darius a little bit more defensively this time around.
It's the closest matchup we've seen from Marin against an opponent, is the way Ottawa has been able to play him. This is the counter pick that Marin selected for him, essentially, earlier on in the week. And I like the way Renekton plays in this matchup because I feel like he has a lot of tools to get inside the Q range of Darius to not take the maximum damage, stun, get his damage out, and then also dice out afterwards. It's a clever pick, and I think Ottawa is playing it pretty properly, but without an early jump and experience, the lane is still somewhat splitting.
Yeah, even though the slice and dice is just that small little dash, it's enough to get inside and land that W so you can get that efficient trade.
It's just, it seems like it'd be kind of scary for H2K, right? Even when you have Renekton teleporting in later on, I mean, you've got a lot of reasons to not want to be in melee range of SK Telecom.
Absolutely. Very much H2K picked this game for the laning phase, so if the laning phase falls apart, they're in even more trouble.
And here we go. Marin's TP is back up, just as a reminder, was down for a little bit, and now Wolf and Bengi just here to zone out the enemy dual lane and try and finish off this
Even
tower
Karthus
early.
is
Oh, there it is. Requiem coming in, teleport coming into that turret, the bot lane as well, too. Wolf gets stopped up for a second. Hjarnan stays alive for the moment, had to use not the summon hero quite yet. Bengi getting taken out by Ryu as he joins the fight. Odo Omne making a big difference so far in this one. Nice explosive cast. Have they separated Easyhoon enough? Doesn't look like it. There's the flash from Easyhoon. Oh, they're re-engaged. Can Bang do enough damage to turn this one around? Nearly. Marin teleports in. He is ready to go. Lulax taking a lot of damage. Doesn't die from the ult, but there's another kill for Bang. And they managed to trade it fairly evenly in the end.
And Bang gets double buffs after that. Now, what SK Telecom did, they were overly aggressive on that tower right now. Marin, this was a problem I said earlier in the tournament, maybe a little bit late on these TPs, but they back them into a choke point where their AoE can be effective, and then that's when the TP comes in. H2K really over pursuing that one, and now Bang is even more of a problem than he was before. He's up 32 CS, 4-0 with double buffs.
Well, you did mention Bang having more successful games when Faker is out of the lineup and more team focus going towards that bottom lane. And I do actually have to say that the bottom lane gank there by SKT was not very clean. I kind of disagree with the Karthus roaming down so early because the Twisted Fate is naturally going to match that. You can use your Requiem from lane and then punish once the teleport comes in from the Twisted Fate. Even then, H2K does come in with Ottawamne. Darius was biding his time because SKT probably didn't think they needed him. And at the end of the day, it was a one-for-one trade. It's just the leads SKT had beforehand were huge.
Well, chilling smart on Ottawamne there. Bengi has to flash away as Ryu comes in, gets knocked up. To disengage just for SKT. Lulex pulled into turret range.
No.
Wolf is going to push Lulex farther into turret range. 4 damage onto him. Will he survive? Wolf just needs one more hit, basically. Marin flashes in, missed the Q, but got the auto, and there's going to be a pause. Another kill for SKT.
Yeah, I wonder if people are pausing for the Darius interaction there. It is possible to channel your Q. It's a 0.75 second cast time and then flash and have the damage execute. Yeah. I've seen a lot of players missing that play. I wonder if this is a pause just as a suspected bug to check that out. But
you know, to me,
either way,
it looked like you got a little bit too close. Like you had him on the inside range of the Q, maybe?
It looked to me like it didn't do any damage. So
yeah, well, the inside ring of the Q
doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enemies hit by the handle do take 50% damage and do not get a bleed stack. But I've seen that a couple times looking like it doesn't do any damage as well.
Well, we'll see what happens here.
We'll hear what the pause was actually for. I'm purely speculating here.
I mean, in the end, they got the kill. 6-2 right now for SK Telecom, so things still going fairly as well as you can see from the scoreboard down at the bottom.
Yeah, I just received word that it has nothing to do with the Darius. It's actually Ottawamne pausing because he thinks he encountered a bug. He says he stunned Evelynn, but it didn't apply, so they're checking to see if that's the case.
Okay.
It's totally valid for a player to pause whenever they suspect a bug.
Yeah, absolutely, and they should as well, too. I mean, if you have a bug and you don't pause and you get punished for it, kind of ends up being on you in the end, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
I see we're back to the wave. The pause wave here in Paris.
The French crowd loves the wave.
Yeah, this could go on for a while. They did this for 5 minutes in the middle of a game.
I've said this before, and it's still true in week 2. The enthusiasm of this French crowd is like some of the biggest I think I've ever seen in LoL.
Yeah, a lot of it is obviously the crowd and the culture, but the casters that are able to encourage us, the team that Chips and Wah have put together here for casting, really adds so much energy to this entire venue as well as their own broadcast.
I got to hang out with those guys a little bit last week, and they have a great studio here in Paris and a pretty big following, and for a good reason too. Fantastic casters.
Has the wave stopped already?
No, there it goes. Okay, well.
Please, Jad. They're not going to stop.
Come on, is the moon gone? As long as the moon is around, there will be waves, right? That's science.
It's coming back. Tom, you want to join in? It's coming our way.
That's on the other side, though. Oh, all right.
Yeah, that was.
There we go.
That was weak.
You'll just have to take our word for it.
We did it very enthusiastically.
We're North Americans, so we can't be expected to be quite as enthusiastic.
And I'm from a German community in Wisconsin, so the enthusiasm.
You're stoic.
Man, that's right. Yeah, you know me. Stoic Noah. That's what they call me.
We'll change your name to Stoa next season.
Stoa. Stoic?
This game in particular, it's especially with this gank going pear-shaped in the top lane for H2K, is getting a little bit worse.
Yeah. I never got that. Going pear-shaped. Why are pears are good? They're healthy for you. They taste
It's not.
decently?
It's usually not considered an attractive look on a woman, though.
Oh, I see.
Maybe I'm using that analogy all wrong. Like sometimes I use analogies and then I realize long after using them.
I don't know.
Like
maybe you were using.
We're in
it, right?
France, for instance.
Okay.
I did take French in high school, but when I was a child, between the ages of like 5 and 12, when people would say "c'est la vie," I would be like, I guess la vie is just what you say when things aren't going the right way. Like, la vie. And then I realized it was actually a proper French phrase.
Spilled my Mountain Dew. Oh, la vie. Oh.
Yeah, la vie.
La vie. Oh, well. Yeah. I don't know.
It's important to research these sayings.
I think so, too.
I might remove pear-shaped from my casting.
Maybe. Unleash the SJWs. I can't read that. You know, usually I can't read the signs because they're Korean. This is like a whole other level.
Hey, somebody's excited about being Canadian. Are you excited about being Canadian?
I'm always excited about being Canadian. I was born in the USA, but I have dual citizenship. And
Wow.
I'm very happy to have both.
Have you been to a hockey game?
Yeah.
Me too.
I used to film WHL hockey games in my hometown.
Really?
And then I also went to an Oilers game when I went to school in Edmonton. So.
I used to be involved in the broadcast for the NCAA hockey in my city, too. What do you know? We're hockey broadcasting buddies.
We're bonding
Wow.
for this pause time.
We are. You're getting to hear us bond in real time. That's amazing. Well, the pause is still ongoing. They're saying Hoon right now. For Hoon! The Hoon. I don't know what's going on. Well,
we're in a pause, and the French casters are being very entertaining.
Yep.
Gotta step up our game. Talking about
so.
hockey.
We're not going out to the audience, so this is a nice, chill.
See, this is strange.
Conversation.
Well, see, this is what it's like for Monty and I most of the time, Jad, is that the audience that we're speaking to isn't in the same studio as us usually. So we don't really get any feedback.
I think it's a much more relaxing tone because you don't really need to worry that there's all these people just sitting in the audience waiting to react to what you're doing, just kind of bored. But people just get to listen in. They still get to see the venue being excited.
You just pretend that the crowd is laughing at all your jokes instead. Makes it a lot easier.
Look at how excited they got over that last thing you said, Monty.
They're like, you're right. We love your jokes, Monte Cristo. They're the best.
No, they're not. Even I can admit that.
You're right. Well, guys, while we look into the issue on stage, we're going to send it right over to the analyst desk for their take on this game so far.
We do have some time while they deliberate. Based on the information that they have, our QC is going to be looking at the logs, figuring out what needs to be done in reference to the proposed stun or the supposed stun that did not happen. With this time, though, that we have, I think we should talk about the game as it is currently playing out. SKT with a pretty significant advantage, most of that advantage resting on Bang so far in the game.
For sure. Like the double kill in the bottom, the mistake from Yarnan was massive, not flashing, not healing. It was rough, that double kill.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it shows like there's a kind of disparity, and we've seen it in the past, but it's not until you're against a great bottom lane. The difference between Hyanan and Kasing. Kasing is so much of a presence in that lane, and when you focus him, he gets a lot of outplays, but they went on Hyanan then, and he backed away very early, mistimed the flash, mistimed the heal, and Kasing still nearly outplayed it by himself, but just wasn't able to get it done.
You're a veteran of the bottom lane, Tabe. In those scenarios, you know, I think typically people, you know, say that the support dictates the lane. Your opinion of Kasing and the way that he's played so far this tournament?
I think, how do I pronounce his AD?
Hyanan?
I think Hyanan has a huge mistake of not using double summoners when they're engaging with their enemies. But I think even they use the summoners, they still, they can't beat Kalista because Jinx and Kalista is always lose. Jinx is only good at late game, and Kalista is super good at early stage. But I think why SKT is leading so much now is because of the huge play of Wolf. He has multi-target pulverize, and he saves the team.
Wolf's been coming up big. There's no doubt about that.
The other thing we're talking about is why do you blind pick Thresh? Like, Kasing is a great Thresh, but Wolf's Alistair, man, is like second to none. He showed it at MSI. He's showing it again this game. He is just able to set up so much, and his knowledge of how much damage he can take with and without ultimate just creates all of these baits. You saw it in the big turret dive down bottom lane. He had his flash still, like just absolutely no hesitation on baiting the whole team into that brush.
It's like what I want to see is more Janna. I want to see Janna blind picks because it's so good against this Braum that everyone's picking, good against the Alistair as well. And if people start picking Janna, we might see a Soraka, we might see a Nami, and that's interesting to me. New supports coming in.
I would love to see the kind of the rock, paper, scissors of support and the bot lane come into play. Something else I want to look at is that top lane, though, because the last time we saw the Darius and Renekton matchup, Marin was on the other side of it, and he was absolutely throwing the hammer down as Renekton. We switch it up this time. He's playing Darius. He's going even in CS, no problem.
Yeah, and this is something that I like to hit on top laners is he changed the tempo of top lane by investing in a second Doran's Blade. And what that does is it actually slows down the Renekton because he can't get the auto attack reset out of that Tiamat and he can't really do it. He can still win trades, Renekton, but not to the same extent. And Darius gets that little bit tankier, which means he can live through the lane, he can lifesteal up and, I guess, at least trade relatively effectively. And I think that's really smart from Myron, showing that he knows exactly how to use items to his advantage as well as a way of manipulation.
But I have something to say because we know that Renekton is really counterpicking Darius. But on the other side, we can see that they have SKT picking Karthus and picking Eve. Eve is really effective for early threats, even though maybe he's just ganking mid, but before Eve is appearing on the map, maybe Renekton is really have a hard time because he didn't know where is Eve. And when Karthus is level 6, he can't have a match too.
Yeah, he can't ever push up the lane because of that inherent pressure that Eve does provide.
Right. Lots of early game and global pressure supplied by the Evelynn and the Karthus. Let's move on to that Karthus pick. Right? Karthus in the mid lane. SKT's been pulling out a lot of unique picks that no other team has played yet. And we had the Ryze, as Jat mentioned in the pregame, as well as the Karthus now. Olaf from the mid lane. You know, this is a team that clearly has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. And the question is, how many more do they have?
I think it's funny that EasyWoom comes back with the card. It's as if they kind of froze him down and then like crack the ice and then he's back. Comes back with the card as the Azir ban came in, which he's known for, I guess. But I think the card was interesting just because of the point that Tabe highlighted. But it's also important that it was something that I want to touch on, like with the matchup Renekton-Darius. I haven't seen a lot of it since the changes, but I think our opinion of it might be a bit skewed because in this particular game, EDG versus SKT, we need to keep in mind that Amazing J got really screwed over by the lane swap. He got into a lane that was pushing out and he lost a lot of CS because of that.
That is a very good point. I just want to quickly remind the viewers at home, the reason we are at the analyst desk right now is because there's a pause on stage due to a supposed bug. Odoamne claiming that he was supposed to have stunned Bengi in that engagement. It didn't go off. So again, they're looking into the logs, trying to figure out whether or not any of that actually went through. And if it did not happen, deliberating as to whether or not a remake should be offered. As that happens, we have some time to continue to talk about the game. On the side of H2K, given the way that the game has played out so far, right, they're about 3K, 3.5K down. Pretty significant number at this stage in the game. What is going to be their ticket back into this game, if anything?
I think that's really hard to dictate just because of how far ahead the Kalista is. I would have said that the late game scaling of Jinx once she gets 3 items should be a recipe to be able to do that, and they should be able to funnel the TF into that lane to really help lock that down. The problem is that he's got like Berserker Greaves pickaxe versus a completed Blade of the Ruined King, which just means that trading becomes nearly impossible in that lane. So if they are going to get back into the game, it would be through the late gaming, I guess, team fight that Jinx can bring with all those AoE rockets, but against a Fed Bang, like that is very difficult.
Tall task, to say the least, especially when you have something like a Renekton where you're looking to put the pressure on early, not necessarily to rest on your laurels into the late game. You know, moving away from this game, though, since we have the time, looking at these two teams in the tournament, currently, H2K, there's not a ton of pressure on this game because, as Jat also mentioned, victory here doesn't secure them moving on. The more important game is looking ahead to EDG. So I actually want to take a moment and talk about this team and the preparation that they need to be doing for a matchup against Edward Gaming.
I feel like if we take this game they're currently in, it kind of shows that H2K has a very smart draft. I think the TF blind pick into the Evelynn was smart, and it shows that they can adapt. EDG have not shown any kind of signs of adaptation in a pick and ban. They kind of just don't look at the other side of the pick and ban at all and just pick their champions. And I think that is H2K's like kind of key to kind of open up the lock to EDG.
I have to mention that because we have put so much emphasis on the top laner, Amazing J, today, and after the game when BKT and H2K, when H2K wins, I hear that from the interview from Shox that Odoamne said that AJ has a lot of mistakes and it is his job to exploit him. That means I think it is really important to when someone says he is very confident in winning the lane. So I think What do you guys think about the matchup against Amazing J and Odoamne?
Yeah, I actually think that that is the case, that Odoamne is going to look to do that. And I think that, once again, SKT have given them some tools. Clearlove is a very good Evelynn player. If that is what is keeping this lane matchup down right now, and they can use that to capitalize and maybe overcommit on Amazing J, there is potential there. But right now, H2K, the strength in the top lane and the disparity in the bottom lane is actually the way that EDG likes to play because of how strong Mako and Deft is. So they need to be very aware of where they are focusing resources, because once again, you can't let AD carries like Deft, like Bang, get these huge leads.
My curiosity would be whether or not H2K adopts a similar style to Bangkok Titans, which is put something hyper-aggressive, put Lulex on Lee Sin, right? We know him as a Lee Sin player. Put him on something aggressive in the early game, as well as laners that have extraordinary gank assistance. Secure yourself a couple early kills in the first 10 minutes of the game so that you can take over fights when it comes to the Dragon, which is where EDG does fall into large engagements, and they follow through on them entirely, whether or not they're on the losing or winning end of them.
I've said this the whole time. Running gun style League of Legends against Chinese teams is very good, because if the game is equal, regardless of team comms, the Chinese teams will fight you. They cannot give up objectives. It's like against their DNA or something. So exactly what we saw in that SKT game where they just went hard commit. They will continue to do that if you pick early game against them.
And also it's kind of perfect because Kassing is also known as the Thresh player, and I think he's the kind of guy that can impact the map the same way Moss did in that game. And like, speaking of Odoamne, coming into the tournament, I saw him as a weakness. I saw Lulex as a weakness, but I think Odoamne has played in this tournament better than he has all split long. So that is very important to highlight.
Upside for them there, especially considering the meta as of right now.
But other than Amazing J that I mentioned a lot today, I think EDG spot lane is far better than H2K spot lane. We can see that just now the bad execution of the ADC Jinx. I think there will be a really hard time for Hyeonan? For Hyeonan to against Deft.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, especially if Deft wants to continue to play these aggressive picks like the Kalista, like Lucian. He has shown that he will play a bully in the bottom lane and not let the other AD carry scale. And it's bit him a couple of times because they have fallen a little bit behind. But if that goes right for you, you just means that you explode through the mid-game team fight much earlier.
Now, let's return to this game for a brief moment. Going back through the picks and bans, we see, again, a very interesting combination of, well, if Kalista is the one that's getting out of control, is there not a way for H2K to deal with that, given the TF and the Renekton being able to get in, stun up on Kalista and keep her in place, deal enough damage to get her?
I feel like, personally, the matchup, like Jinx, Thresh into the Kalista, Alistar, is just such a polarized matchup that you can't really judge, like, based off of play. While we know Yarnan misplayed in that particular engagement, there was just no way for them to win that fight. I feel like the Jinx was kind of way too confident to pick. Like, you have to keep in mind consistency. Maybe they wanted the lane swap, maybe they had some other idea in mind, but that is like a gamble. And I feel like they should have just went for a safer pick because the Kalista came in early from SKT, and maybe they should have went for the Corki, first Corki of the tournament.
And the other thing you have to remember against Kalista is she has one of the easiest itemizations into third item QSS out of all AD carries because of the double attack speed and lifesteal without having to go into it. And because of the delayed item purchases of the Renekton, he had to go a second Duran's Blade. He's not going to get armor for an extended period of time. So there is a potential for Kalista to itemize much easier towards a QSS before she picks up that last Whisper, and it can set up the team fight in their favor.
Afforded a lot of leniency there. Also, too, if we look at picks and bans, Jat mentioned this as well, or perhaps Monty. They mentioned the fact that SKT has been banning essentially the same 3 champions every single game when they're on red side, which is indicative of the fact that they know that they can outplay a team as long as they remove the power picks from the table. So again, they're not having to show too much. They're not being forced to show too much in that regard, yet they're coming out with these unique champion picks and saying, we've got everything covered. There's, they're looking more and more like a heavy favorite, even though they are not necessarily in the strongest group in terms of depth.
Yeah, my opinion is that SAT have shown one thing in this group stage, and it's that they are currently the best team in the world. Like, it is up to other people to beat SKT. They have given absolutely nothing away at this point.
It's like what I feel if I take a look at SKT, the information they've given us just makes it harder to prepare.
Right.
It's like What are you going to do about the Renekton Darius? Like, we've seen teams, they just hesitate to pick Darius against SKT. That is just a massive advantage.
He plays Malphite. You can't pick Fiora. There are so many things right now that SKT have just said, we don't care about the meta. We will beat you.
Now, Tabe, when you look at a team like this, we're looking at SKT in their current form, and you as a team are going to have to go up against them in a best-of-5 group stage or bracket stage following this. What would be your approach to a team like this that seems to have so many different formulas for success?
Because just like Yamato just said, it is very hard for us to prepare to against a team with so deep in the champion pool. So I think what we have to do is we have to bring something that we are very good at. For example, just like you said, they are mispicking Jinx just now, right? But I certainly think of that. Why they're picking? Because they are learning from Flash Wolves. You remember yesterday's game? Flash Wolves have 3 games with Jinx and they have Thresh 2 and Morgana. I think simply it is because HTK is learning from different opponents. So I think the team that maybe can win SKT, maybe I will give a vote for Flash Wolves, because if they are too confident from SKT of not banning out their Lulu, LeBlanc, and their Jinx, maybe they will suffer a lot.
All right, well, there we go. We're throwing it back to the game right now as we're into it. Take it over, guys.
Thanks, and I just want to clear this up real quick because I've been talking to production during this whole pause, and the way the ruling happened, we are continuing to play the game. What happened was Ottawamne went to stun Bengi's Evelynn as Bengi was flashing away. The reason it paused is because it did not stun him after the flash. That is a bug and was confirmed as a bug. However, after the flash, no H2K players were in range to reach Bengi, so the referees are not allowing a remake or not offering a remake for that stun because they do not think it had a meaningful impact on the game.
Yeah, Lulex was close, but all his abilities were on cooldown and his flash had already been used.
Yeah, we also watched the clip many, many times to try and come to our own conclusions, and it didn't seem like Bengi was going to die or even take damage if the stun had landed.
Well, yeah, the only other person nearby you could say was Ryu. He was knocked up and still out of range of clicking for that gold card anyway, so no chance there as well. Meanwhile, Bang will take the first Dragon of the game for SK Telecom as we get back into the action between H2K and SKT here in our 4th game of the day.
And there we go.
There we go.
There we go. Bengi
back in the game.
Coming out on the side.
And Ryu slowed down. He's taking a lot of damage here. Could be in trouble. No flash for him. Gets very low. Red card thrown out, but Wolf comes in for a bit of bloodthirsty support kill stealing. That's how I like to come back from a pause.
Full combo, killing with the Alistar. This is looking like SKT 4,000 gold up. We also had a brief discussion during the pause about whether or not H2K would even want this remake because it's so hard for them to beat SKT, and they need to be able to keep their morale high for the next game against EDG. It's going to be an unfortunate thing for them that they have to come back from potentially getting beaten down pretty hard from SKT here and have the group-defining game against EDG.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Bengi and Wolf able to get into the enemy jungle now, take care of some wards, throw down some of their own. Don't find that one. Nope, now they do. And this is kind of what I thought we'd see a little bit more of with EasyHoon in now. We're going to see maybe a little bit more room for Wolf and Bengi to play a little bit more like Score and Peekaboo. Get into the enemy jungle, throw down a lot of wards, get more vision control than we maybe see SK Telecom prioritize in other games.
Yeah. The funny thing about that is EasyHoon is doing exceptionally well in lane.
Yeah.
So much of that is because Ryu burned both summoner spells at level 1, but it's not like EasyHoon is sitting back and being non-aggressive.
Marin could be in trouble. Gold card lands, and I don't think there's any escape for him. Ryu with another kill. Meanwhile, some action down in the bot jungle. SKT steals the red.
And that's the gank that we were talking about to start off this game. That is such a great kill lane for H2K. Already has that Tiamat, a lot of damage coming out, and you can just chain stun into stun very easily. So Marin, I think, playing a little bit disrespectfully right here. We'll see what SKT can get for it. They are going to potentially punish this movement, but they're not. Ryu's right back in the lane, gets that red card. Ottawamne is going to get some turret damage down as well.
Yeah, Ottawamne getting a lot of damage done on that tier 1 turret up in top lane, and he may actually be able to take that out. In fact, I think he will.
It's absolutely huge.
The more ganks like that Ryu can get, the better. This injection of gold is actually pretty good for H2K in the grand scheme of the game. despite all the bad things that have happened for them, 3,000 gold at 14 minutes is not insurmountable by any means, especially if Twisted Fate can get off good ganks without being punished.
Well, Ryu's stayed relevant. I mean, yeah, he's died 3 times, but he's also gotten 3 kills. He's way down in farm and lane, but if he can start making more of these ganks, maybe they could turn it around. Still a tall order, but yeah, they're doing what they need to do at this point anyway.
Definitely bouncing back, and QSS second now for Bang.
Why not?
I mean, when you get this far ahead, that's a great question. Why not? Okay, well, you can QSS Hook, you can QSS the Renekton stun, you can QSS Gold card.
There's a lot of CC to worry about.
And because he has so much more money, it basically doesn't matter. I mean, he's up against a Jinx with a pickaxe and Berserker Greaves.
Yeah, the reason you wouldn't want to go QSS second item under normal circumstances is it puts you so behind the damage curve of the opponent AD carry. Hjarnan is sitting on enough gold to get a BF sword right now, but not even finish his Infinity Edge. Bang will maintain his lead. He has more than a QSS worth of gold ahead of him, so he still has better offensive capabilities as well as not being able to get stunned for duration by TF now.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, right now, Bang is about 2,000 gold up on Hjarnan, so that's what's making it work.
Well, when you get first blood, 3 more kills after that, it helps quite a bit. Meanwhile, smackdown to EasyUn in the mid lane, gets flayed in. Nice explosive cast, EasyUn in a lot of trouble. He's going to get taken out easily, and that is yet another kill for Ryu. The ganks are starting to happen for H2K.
Well, that's what this composition does. They are very good at making picks with this composition. See, Marin missing that apprehend, but they do take down that tower in the top lane in response. You have to be very careful, and they
Here's the
dive.
Good pressure by H2K. They're trying to fight back Martin. 1v4 under the turret.
Yeah, gold card's going to lock him up, and that's all H2K needs for an easy kill. Hjarnan getting that one. A little bit of damage on the turret besides.
2 plays in a row, extremely crisply executed. If they can continue this rotation, it will be extremely impressive. Kill in mid, kill in bottom lane. Ryu used his teleport because he wants to save the mid lane turret, and he actually does. H2K is just destroying these last few minutes of the game.
Now they're going to get another turret here too. Hjarnan in this minigun form, and the play on the map has been pretty darn good for H2K. Playing this composition out beautifully, and this is a tough road to hoe for SKT because they don't really have a lot of siege here. They have a Kalista and a melee Darius and a relatively short-range Karthus to try and punish this mid-lane turret. The wave clear's there for H2K.
It's extremely hard to push against a Twisted Fate, especially one that has cooldown boots with Home Guard. Even if he needs to go back, he can get back to the lane as quickly as possible. And if it wasn't for H2K having all those pretty big missteps early in the game, their execution in the last 3 minutes would have been enough to actually pull them ahead of SKT. This is very promising for H2K as they look forward in this group, even if they don't win this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the pause seems to help them get their heads on a little bit straighter here. The cohesion looks much better since the pause has ended. Wolf tries to make a play there on Lulix, doesn't quite connect. That turret's starting to take a little bit of damage now. Dragon up in 20 seconds, too.
Ryu actually getting the Lich Bane first here, so prioritizing some burst in the ganks as well as an opportunity to split push, because it's going to be difficult, especially with that teleport on EasyHoon, to follow him up. So maybe looking for some more tower pressure here. And when you're behind, you need to just make those man-up plays. Go somewhere else, try and beat them 3v2, 2v1, something like that with a bit of burst from the Lich Bane, or just split push and don't fight them until you get back into the gold game.
Yeah, SKT gets an unopposed second dragon, and if they can keep this up, that's going to be cause for concern for H2K a little bit later. And I mean, how many times have we seen this in Korea? Giving up a turret here and there, focusing on those dragons, and coming out with that big advantage in the mid and late game. Oh, Bang loads up. Wolf goes in, there's a knockup on Hjarnan, pushes him back, out from under turret, looks like a solid gank for SKT as Bang grabs another one. Meanwhile, Ryu with the 1v1 on EasyHoon, 1 for 1 on each side.
2 plays were happening at the same time right there. They traded flashes in the mid lane to get that kill. Bottom lane, they kind of traded flashes as well. Now it's all about the turret push. Trading an inner turret for an outer turret, though, is always an advantageous move.
Yeah, we'll see how far they want to push it, though. Looks like they may be collapsing up through the mid side, just pulling back, not going for an inhibitor turret quite yet.
Now they could take the red buff here on their way out, so it's jungle control if nothing else.
That was a great call from SKT too, because they saw the Destiny go up, and then they immediately knew that the TF wasn't going to the bottom side, and they could go ahead and make that play.
Yeah, let's check this one out again. Pretty easy gank onto Easy, and looks like Odo Omne helping out a little bit there as well. And Ryu with the flash gold card. And
Yeah.
A bit of revenge.
So they ended up burning more on that gank than SKT burned on the gank in the bottom side, but they still did convert another kill onto EasyHoon.
And not only that, but the effect is, too, as soon as H2K backs, SKT walks up into the mid side, gets another turret, but still trading blow for blow a little bit, but SKT taking now incremental advantages after falling a little bit behind in the pressure game.
I feel like this is a little bit of what we saw in the first meeting between H2K and SK Telecom, where they managed to keep it fairly close in the early game, and although we had some weird stuff happen in this game, they made up for it. They made it close enough, but now, just like in game one between these two teams, SK Telecom starting to jump ahead a little bit every few minutes.
Question now becomes, how is H2K going to defend against SK Telecom's Dragon pressure? They have a very fed Kalista here.
Yeah.
SKT is going to look to close this game by repeatedly fighting around the Dragon and trying to secure it. So that means H2K, they need Dragon Vision because their pick comp has to intercept SK Telecom on the way to that objective.
Yeah, to me, H2K would want to wait as long as possible on that and only contest the 5th Dragon. Unless they can get... Honestly, that is the way European teams or North American teams have generally dealt with the Dragon Snowball. They wait until the last minute, hope to turn the game around before that point, and if they can't, then they fight exactly on the 5th Dragon, and it works much better than in other regions. So, for instance, in the LCK or the LMS, oh, there might be a fight coming into the mid lane. I'll get to it.
Could be, yep. Turn it slow down a little bit. Teleport's coming in for SK Telecom. Marin gets there with a big apprehend. They're going to get flayed as they try to chase down Kasing and Lulax. Ryu on the run already, going to turn around for a little bit of damage. Kasing goes down. There's another kill for Marin. The second of the game, and a good fight for SK Telecom taking out that bot lane.
Marin instantly flash apprehended after TPing in right there because he knew he was going to have to deal with the slow coming in from the box. So really setting up that play well, getting the deep ward in so they had a teleport target.
Yeah, SKT might actually be at the point where they can apply Baron pressure on top of the Dragon Snowball because they're now at a 5,000 gold lead. But while it may not be super relevant to this game, basically, LCK teams, when they're up 4-0, and LMS teams in Dragons are like a 95% win rate. But North American and EU teams, when they're up 4 Dragons to 0, is more around a 70% win rate, only because the LCK and LMS teams don't let it get to that point at 4-0. So if they're going to lose, they usually lose contesting the 3rd or the 4th Dragon rather than the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, once you're on that 4 Dragon pressure, you basically need to win the team fight or you're done, right? It's a very risky situation to be in. H2K, though, losing a lot more than that Dragon game so far. Down 5 turrets to 3, and it is a 6,000 gold lead in 22 minutes, too, which is pretty substantial.
Looks like SKT maybe just be happy to play a little bit further back and wait this one out until the next Dragon fight, not really leaving themselves open to many kills. And now with the ward line, there aren't very many deep wards in for H2K, so they have the vision control. They're just staying on their half of the map and waiting for the drag.
It feels like H2K has recovered from the flurry of action that H2K unleashed right after the pause. Before SKT actually made those nice plays in the mid lane, H2K did have deep ward lines into the red jungle as well, so that was a play they had set up, and essentially H2K's momentum has been broken.
Yeah.
They now need to have almost a lucky play in order to get back into this game because they have to go into unvisioned territory against an Evelynn and Karthus, which is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, the setup already coming through from SK Telecom. You see backing, getting 3 pink wards, waiting about a minute left before they push forward onto that objective. H2K with plenty of wards in the inventory too, though. The battle for vision will be incoming.
And the question is, I mean, with SK Telecom already having that vision advantage, will H2K even really be able to get in and contest too much?
Yeah, they're going to try and just make sure, cover their bases, not let the Baron go here either.
Yeah.
We get some vision around that. Marin going back for one last recall.
H2K is playing off of their teleport advantage right now. They need to get Auto Omni up a little bit more.
Oh, Bengi has a flash.
They're going to catch him.
Oh, he got gold carded. He got CC'd to death. And Kasing with the kill there. Meanwhile, more action as Auto Omni tries to engage onto SK Telecom. Wolf pulled in with that Fate's Call, thrown back in again. But SKT with not a lot of follow-up. Wolf may not have wanted to go in there. There's a knock-up onto Auto Omni. EasyHoon looking for some opportunities, putting down some Qs, and Marin just can't get in there. He needs to run. Auto Omni flashing, banging a little bit of trouble. There's more damage coming in from Ryu. Bang,
now they're inside
Karthus. Lulax taking a lot of damage, and Karthus doing so much. Here comes a Requiem. Can he get any more? Gets one. On to Kasing at the end of all of that. So it looks like it's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of SKT.
It's the second time this game that I think that H2K is really overextended for a play. The first one was responding to the tower dive on the bottom side. They had the advantage right there. They got the pick. Go ahead, stop the Dragon Snowball.
H2K has the right idea with so many of these plays. They had a teleport advantage, which meant they were kind of looking for a fight the instant that Darius showed on the other side of the map. But they got the Bengi pick essentially for free. They didn't need to then burn their teleport advantage and then force a slow fight up the mid lane, because if they just got the Bengi pick, they could have maintained their teleport advantage, kept split push pressure, and then actually forced a 4v3 with the threat of a 5v3. Instead, they just opted into a 5v4 after they got the initial pick.
Yeah, I mean, now it's starting to look like the desperation is setting in for H2K a little bit here as SK Telecom takes their 3rd Dragon in a row, really monopolizing the objective this time. Monopolizing the vision, too.
It's also, don't run into a Karthus.
Under turret.
Under turret. Don't do that.
Well,
it's one of those things now, we don't see very much Karthus played professionally these days, so sometimes you, as a team, have to readjust to how you play against a particular champion, but Karthus is getting scary now. His rod is maxed out in terms of stacks, has the Abyssal Scepter, and now he's starting to go into some more needlessly large rods. And he, of course, is going to be a monster in the late game if you give him that opportunity.
Uh-oh.
And the scary thing, too, is the scarier Karthus gets, if he hits one ult, Marin can just pentakill them.
The scarier Darius gets as well.
Scariest. That's what you call him now. Maybe not right now, but soon. Maybe after he gets a few more kills.
Resetting champions are just tremendous with Karthus. Karthus has kind of fallen so far out of meta that you don't see it that often, but the synergy is absolutely massive. The amount of upfront damage he can do, even if he just flashes into a teamfight, dies and ults, is almost enough to set up Marin for just 1Q ultimate and then start the reset chain.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got champions like Renekton, Gragas, Thresh all going in, you're going to be sitting right on top of that Karthus if the team groups up on him.
I think we have to ask, too, how much more Karthus are we going to see this tournament? In a meta where assassins are not very prevalent. And
well, Bengi, big ult on the H2K as they try to disengage. Nice, Wolf throws himself in there right under Ryu. Ryu in trouble, shut down for Karthus, and they're continuing to push ahead. Marin comes in with a nice 2-man apprehend, a big Q onto Kasing and Yarnan in a lot of trouble after support goes down. SK Telecom tears apart H2K, and they're about to tear apart that Baron, too.
It's another time Marin comes in with a really strong flash apprehend and another play that is generated in the mid lane for SKT. H2K, all their plays have been about side lane control, but SKT is then attacking where H2K is weak. Ryu cannot teleport to stop a fight if he started on the fight, and now Lulex, he's trying to be a miracle maker, but there's no way.
Wants to be the hero, but it's not going to get close enough as SKT takes a pretty easy Baron. Lulex on the run now. We'll see if he gets out. He might be able to get himself executed in time.
I think that's the hope of this
Oh,
thing.
nope.
Slowed him down.
Yeah, he slowed him a little bit.
But I think there's another friend coming.
Uh-oh, here comes Marin. Pulls him in. And a little bit of flare before he goes down. That's something at least, right?
So my point about Karthus, low assassin meta, teleport's very common, and you can follow, quote-unquote, people's teleports with that ultimate, and we're going to take a look at this fight again.
Exactly. Ryu was up pretty far to try and keep the wave pushed, and it's also due to the lack of deep vision. H2K didn't have any idea there was the whole team running down the mid lane. They had no idea where anyone on SKT was, so really a positional error by Ryu there, and the rest is SKT just capitalizing and coming in with the big flank. No team at Worlds has been able to capitalize on opponent missteps as well as SKT.
And now they've got the Baron, so that solves some of their issues when it comes to setting up some of these sieges. So their composition is not very well known for. Ryu there has to take the exit via the gate. A little bit worried after getting pushed out of the mid lane.
And he should be. Here comes Marin, blocked off by those Flame Chompers. You know, he didn't even need to use his teleport to get that flank last fight, so he still has that available. It's pretty scary as SKT moves into the mid lane, trying to take out that inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Baron buff and an Alistar, so not only do they get a long time to take down the turrets, if they do want to dive, if they can get the aggro onto Alistar, the reduced damage will be able to reduce the turret damage, which normal tanks can't do since the turret has 85% armor penetration. Straight damage reduction can get around that.
Well, for now, SKT held off. The wave clear is pretty good for H2K. Ryu can handle a lot of that, even if it is Baron buff. But it seems like it's only a matter of time. And a minute 30 till Dragon comes back into. Oh, there's a Requiem. SK Telecom going in. They want the turret. They're going to burn the Karthus ult to get it. And they will get it. Wolf comes in, takes a lot of damage. He's going to pop his ult just in time as SK Telecom chasing down H2K.
Bang!
The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. I believe he may have. No, now Quadra yet. As Lulex and Odoamne is still alive, but doesn't really matter. I think SKT is ready to end this one.
Beautifully executed play there, pushing them off the turret with Easyhoon, and then when H2K thought it was safe to come back in, that's when Wolf attacked.
That's right, and the attack is successful. The Nexus turrets go down. There goes the Nexus, and SK Telecom will close it out just shy of 30 minutes. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now.
Yeah, sets them up for a pretty solid first place performance in this group stage.
Yeah.
And now we have to turn and see H2K. You know, they fell behind early. They had that unfortunate death at level 1, which set Ryu really far behind. But honestly, credit to them. I think they actually played out that mid game quite well considering the deficit.
They really did.
SKT is on their way to a 6-0 group and has looked very dominant in this group. But for their games in particular, H2K has been much harder to beat than EDG was.
Honestly, I think H2K has the best games against their poor record in this tournament right now. They've been losing a lot, but their losses, they've still looked fairly good at certain points in them.
Yeah, H2K has had the right idea on a lot of plays. I do have to talk briefly on SKT here, though. They are on their way to a 6-0 group if they can defeat the Bangkok Titans at the very last game of the day.
Seems pretty likely.
And I wonder, last year there was so much talk about Samsung White and whether they could get the perfect run at Worlds. Well, currently, SKT, they might be going for that title as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to go for it as long as they can, I suppose. And with that win, too, I believe SKT does lock up first place in the group with a 5-0.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah. No one can do that.
Mathematically confirmed this time.
Mathematically confirmed. There we go. A little bit of math.
No one else can get to 5 wins.
That's right.
They have beaten everyone too many times for that.
And SKT, I mean, Easyhoon, it didn't seem like they really missed a beat, really, did they? I mean, the Karthus, such a different pick than we usually see from Baker, but they really were able to sort of integrate it into their team style very, very easily. Yeah. And that's what SK Telecom does. I mean, why not? So now we're going to send it over to the analyst desk for a little bit of a post-game recap.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, very necessary win there for SKT in order to secure that first round, or rather first seed going into the bracket stages. But we're going to take this opportunity before we get into our next game to check in with the Twitter sphere, where you guys are sending in your questions for our resident Season 3 World Championship finalists with the hashtag AskTabe. Now we'll start with a tweet from @Bachiak, or Bachiak, which says, what do you do to prepare for a big match? Well, Tabe, what is it?
Before we are going to face a huge enemy, our opponents, before a big match, obviously we will have a very in-depth conversation with our teammates. We will have a meeting about like 30 to 60 minutes about the band pick. We will stimulate the picks from our enemies. For example, if our enemies are SKT, we will think of them of what will Faker going to pick, what will Marine was going to pick. And after that, we will think of the team morale. Are we very afraid of against them, and we will choose to have a big meal to relax ourselves.
Sounds good.
Gotta have that big meal, fill up your stomachs.
Food.
Exactly, yeah, get your minds off of the game itself. Next up, we have Loki259, who writes, which team has the best bot lane at Worlds currently?
I think the first seed of China, LGD, has the best bot lane in the world. So, although they didn't perform very good in the Worlds, they lost 3 games already. But I think Imp and PYL are the best of the best.
And I want to ask you, because we hear a lot about PYL, but what makes PYL such a great support in your mind?
Because my play when I was a player too, I like aggressive play. And I think the best 2 supports in China is Miko and PYL. But I think PYL is playing much more aggressive than Miko. And comparing the 2 bot lanes, Deft plus Miko and Impact plus PYL, I think they are more convincing.
Yeah, I have to agree with like LGD bot lane, because it's very hard to look beautiful when you're dancing in the mud.
And I want to add something about being aggressive in bot lane. If you play very aggressively in bot lane, your opponent will think, oh, because there's jungler behind you. It's just nonsense. There's no jungler behind you. It's just simply we are aggressive. It's very good play.
Imp and PYL have been shining lights for a team that is struggling quite seriously in this tournament so far. Next up, Aturgis wants to know, what is more important in advancing at Worlds, innovation or one solid strategy? What are your thoughts there?
I think of a long time to answer this question because I think innovation is the most important thing. And the second thing is the understanding of your teammates. Why? Why I invented Ani support is because in our team, we have Uzi for huge damage output, and we have White as a very good AP in China. But we have a huge problem. Who is going to initiate? We have huge problems about initiation, and we have a meeting of a whole team, and we figure out that Sona and Fresh is the best initiators. But then I ask my questions. Let me list all about the champions who have stuns. We figure about Sion, we have Anivia, and I suddenly think, oh, what I'm doing? Annie has the best AoE stun in the world because before the patches now, there are a lot of nerfs on Annie, you know? Yep. And that time, Annie have 1.75 seconds stun, even in level 1. And about this question, why innovation is important, I explained about thinking of what is the best hero during this patch. And the second thing is you have to understand your teammates. I know that Uzi always blame about no initiations. We always know that White or even Godlike can make good initiations. So you have to have good understanding of your team.
Can you go too far? Like PYL picked Brand, for example. Do you think that is an example of bad innovation in a meta where Brand didn't really do that good?
Because I have emphasized that Mordekaiser is very afraid of stun and silence, maybe I think he picks Brand is because of the synergy between Brand and Kalista. Kalista can ulti Brand into the face tanking Mordekaiser and EQ immediately. But it's after you're level 6. When you're level 6, Mordekaiser is already level 8.
Yep.
I think it is not his problem of picking Brand, but it is the problem of the coach. Why you are having Mordekaiser in other people's team.
So innovation around a team based on the information you have about your teammates. Finally, from Reckoner Celeste, Tabe, who do you think is the top support champion right now at Worlds?
I think this question is the same as the first question. The first thing you have to know is you have to have a very good understanding of the current patch. And the second thing is you have to always be innovative. For example, we have seen Kench support used by Gorilla. He is just ulting and he eats Jinx and he brought prey into 5 men. And he uses W to rescue your ADC. Why he uses this is because no one understands about Kench. No one has the same in-depth understanding of Gorilla's Kench. For my opinion, among the World's play, I think Morgana will be a very good pick because we can see by stats that Morgana has won all the games as a support, but there's only a single lose time when Morgana is used by Pobelter as a mid lane.
Something that I would like to add as well, simply because top lane and mid has been so important to last pick. That's why we have to see these blind pick supports all the time. Otherwise, we would see these counter picks. That's why we don't see Janna. That's why we don't see any Soraka or any kind of innovative picks. That's why we get to see these boring, like, blind picks like Alistar and Braum.
Well, Tahm Kench is not boring.
Yeah, Tahm Kench is... Well,
I'm hoping to see more Tahm Kench. I want Tahm Kench to become meta in this tournament. Well, Tabe, thank you very much for providing us with some of that insight there. We'll see if H2K can shake off that loss as they get back on stage for our next match, where they'll face the LPL's Edward Gaming. Keep it tuned right here. We'll be back after this.
Here comes Marn as well. Flash from Bengi. I don't think that's going to be enough damage. Oh, and Bengi taken out by Ryu. Requiem coming in, teleport coming into that turret, the bot lane as well too. Wolf gets stopped up for a second. Darden stays alive for the moment. Had to use not the summon hero quite yet. Bang.
Oh, now they're inside
Karthus. Lulex taking a lot of damage, and Karthus doing so much. Here comes a Requiem. Can he get any more? As SK Telecom chasing down H2K.
Bang.
The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now.
Welcome back. Up next in today's fight for positioning in Group C is another David and Goliath clash between China's Edward Gaming and Europe's H2K. Although it might not be so David and Goliath after the performances that EDG has been putting up today. Now let's remember that this is a necessary game for H2K to win if they want to force a tiebreaker in order to go for that second seed out of groups. All this being said, how do they do it? Yamato, I want to start with you.
It's like H2K have shown that they have a very intelligent draft. I think Ryu has played wonderfully this tournament, especially against SKT, put a lot of pressure on them. And also, like, Odoamne has stepped up big time. And thinking of the other side, EDG have shown a lot of weakness. And I'm going to let you, as the LPL expert, just jump in on that.
Yeah, so I want to jump in on H2K quickly first because of the way they lost last game versus how EDG's been losing. H2K gave up first blood. They had to burn teleport, then it snowballed into the bottom lane. That is much easier to put out of your mind, like it's a freak level 1, it's not going to happen again, as opposed to losing early game versus Bangkok Titans. Like, that is something that will stick with you through a couple of games, and EDG now have a lot of pressure on them to get their pick ban right, which they haven't been able to do, and to shore up their early game, because that's looked disastrous so far.
Yeah, Tabe, talk to me about the mentality of a team and a player coming off of a loss, such as H2K did, versus, EDG, although they did beat Bangkok Titans, it was not an easy win and they expected to. How do you as a player get into the right mindset in order to come into a brand new game with the mentality of winning?
I think the mentality of EDG's player is pretty good already, because they have seen H2K's play just now, and they have won against Bangkok Titans. Although it is, they should be winning, but the thing is they are turning it back because they have their opponents with 6K economic lead. The thing I want to say is EDG's top lane, AJ, is doing good using Echo against Darius. So I think if this game, because we can see that EDG's BP, they are always like to have Darius on their opponent's team. Yeah. I think it would be a pretty good point for EDG for using Echo as a top laner against Darius. But for more information, I don't think it is a counter pick. But I think Echo, it is like something like macro play. What do you mean macro play? I don't kill you on lane, but I do better in team fights.
Yeah, basically scale into the game. Like, I want to also touch on the H2K, what I want them to do coming into this game. I want them to put Jarnan on an AD carry that complements Rio and Odoamne in the shape of Sivir, and I think they will increase their odds because Jarnan has not have like proper performances in this tournament.
All right, real quickly before we get in the game, I want to go down the line, get your predictions, Tabe. I'm going to start with you.
I would say EDG. Why? Because at first, just now, I tell all of you that I think EDG's bot lane will simply crush their bot lane.
Simple enough. Spawn.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think EDG this time will be able to pull it through. I think especially that bottom lane matchup. I think that Deft is just class when it comes to team fighting.
I feel the same. EDG, they have just better individual players. I feel like they're lacking in the pick and ban, lacking in the macro play, but I don't think it will matter in this matchup.
All right, well, the odds are stacked against H2K, at least on the analyst desk. We'll see what they can do to prove us all wrong. There's only one way to know for sure, though, how this will end up. So let's head inside Ladakh Pullman for picks and bans.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks to the guys at the desk, and we are about to get started with EDG versus H2K, and this game has a lot of meaning, obviously, with H2K. If they can beat EDG, they'll tie them up. They'll be 3-3 each in the group, and we'll have a tiebreaker. EDG have looked very shaky in their first 2 games. They're 1-1 overall. They need to win this one if they want to save that second place spot.
They do get a bit of a do-over, though, in that, so they're not quite as on the ropes as H2K is.
Even if H2K wins, they get to play EDG again in a tiebreaker. And it's been a bit of a strange day because if we think about the pedigree of these teams coming into Worlds, EDG would be an overwhelming favorite. But if you removed all of that and just looked at today's games, you'd think H2K would actually be a pretty big favorite in this match.
It's so true, and as we go into picks and bans between EDG and H2K, you really do have to wonder who's going to come out on top. It's much, much closer now than we thought it would be, even at the start of the day today. Thresh and Gangplank, the first 2 bans. There's a Darius ban. Interesting.
Not willing to first pick at this time for Amazing J, something they had done frequently so far in groups.
Yeah, the first 3 games EDG played last week, they decided to take that Darius, and I think the TF ban is super smart after that last game. Ryu played it extremely well. You don't want him getting it as a last pick on the red side. Certainly H2K, maybe they have a plan here. Maybe they wanted to bait out that ban.
I know, it's interesting because Ryu looked so strong on the Twisted Fate, and we were wondering whether or not H2K would hide a lot of things against SKT, just kind of use it as a throwaway game, because they know that no matter what, they'll still have to beat EDG to make it out of group. But the Twisted Fate gets banned. We'll see what H2K ends up getting because that's opened up a ban slot.
Well, the Thresh ban against Kasing as well, too. I mean, EDG got a lot of scouting information. There's a Rek'Sai ban in the end.
Lulu is open.
It is indeed. With Darius out of the way, though, it's not like H2K would pick up. I think EDG would be pretty smart to grab that Lulu.
I think so, too. Pawn has had some really strong performances on Lulu. And it also can help to snowball what EDG's strength looks to be heading into this game, which would be the bottom lane of Deft and Mako.
Pretty strong duo for H2K if they lock it in.
But
Kalista Elise.
They give away the Lulu, but then you get a little bit of a bully lane here for H2K to kind of balance out perhaps the individual strength of EDG's bottom lane, just going ahead and taking that Kalista right away. And Ryu must have something in store for this Lulu in the mid lane.
I think so. We'll see where it ends up going. Gragas, a pretty possible pick, I would say, for EDG. But who else will they take on this rotation? Do you just go ahead and grab your AD carry?
I think the Jinx is coming. I think the Jinx is coming in this game just because you have the Lulu. Deft is an extraordinary Jinx player. If you take the Gragas, you're already saying we've got so much disengage, and you could definitely build a composition around that here.
And EDG also wants to have some late game insurance here against H2K because they already have fallen behind with some pretty suspect early games. So I'd expect EDG to take a pretty late scaling composition as well.
There it is.
Jinx and Gragas disengage and carry.
Yep, makes sense. So 2 more picks over to H2K. And will we see just a lot of hard engage come in? The Annie would certainly fit the bill there. But what else can they bring?
I think you definitely take the Annie here against the Jinx. It'll help you get that instant stun and lock down the Jinx in some of these team fights. Also just a huge kill threat in the lane, one of the most dangerous duo lanes in League of Legends.
Well, we were wondering too, the first time we saw this Annie Kalista pick, would they actually just throw Annie in, or would they let her flash Tibbers and pull her out so maybe she could get another spell rotation? But no, they just chucked the Annie right in there.
Yeah, it's also nice if the Annie lands, she gets knocked back to her max attack range, so it's still a little bit of safety and then can stun after and just kind of walk away.
True.
H2K, I think they're going to be waiting for their last pick to pick the mid laner, even though it's so hard to find a counter pick against what is most likely a mid lane Lulu. The thing is right now, the Lulu could still possibly flex top lane, which, even though it's not really an amazing day champion, and again, they go for the Fiora. This is what they did last time against EDG.
Yeah, Odoamne going to be having that Fiora up in the top lane. Yanni locked in as well, too. And 2 more picks, 2 final picks over to EDG.
And I really liked the Fiora in the last draft. I really liked H2K's draft against what EDG had. Now, they tried to play...
Oh, boy.
Could be the Tahm Kench definitely coming in here, but EDG tried to play with a very low wave clear composition. Kalista, Darius, Kassadin, and I thought H2K had a good draft to punish it. One of the big problems was honestly Lulex dying 8 times in the game. I think the draft, on paper, I liked H2K's draft better. It included the Fiora. Go ahead and get that split push. If you want to take down Amazing J, who's been the weak link of EDG, just punish him and then split push your way out of that situation in the late game. And Odoamne, I thought, has had some pretty decent Fiora performances.
He has. He's had some pretty decent performances in total, even against Marin, who's been dominating pretty much everyone. Odoamne's been sticking close with him throughout.
Oh, is it time?
This is such a Jinx team composition right now. The Tahm Kench, in case he gets focused, and a Lulu. If the Tahm Kench spits him out and there's still danger to come upon them, it means EDG's comp is actually fairly low damage outside of the Jinx, however, which makes the cohesion a pretty strong factor here.
All right, they really have to be careful because while it is easy to keep the Jinx alive, if the Jinx dies, it just all comes apart for EDG.
You have basically no damage if Jinx dies on this team.
Yeah,
That's what it feels like.
Especially since Malphite's not going to be building an Abyssal here up against the Fiora, so you don't even have that option necessarily.
And in days of past, when you picked Fiora before the rework, she couldn't do anything against Malphite. But now, I actually think this is a heavily advantaged matchup in lane for the Fiora. Odoamne can use Riposte on pretty much any meaningful damage that Malphite comes out with, even the ultimate. I've seen a couple Fiora Malphite games where the Fiora gets over 100 CS ahead of the Malphite if they get some free time in the laning phase. I still like this draft from H2K.
Orianna coming in as the last pick here. Just a good lane matchup up against the Lulu, generally speaking. So trying to control Pawn in the laning phase, Ryu and Pawn both selecting that teleport now. Could be a little bit wild here early, but H2K, if they get ahead, EDG doesn't have an answer to a split-pushing Fiora in this game. That is a big, big concern for them. H2K has an advantage in a 1-3-1 as well with the Orianna compared to the Lulu, so...
I also really love Orianna in protection-based compositions on the opponent's side because the Shockwave gets so much AoE damage and can be so disruptive to the overall flow of things. You can't shield everyone at once if they're staying close together. And Tahm Kench, Lulu, and Jinx are very likely to be fairly grouped up in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, true enough. And if Tahm Kench doesn't get Jinx inside him as fast as he can, that could be a very dead AD carry very, very fast. So the coaches will shake hands, and we are about to move into the game. H2K, I think, with a great chance here against EDG, but now the question is, will EDG finally be able to sort of counter those demons that have plagued them today, have a convincing win for once in their second week here?
I think this says a lot about EDG's mentality. They're putting all the eggs in the Deft basket right now. Amazing J hasn't showed up this tournament. Just put him on something where he has to press R and initiate for Deft.
He's been pretty much just J this time around.
Yeah, just J.
Only J. Not the cool J from Men in Black, just a regular letter J.
I would just say lackluster J, actually. I would actually demote him below J.
Below average J. Oh. Well, we'll see if he can regain his amazingness. That's a word now. I invented it. As we see EDG step out onto Summoner's Rift against H2K. These teams, possibly their last games in groups.
Yeah, and what I find so funny is even though this group stage has been so vastly different than expectations, EDG's path has been almost identical. Last year, they were placed in a group with the dominant Korean team, lost to them both games, then lost to the underdog, went 3-3, and had to play a tiebreaker. It could be almost exactly the same situation here if they drop a game to H2K, because they would both be 3-3 in the group. EDG probably getting a few flashbacks.
I think so. A lot of fans as well. And the Chinese scene fans, the LPL fans, have had a lot of disappointment to deal with in Worlds so far. EDG getting out of this group would be pretty nice for them.
Yeah, funnily enough, ClearLove is the only remaining member from that EDG team that had the 3-3 group last year, but the brand is the same.
Before the great Korean exodus.
Yeah.
So Deft, a lot riding on this guy's shoulders this game, as we've already said, and Mako as well too. I mean, he's really got to go all out in terms of keeping this Jinx safe, keeping him away from the shockwaves, keeping everybody off of his AD carry.
Let's see, Kasing and Hjarnan here. Looks like calling the lane swap as they move up. They are going to take a peek in at the Gromp. This is dangerous.
Can they sneak through? They
believe
actually
they can.
haven't been detected by Vision here, and they're sending both. This could be a really high value disruption if they get there quickly.
Stun is up.
Gotta go quick.
Stun is up. They see the ward come in. Deft and Mako trying to come out the other side here. The Sun could land. It will land on Mako. Decent amount of damage, and they don't get the Gromp. So neither team really gets any XP out of the deal, or any XP lead, I would say, out of the deal.
Deft actually has a 1 minute advantage experience-wise and the faster shove. So even though H2K disrupted that, they basically only get the match lanes out of this. EDG doesn't want to lane against this at all. They don't want to go up against Bully, so they're immediately swapping.
Wow, that's
quite rare. Bold. They're falling so far behind on tempo for this play.
Well, this is a risk that they're going to take, right? Because they now say we don't want to lane against this Annie Kalista combo, so we're going to sacrifice a certain amount of farm in order to make that happen. And that may put the Jinx behind, but they're saying it's better to be a few minions behind than the possibility of that kill lane coming through or them getting zoned off the wave entirely. But we'll see how exactly H2K is going to react.
Oh, they're going to find Amazing J. Walked right through the turret there. Amazing J could take some damage, but they can't really do anything with the turret. Focusing Kasing. Kasing taking a lot of damage there too. Amazing J could just take him out perhaps. Kasing, they pop that summoner heal. Amazing J taking a lot of damage in response. There's the Rend. Not enough on either side. That was kind of a crazy engagement. Now H2K, they want to go for the big 4-man dive here. Amazing J solo. Teleport comes in. No, it's canceled. And Amazing J could still be in trouble. Are they going to get first blood? Amazing J, they get him. First blood goes to Kasing, and they will get out fairly clean.
This is the way European teams and H2K lane swap. If you're going to be playing against this, you have to be able to send defense for your top laner. This is the second game in a row, well, with the Bangkok Titans game in between, that Amazing J has just been basically left for dead with poor support from his team. Yes, he is dying in these turret situations, but anyone would die in these turret situations. H2K get the very important first blood.
Yes, they do. And not only that, but credit to H2K here, because this was a really weird lane swap situation. It was a delayed lane swap, right? But they didn't miss a beat. They just adjusted on the fly very well in their comms to just moving up into that top side and playing as if really Deft and Mako had never even been in that lane.
Well, yeah. And in no sense was it a standard lane swap because Lulex went up there before level 3, so he didn't have the really OP Elise take turret aggro and repel after the kill to drop it. It was level 2 Elise that ended up ganking, and they even tried to move down early to preempt Amazing J getting under the turret, and then adapted mid-dive to still be able to continue despite all the damage Kasing took.
Well, they had to use that Summoner heal. Now Pawn a little bit of trouble. Takes a lot of damage from Ryu. Going to be able to get out, not needing to burn that flash just yet, but the pressure really being put on by H2K. Looks like the first turret in the game will go to EDG, probably, though. It's going to be pretty close, I think.
Yeah, both top laners are going to be left with the gold, however, so each team. But again, because of this issue with Amazing J and the fact that he did get dove early on, you kind of want to give the money to Jinx in that situation, especially to power up that late game.
I'm really confused by the way EDG is playing this because they are sending mixed messages as to what their overall goals and win conditions are, which makes me worried that they're not properly identifying what they need to do to win this game. Deft should have been given full turret experience, in my opinion, in that matchup because they're already putting him at a disadvantage when he initially swapped.
Especially because he's had to go back and get an Avarice Blade right now compared to the Vamp Scepter on Callista. And remember, they chose to dodge this lane.
Pawn takes a ton of damage.
So they chose to dodge this lane, and now they've put themselves in a prolonged power trough. And if they get into that anti-Callista lane again with an Elise ganking, it's going to be very difficult.
We saw the fan vote look pretty much dead even, 49% to 51%. And who in the world would have expected that, you know, even before today, perhaps?
Yeah, EDG has not opened up this game well. The one thing that they do have, though, is they've been successfully able to get Deft not up against opposition. He hasn't fallen far behind in CS, and he will be taking that Avarice Blade. EDG is very clearly going for a late game strategy here, or at least a mid to late game strategy. Once Deft can complete 1 to 2 major items, and Pawn can get some powerful shields, but they have to be able to withstand until that point.
Pawn flashes out that shockwave. Ryu trades the ultimate for the Summoner's spell.
Yeah, this should be a decently easy dragon for H2K if they want to, especially unless EDG wants to continue this turret push, because they are slightly ahead on this and Jinx takes turrets fairly quickly. Smart call by EDG to move for the second turret. That blocks the dragon.
Yeah, just keeping Clearlove in the lane right now, so no mysteries here for H2K, but they may just respond to walking through the mid lane and maybe be a little bit delayed on this response.
Yeah, this one seems a little bit slow. And this push is going to take up this turret very quickly if H2K allows it, and it kind of looks like they are.
Well, they've got very good wards in the enemy jungle, too. This was set up very nicely by EDG. But Kasing coming around, they're going to TP in. They may go for a play right here.
Well, he could land a stun. Still level 4, so no Tibbers, but that W, of course, is AoE, but no chance to engage there.
I think the play is just make up for lost time, because H2K was really behind on that play of the second turret pushing in side lanes. The fact that they were able to defend it, I think, saves that turret for a really long time.
Problem is with that play is sure they denied the dragon, but now they have easy farm for Fiora back next to the tier 2, and the freeze was already set up on the bottom side. The wave is pushing towards H2K, so there's a big farm denial they sort of gave themselves right here, but it's, I think, a worthy price to pay for the not losing the dragon.
And Otto Omne is 3/4 of a level above Amazing J as far as experience goes. I think Fiora's already a beneficial matchup against the Malphite, and yeah, now Amazing J is already, he's getting some decent ward coverage to try and stay safe, but once Fiora hits level 6, which will be before Amazing J, there's actually kill threat 1v1.
Pawn no flash here. Can they make a play? Pawn getting slowed down a little bit, going to Whimsy himself to get away, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to get quite close enough to make that gank.
I don't know why they're focusing on this mid lane. If we take a look right now, there's just one ward in the river up in the top side where Amazing J is. I think that you go ahead and you use the Elise and the Annie to continually kill the Malphite and keep him down right now. Pawn is just too easy. Sure, his flash is down, but he has Whimsy, he has a lot of tools, and he's playing pretty defensively in the lane.
Well, yeah, Malphite's still level 4. It looks like Lulex is going to be spotted by this ward, and Amazing J immediately pulling back. Yeah, wants to be a bit more safe there.
Look at the CS lead that's developed. Remember, when Otto Omne TP'd to that top lane turret, they were basically even. And now it's turned into a 13-36 lead.
It's because Otto Omne is so good in that matchup. I think that's one of the reasons that H2K is throwing so many ganks towards the mid lane, is because they don't really know what else to do. They've already gotten Otto Omne really far ahead, and EDG is walking around with a fortress of wards around Deft, so he's not actually reachable. If anything, I think instead of ganking mid lane, they should actually be taking the dragon to start that eventual timer, since EDG is very clearly trying to stall for the late game.
Well, you'd think they could have taken that dragon a while ago now. Just giving a lot of time to it, I guess.
Yeah, especially you look at these CS differentials.
He'll get his CS here too.
Yeah, he'll get some CS here. But they're playing so defensively, you have to make a play right here. Either you have to commit to dealing with the Malphite or you need to do something more cross-map. Sure, you don't have TP, but Odoamne has no reason to be in the top side right now. And they're giving up their blue for free.
Well, they're going to get spotted, but it's a little bit too late. Blue buff going to go over to Pawn. Meanwhile, fight in the top lane. Amazing J slowed down a little bit. Is Odoamne going to go all in on this? Nope, too close to the turret.
Yeah, I think specifically they just split the map at not a very advantageous time. They went back for the Odoamne play. They're trying to push in Amazing J, but they let him catch the minion wave, and it's a slight misstep here from H2K, I have to say.
If you're going to make this play with Annie and Elise, you're just a day late and $1 short, and EDG basically just gets a free dragon right there. I mean, H2K starting this off strong, and I really like the position they were in, but they made some pretty massive misplays on the map right now, and EDG right back in it.
Well, it's like you said. I mean, it looks like they just kind of got a little bit lost. They had this lead, and they just didn't know what to do with it, and EDG knew exactly what to do from their position. They've come back from much bigger deficits today already.
EDG has been swapping Deft back and forth and back again to keep him away from the Kalista Annie, and that part of their game has only been mildly successful. He's still down 12 CS, but at the very least, he picked up the early Avarice Plate and has already generated 190 gold from that aspect. But they're still going to have to be able to play this game of surviving and reswapping for a pretty long time before they're able to take advantage of it.
Well, as it stands right now, due to the Avarice Plate, he's only down about 50 gold. So it's not actually that big of a difference compared to what the CS says.
Yeah, with no kills or assists kind of swinging things with that Avarice Blade.
Even
Not
turrets,
surprising.
too, so.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Pawn, speaking of turrets, able to hold his in the mid lane.
Yeah.
For a little while at least.
There have been so many lane swaps from Deft here. And if H2K wants to capitalize on this, they either need to attack the lane swap or successfully attack the mid lane. But Pawn has been playing very defensively, 20 CS deficit, thanks to all that gank damage that he's been taking from H2K. And now they're again ahead on the play on these turrets. Yarnan was slow pushing that other side.
They're going to get the wards in too.
Or they're going to get the turret perhaps. H2K, a lot of people from each team moving up there. Turret will fall to EDG though.
EDG has been playing this really well. So every time they push up to that tier 2, you see Mako break off, get the wards in so they can map any kind of play that H2K wants to make, and they're going to get another turret that puts them 3-2, and that pretty much ties up the gold game.
Yeah, even though H2K has had a strong early game, where they've been specifically weak is their synergy between Lulex and Kasing. And we're seeing the synergy between Mako and Clearlove shine because they're getting their wards up much sooner, and their movements have been much more purposed.
Deft, Tibbers comes down, gets picked up.
What are you going to do?
By Mako. Well, that play was Mako break, I guess you could say, but came out it for H2K.
It was actually both, really.
A little bit. I get that pink ward as well, too. Lulex, Cocoon, get a little bit of damage onto Tahm Kench. Silly spider. Tahm Kench doesn't take damage.
Yeah, he's just going to regen it back up. He
Yep. He's a vicious fish,
the
man.
gray hell. 5 people on H2K in the mid lane here. They're kind of fed up with this lane swapping, so they still have to. They can still take advantage of Death's power drop, but they have to be able to keep a minion wave in front of this turret long enough to siege, and they just don't have the ability there because they have to respect the Malphite engage.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're H2K, you're never really going to be able to siege. Malphite is that ultimate siege breaker style of champion. Your strength was in the split push. Your strength was in an incredible CS lead on Odoamne, and H2K, they just haven't played well around who they needed to get farm on, where as EDG, it's just been about depth this entire game. They're very clear on what they want to do.
And it's really hard to tell with so much happening within this game, but when watching VODs about EDG, when they were at their best, they controlled Fog of War so incredibly well, being able to always recall from the right positions and making sure the enemy didn't know where they were rotating next. And that's really all that EDG has been doing. Both Jinx and Tahm Kench, if they have to lane up against Kalista and Annie, as well as Malphite versus Fiora, are losing lanes. Yet because they've timed their recalls, gotten the deep wards, and showed up in lanes in the right time, they're winning the turret game with losing side lanes, which is impressive for their overall control.
Yeah. You've almost got sort of a reverse Kalista on the other side, too, in terms of keeping that Death safe. As long as he sticks next to Tahm Kench, he can just be protected in Tahm Kench's loving mouth.
Need to see Kalista and Tahm Kench on the same team at one point. Just
I think so.
eat each other constantly.
How does it even work? hit Fate's call. Can you like eat them on the way back, and then what
And then
happens?
like throw yourself and then spit them out afterwards.
It's like a bag of holding put into another bag of holding. Like, the universe just ends at that point.
I actually have no idea how those interactions would work.
I'm kind of scared to see it now. I don't know if I want to know.
I should know that. We need a support main.
I don't want time and space. Hey, what? Hey, come on. You didn't
Sorry,
say
a
you
professional
needed
support
Oh,
main.
okay, all right. I'm not one of those.
I'm sorry, Dylan.
Well, neither is
You're
Krumbo
forgiven.
anymore, so we're out of luck.
An ex-professional support main.
It's true.
This game, though, still pretty close for H2K. They haven't capitalized fully, but they still have Ryu farming up pretty substantially. He's not able to get a huge amount of burst from his Shockwave at this point, still level 10, but once he starts getting level 11, starts getting needlessly large rod in there, it's still going to be a massive Shockwave threat in fights.
Upon able to clear out that ward, and H2K a little bit worried about their mid lane turret right now, and also worried about this next dragon. Remember, EDG did manage to get the first one, despite H2K with a lot of opportunities. Can they equalize?
That's going to be the big question, and I really think they should have had that first dragon, but couldn't quite pull it off, and now they're aiming at number 2, but it will be coming in relatively late, so having 5 dragons is something that's going to be hard for them to get unless this goes into the very, very, very late game.
I'm really curious to see if EDG tries to fight this one. They have some big level disadvantages in their side lanes. Deft just hit 9, Yarn is 10, Amazing J's only level 8.
Here we go.
It would be a huge fight win if they could get it, but I just don't think they've hit the item thresholds in order to contest. You have the Hydra and the Blade of the Ruin King completed for H2K, whereas EDG is components on Amazing J and components on Deft. It would be a huge power play for H2K to take a dragon fight here if EDG wants to contest.
Just keeping the mid wave pushed up for now. Dragon has spawned, but they haven't looked to start it yet. They've swept out the wards on the high ground in the river, so you see right there, Kasing just waiting, looking for a Tibbers, but I think it'd be quite similar to his last one with Mako lurking around on Tom Ketch.
Yep. Meanwhile,
You have to
H2K,
Tibbers the group.
yeah, they do go for the dragon. They get it. That's going to be their first of the game. And so that's a bit of a relief for H2K that they were able to secure that, avoid that O2 dragon deficit.
One of the things that I really like about EDG is they're very smart in the way they play around Dragon. They're not afraid to give up Dragons if they know they're in a power drop. That's really one of the things that I enjoy watching most about this team is they have good communication when that can happen. Here we go.
Whoa, Amazing J comes in, doesn't get anyone with the ult though, has to back away. Wild Growth used immediately. There's a knockup onto Clearlove, saved by Mako. Deft doing a bit of damage, doesn't want to get too much closer though. That Shockwave still is off cooldown.
Do you like disengage rock? Boy, do I have 2 comps for you.
Well,
the repel.
Oh! Ouch.
Couple of missed ultimates there.
That was
Amazing J, unimpressive Shockwave.
The only shock with that one is that it didn't hit anybody.
Not many people on EDG can even dodge the Shockwave that well either. Sometimes you have these poor Orianna compositions because it's against like a Lee Sin, you can just dodge around everything, but it's Lulu, Jinx, and Malphite, and Tahm Kench, who are all kind of dashless outside of the ultimate on Malphite. Poor shot there by Ryu.
Wish Tahm Kench could just eat projectiles as they come towards.
No.
That'd be sick.
No.
It would be
sick.
for the one person in the game. Everyone else would be miserable.
It would make him sick. It would also make him Kirby, so.
Oh, that's true. Why stop now? Why not get that crossover going?
Oh, man. Well, another failed siege here. I just don't think that H2K is going to have success as a 5-man unit. That's not their ticket in this game. They need to get this split push actually rolling with Odoamne here.
Well, they may have the gold dead even, but they're still down in turret. The pressure's still on a little bit.
Yeah, this Tahm Kench blocks so much of what H2K actually wants to do.
Yeah.
Because it also gives EDG a get-out-of-jail-free card in team fights. If for some reason Deft is out of position and they would need to dump shields on him, they can actually wait until after the Tahm Kench has eaten him, taken him to a safe spot, then they can dump the shields on him. So really the only way H2K could get a big fight is if they can stun pretty much everyone. Like we ended up seeing in Origins win over LGD at the early point of the week where Annie stunned like 4 people for a 4-man Shockwave.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Tahm Kench trying to come in from behind here. Ryu got just slow. Not bad. Gets caught by those flame choppers. Comes in. Tibbers does work. Ryu throws a shockwave, but it's too late. Deft with the kill there. Kasing in a lot of trouble. Gets pulled back in by that Fate's Call, though. He's going to be just fine.
And now they're going to turn their sights to this mid lane, and there is no more wave clear for H2K, so EDG should have a pretty easy time busting down this turret. Again, Hjarnan, no Luden's Hurricane yet, so there's almost nothing they can do to stop this from going through.
Yep. Mid turret goes down, and now it's going to be a 4-2 turret lead for EDG. And H2K, they've got to be starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, because EDG is taking control. They now get their Infinity Edge onto Jinx. The power trough that EDG is in is very quickly being erased, and H2K wasn't able to get split push going thus far. There's a multitude of ways EDG can actually force team fights, and they haven't fallen far behind from the early game.
Let's check this one out again. Tahm Kench comes in from behind, and Ryu just gets all the CC thrown on him.
Yeah, I love that they took Clear Love right there too, because Deft has the zap to zone in from the side. So don't go ahead and drop your AD carry too close to that turret, but he has a form of crowd control which gives Ryu enough pause for the Gragas to get into the fight and help secure that kill.
Yep. Mon just pushing up the lane a little bit, still has his turret for the moment anyway. And so at what point does this pressure that EDG have turn into Baron pressure? It's got to be pretty soon.
Well, if you're EDG at literally any moment, the next team fight they get.
Yeah, especially if Deft is able to stay alive.
If they can win this next Dragon fight.
I think most of it has to do with the team fight first and then a sneak, unless H2K completely gets lackadaisical with their vision control. It could also start if they can stop Ottawa from split pushing, which is a possibility. The deep wards, as far as H2K are concerned, are mostly non-existent, which makes their split push really hard to accomplish, which means their Baron vision gets much lower. So if the trends hold true from the past 5 minutes, I'd say a sub 30-minute Baron for EDG is not out of the question.
Certainly could be. Pawn partying in the mid lane. And this next Dragon up in 1:10 about EDG. They can take it. They'll be pulling a lead in every category except for kills.
They're getting so much vision control right now that it's going to make the Dragon much easier to take.
Yeah. Man, Amazing J is way down in CS, but you know, if the Fiora can't seem to split push, it doesn't really make a big difference, does it?
Yeah. Well, they're not warding for Fiora to split push. There's literally no wards south of the river right now. So even though H2K, I think, had a very good draft, and they started out this game very strongly, they have really let this one slip through their fingers. EDG came out with a rather weak early game, a very punishable early game, and we've seen SK Telecom really just hammer them when they make mistakes like this. But EDG was able to sort of weasel their way back into this game with some just consistent lane swapping of the Jinx, and H2K simply picking the wrong places on the map to focus.
It seems like this is kind of the story of H2K's tournament, right? Is that they've been doing okay early on, a little bit in the mid, and then it just seems to consistently fall apart a little bit. And not by a lot. They just can't seem to make the exact right move at the exact right time. They can juggle 3 balls, 4 is a bit tough.
You got to do 2 in each hand if you're juggling 4 balls.
That's
you cannot
tough.
do a normal cascading pattern.
That's really hard. I can only do 3.
I can speak from experience. Really? You can juggle? We have Hawker and juggling.
I can juggle too.
Wow, we should just have a try juggling cast now. Need to make this happen.
It'd be quite difficult. I'm not at that level.
Even so, the vision control for EDG is decently strong around the Dragon here, and I think this is the type of fight they're willing to take. We mentioned the CS discrepancy from Amazing J. Not that important because he's still Malphite when it comes to team fights, unless H2K gets the split push going, which is what they're going for right now. Love the call by EDG to push up mid.
Yep, they're going right for that tier 2 turret mid lane. I mean, they do lose their tier 2 in bot, and Odoamne is going to continue pushing. EDG turning this one around. They might be able to catch somebody here. Lulax throws out the cocoon, doesn't connect. Garnet.
Okay, this
needs
could get
to be
apocalyptic.
Oh boy, here comes the Tahm Kench. Comes in, is he close enough? Amazing J caught up a little bit. They're going to jump onto Yarnan right away here. Yarnan flashes away, doesn't get CC'd. Going to pull in his Annie, his support. Still gets taken out. Amazing J with the kill there. And Kasing in a lot of trouble as he gets back to the Baron. But the Baron's not going to help you, man. You got a flash, but you don't have it. No flash for you, you're dead. And there's a bot lane out of commission for H2K. Baron helping out a little bit, and perhaps that Baron damage is enough to keep EDG from pursuing this fight.
The Abyssal Voyages for Mako have been so on point, and they're really generating a lot of positive plays for EDG. that was a really extended back and forth play, and because of all the quick movements around the map, H2K did lose their coordination a little bit, and that's exactly when the Abyssal Voyage came in to give them the right start to that team fight.
I think H2K just had to pull the trigger earlier. You'll notice that Odoamne did not use teleport right there, and they allowed themselves to be carved up on the map as a result and get split. Meanwhile, the TP, so Odoamne comes in right here, but had he teleported more up towards the river, there could have been a play made, perhaps.
Yeah, Odoamne was already on the run from what he thought was an expected collapse, so kind of a disaster. Sharner would have been dead either way, it feels like. The tank lines were just in the right position for EDG, and, well, H2K doesn't actually have a tank line, so they need clean initiations. Getting engaged on is never good when you're running this squishy of a team.
That way. H2K in quite a bit of trouble now, despite the fact that the gold is still pretty even.
Yeah. That does actually remind me of a really critical point as far as what EDG has put together here. They have very strong disengage and a protect the Jinx composition, but these comps are even better when you can just kill frontline. Since no one on H2K is actually tanky enough to take even 5 or 6 hits from the Jinx. So once they speed Jinx up, the game will just be over if EDG gets even a little bit more momentum, because H2K doesn't have proper tank lines.
Well, now we're going to see, can H2K use this teleport advantage to its fullest degree? Because that's what they've got going for them. They're still relatively even in gold, and Odoamne, by not using his TP in that last fight, is going to put some pressure down onto this bottom side, but the rest of his team has to be doing something else. Looks like they will be trying to clear out some vision in the mid lane and push forward, but there's a lot of EDG wards on that Baron.
Yeah, there's no dragon to try to take, so the Baron can be the focus. But EDG,
they all
may
sitting
be ready to spring a trap, yeah.
So there's plenty of knowledge to try and set up a trap.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult for Odoamne to get the safe split push because there's not enough disengage on H2K to stop the engage from EDG.
Guess we just start the Baron.
That burns the teleport. So much for the TP advantage.
Yep.
And he canceled it too, so they can just go right back on and he has to walk. This is great for EDG.
Yeah, they're going to get a lot of damage in on that Baron, but can they finish it off? H2K coming in. They want to contest it. EDG backing off right away. They're going to take down the Rift Scuttler just for a little bit of extra vision as they move back to the mid lane. So H2K able to stop the Baron, at least for now anyway, but I don't think EDG is too bothered by that. They can keep waiting this one out.
Right, and they're going to get a GP advantage for at least a brief time, and that is going to force Fiora to group up, which is exactly what EDG wants. They want the 5v5. They want H2K to group, so just play a methodical game here. Wait for them to be in your pocket before you actually try and take a fight.
And Tahm Kench's mouth pocket. Gross.
Wait till they're in the Kench.
Gross but effective.
Yeah, it's true. Disgusting but effective. We need like a Tahm Kench skin that yells, "It's a trap" when he comes out of his ult or something. That'd be sick, man.
What we need is somebody with a really strong arm to be noodling. We were talking about this earlier, where noodling is what you do to a catfish. You like stick your arm into a hole in a swamp, and the catfish latches onto your arm and you pull it out. It's basically one of the more dangerous kinds of fishing because you don't know what's going to be in the hole. Is it an alligator? Is it a water snake? Who
Also
knows?
one of the most manly ways to go fishing.
If you like to lose fingers to snapping turtles, sure. It is manly. So who would have an arm strong enough? Probably Tryndamere if he dropped his sword.
I think
noodles to the Tahm Kench.
I would pick Victor because he can just stick his third metal arm in there. He doesn't need to worry at all.
Just build a new one. He is the perfect
He's like, I've got spares at home. I can noodle all day. Well, taken out of context, that sentence. Yeah.
If you just tuned in right now,
we're talking about noodling. Wait, no, let us explain. It's a kind of fishing.
Also, I learned an alternative name is catfisting.
Well,
Blitzcrank can handle that one.
I'm sure that's not getting spammed in Twitch chat right now. I have complete confidence.
What I think is even more interesting, though, is Odoamne split pushing bottom without teleport. Because it puts them in a pretty difficult situation. Yeah. They don't have strong vision control over Baron, and if anyone gets picked off, it's a free Baron for EDG because it would take him so long to go up there. Amazing J has the teleport advantage in the bottom lane, and it makes H2K's push in the mid lane pretty difficult.
Yeah, I would say. They're not really doing much with it right now, though. Amazing J just trying to stop the split push. Do you think they should just go for Baron instead?
I think they definitely have that option if Amazing J wants to go ahead and TP up there. Question is, how fast can they actually take it? the answer is pretty fast. You can see Deft right now not even bothering building Last Whisper. There's no armor, so who cares, really?
Specifically, the Bloodthirster is the survivability that they're really going to need. If no one can immediately get onto Deft and kill him, he will win the fight based on sustained damage capabilities. It does seem like EDG is still just playing this mostly slow. It is still very risky for them to go for a straight-up Baron against an Orianna and an Anti-Kalista combo. I mean, maybe they actually set up a kill on Ottawamne here.
Maybe.
He needed to block that slow. He needed to block it.
Oh, Pawn coming in. They got the flash. Teleport back up now for Ottawamne. But he's lucky to get out with his life.
Well, they actually, EDG really waited that one out. I think they had a pretty good opportunity to make a play around that teleportless split push, but not going to make much of a difference. They did blow Ottawamne's flash on that, and this gave H2K time to regain vision control over Baron, considering how much EDG committed to the bottom side of the map right there.
H2K trying to find a fight here, and they're going to find Clearlove. Not pulling the trigger on that one, though. They're going to go for Mako. Mako pretty tanky, backs off. There's the shield. He's going to be just fine. Flame Choppers drop down. Yarnan goes in, gets some damage onto Deft. Kosik trying to help out. They miss the stun, and now Clearlove back in with the re-engage. So much damage coming from EDG. Deft is getting excited, and all the fans of EDG are too. As Lulex and Ryu runs away, here comes the Kench, and he's going to get the slow onto Ryu. Can they catch him? Trying to get there a little bit too low health. One more hit though, could do it. 2 more hits. Can he eat him? They're not gonna need you. Ryu gonna go down. Another kill for Deft. That is 4 for 0. A near flawless team fight for EDG.
That may be the clinching fight that moves EDG into the quarterfinals. They've been waiting for that setup for so long, and honestly, this game has been heavily about the Kench. They didn't even need Amazing J's Malphite ultimate to pull that one off.
Yeah.
Unless it came back off cooldown during the chase. I'm pretty sure it didn't.
No, I don't think it did, but doesn't matter. Lulex down anyway. They've got a couple people still over at that Baron, so we have 31-minute Baron take for EDG. And it's been a bit of a sloppy game from both sides.
Early on, it was sloppy for EDG, I would say, but I would say the last 15 minutes have been quite clean. When they fully committed to getting to the late game, I think EDG has played this quite well, and it's okay for Tahm Kench to face check things because he is Tahm Kench. Look at the shielding he was able to get, and then disagree with the flash in, because Sing, such a critical miss.
Crucial Tibbers, and that damage.
Well, when you start grouping up in a choke point like that, after you miss onto Deft, the rockets are going to come through, the Gragas barrel's going to come through, and there's not a lot of hope right there.
Oh,
H2K wanted to make the pick, didn't make the pick, and then they lost the 5.
They're on a ward. Clearlove going in, another explosive cast. Kasing destroyed immediately. Clearlove held up a bit, big shockwave, but no follow-up. So EDG is going to be just fine. Ryu on the run again, going to try to teleport out. Not going to make it. Mako with a bloodthirsty kill. He licked him.
First kill of the game. Congratulations to Tahm Kench. EDG in full control right now. They have the Baron buff. They've also picked up 2 kills, which means they can push this through very aggressively as long as they go catch the minion wave.
Yeah, without Azonias or anything like that, any armor whatsoever. I mean, with the Jinx already completing this Bloodthirster, really nothing going to stop Deft, especially since he has about a million ways not to die in these team fights. Tons of protection from Tahm Kench, tons of protection from Lulu.
Yeah.
Deft really running away with this one.
Oh, Baron letting them push down these turrets so easily. This is going to be a simple inhibitor, and this could be the game. EDG trying to secure their second place spot. They can do it with a win right here.
Yarnan is still finishing off a turret, so they know they have some time before
they do.
We can get back.
And they're going to do some damage to these Nexus turrets. One goes down. H2K needs one last fight. Amazing J goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life, and Ottawamne can't participate. There it goes. And in the end, H2K says, do you have a win? And EDG says, go fish. That is it. EDG takes second place.
Wow. Well, EDG, surprising. Not their best day of League of Legends. We do expect more out of these guys, but they clutched it. They found a way to win. They play around Deft in this last game, and Deft delivers.
Ultimately, EDG is not punished, and they now have a week to prepare for the quarterfinals because this group is set SKT number 1, EDG number 2. They would have liked to finish higher, but with the way they were playing today, probably a little bit of relief that they're still advancing to the quarterfinals.
You know, it is. It was a pretty sloppy group stage in general for EDG, and for a team that people are expecting to really be a team that could go toe-to-toe with SK Telecom. They're going to need to bring a very, very different game to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, specifically, their early lane swapping game is by far their biggest issue. Because we could see once EDG kept the gold fairly paralleled in the mid game, they executed amazingly. Like, they just got this lead about 5 minutes ago, and then they ended the game. We knew their team composition was built for the team fighting phase, and the instant Def got ahead, he could just kill anyone because there's no true frontline on H2K, and that is exactly why the game ended so quickly once they got the edge.
Yep, and for H2K, their journey to Worlds this year is over. And for any organization, for H2K especially, it's been a great ride. I mean, they did really well both seasons. They made it to Worlds in the end.
Yeah. I think H2K also did better than expected even in this group. I mean, they made it a lot closer than I thought they would.
Yeah. Third place in both European LCS splits. Third place in this ridiculously tough group at Worlds. Basically, best perceived team out of China, even though it was the number 2 seed, and the number 1 seed and best team out of Korea. Really tall task, but they put up some pretty competitive games.
I mean, any team that gets picked into a group with SK Telecom and EDG, you just got to feel sorry for them at this point with where those teams are in League of Legends. But H2K, despite going out, really did make it competitive.
Also, most importantly, this is probably the only group I'm going to get right in my pick'em for the World Championship.
Me too. Yeah, I got nailed the pick'em
to
there.
Like 75% of people. This was like the most stoic group as far as predictions.
I bet there are a lot of people out there that actually had EDG in first for this group, which before Worlds started was conceivably possible.
Yeah.
We didn't know EDG was going to be the way they are, but yeah, congratulations. Good job, guys. Pick'ems, correct.
Yeah.
I did it.
I did it. Yay. Well, like 97% of us are eliminated from getting it all right already, so oh well, whatever.
No championship ribbon. Group A was a disaster. I picked Crew Tigers for
pickles.
first, COG for second.
Me too.
As did many.
I was almost there. I had Coup, Flash Wolves, and then CLG, Pain. So I was nearly there.
Yeah, that is actually remarkably
It was close. Oh well.
You can see they're setting up the interview right down there.
That's right.
With
We can
EDG.
see that.
I wonder how they're going to be reacting to this, because to me it is such an identifiable problem within their early game. And I don't know if it's actually fixable in a week, because it's such a complex lane swapping game, and it definitely feels like they are far behind in that game. All the other teams that went over to boot camp in Korea with the North American and EU teams got to practice against that so frequently. And even though EDG was scrimming the same opponents, I think most of their practice was against other Chinese teams. It'll be interesting to see if they can adapt.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see what these guys have to say, because, yeah, obviously a disappointing group stage. What do you think?
I think that EDG, so they pull out their ace composition to make sure they get through to quarterfinals. It's all built around Deft. That will be banned out in their quarterfinal match, because that's how they've looked the strongest. So you're going to come in knowing that you're probably not going to get the Ultra Mega Protect the Jinx composition. You're not going to get the Lulu, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And then where do they go from there? Because they haven't shown us much else.
It's true.
Well, that's a question that we'll hopefully have answered very soon. But I think they're going to probably be keeping a couple secrets.
Yeah, well, that's one thing we kind of expected coming into this group stage, is how many secrets was EDG going to keep. They would have liked to hold on to the ace composition, but they had to burn it here because this game was on the line.
We'll see what they bring to the quarterfinals, and we'll see what they have to say in the interview. Now let's send it down to Shox for a word with EDG's victorious support.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined by Mako after EDG locking in their spot in the quarterfinals and beating out H2K. Let's first talk about this game that you guys really needed to win. How did you get the upper hand over H2K?
先让我们非常恭喜你这次战胜了H2K， 然后晋级了。然后我们先来想一下，你这盘是怎么获得的胜利，怎么获得的优势，然后把它转换成了一个胜利。
这一局的话，我们前期选择安妮跟那个蛤蟆的话，就是想要换线嘛，然后发育，然后打到中期的话，我们9桶、露露跟金克斯打团很强，所以前期就一直跟他们换线发育。 然后打团，我们比他们更胜一筹。
So they picked Jinx and Tomcat comp to just farm the lane and try to get an early game advantage. So they just keep farming and farming, and once they get into a team fight stage where they excel at, which they excel at basically, and they were able to pull out ahead and finally take over the game.
Indeed, strong team fights in this game. Let's step away from this game. You guys, as EDG, are one of the favorites for this whole tournament, yet your early games today against SKT, H2K, and BKT have been lackluster. How much of a liability is that going into the rest of the tournament?
就是比赛开始之前呢，我们觉得 EDG 是这个组最强的一个队伍之一。但是通过今天的几场比赛，我们发现你们的前期的游戏处理的不太好。你觉得这个你们前期的弱势会对你们以后的比赛有什么影响吗？
应该影响挺大的，因为我们前期换线处理的没有欧美队伍好嘛，然后所以今天就只能硬着头皮去对线，然后以后的话会把换线处理得更好，然后就会打得更好。
So actually, our week in the lane swap is actually pretty big, and so we are really trying to adapt to the new laning phase. But as for now, we're just trying to beat them in lane. So for the later matches, we'll try to improve on the lane swap, and hopefully we can get better.
That definitely is a working point for you guys. Just a couple of months ago, you triumphed over SKT at the Mid-Season Invitational. How worrying is it for you that now in the group stage you weren't able to beat them yet, at least?
就在 MSI 的时候，你们战胜了 SKT， 但这次在小组赛中，你们目前还没有对他们取得过任何胜利。你觉得你们怎么面对这么个情况呢？你们怎么考虑这么个问题？
我觉得在小组赛遇到失败的话是可以接受的，然后我们看到就是会看到自己的短处嘛，然后就会慢慢去改进。我们会在决赛战胜 SKT 的。
Alright, so I think it's okay for us to lose in the group stage. At least we can find out where our weaknesses are, how to improve, and I think we can beat them in the finals.
All right, well, we'll see if that happens. Thank you very much, and congratulations for making it to the quarterfinal, Mako and EDG. Although there are some questions that still need to be answered. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shock. Securing their second place seed into the bracket stage there, EDG. Avoiding that tiebreaker, very, very good by them. I want to start team comps. Specifically to you, Tabe, we saw the Malphite come through and this entirely protect the Jinx comp with the Tahm Kench as well as the Lulu and the Gragas for the disengage. Thoughts on their pick ban phase this time around?
To be honest, I love the pick bans of EDG's this game because at first I suggest AJ to use Echo because we saw that he used it last game. But the thing is, I think Malphite is a really good pick. Why? Because we can see that he has a lot of support from his team this game. His team came over to top lane and helped him to destroy the second turret. And the second thing is, even he has a huge lead by Fiora of CS, he is making huge plays from his Malphite. For example, he forces the flash from Orianna, and after they have known that Orianna have a flash CD, Kench ulted mid, and they're all in for Orianna. And the second thing is, I think, other than the Malphite pick, I think Deft is very good in picking Jinx, and he actually avoided laning against Kalista. This is a very crucial point because after we see they saw that they are in top lane, but he suddenly goes down to bot lane. He knows that he is no chance against Kalista in early game, and he bought Aphrodite's Blade very early, and he just farm and farm. And
yeah,
it's very good.
Willing to concede that lane in order to make sure they don't match up in the 2v2. Coming over to you, Yamato, continuing somewhat on the picks and bans. I want to look specifically, though, at the Malphite and Fiora matchup, because I know you have a different opinion than Jat does as to who that benefits.
I reacted quite heavily on it simply because, like, in this game, as Tabe mentioned, there was a lot of lane swapping, and of course, Amazing J is going to fall behind on CS because of it. But the matchup against Fiora is pretty decent early game, but of course, Fiora scales better into the lane. But simply because Malphite has this opportunity to itemize armor, he's never going to get Doven. He's going to be fine always in this lane, and Malphite is something that is so good in team fights, and that is what EDG was aiming for in the end.
And I completely agree with that, and that's what I wanted to talk about. The Gragas Malphite pick, especially with how much farm they prioritize onto Gragas, means that they were always going to have double Frozen Heart earlier, which means Kalista is null and void in the mid game, and it is so hard to dive those two champions. The Gragas ult splits up the team as you go for a dive. It really mucks up Annie especially, and then you can never dive someone like Malphite. Good initiation is generally good anti-dive, and that is what EDG brought to this comp in spades. It was just so disruptive to be able to single out one target.
Now, it did take them a little bit to get to that point, though. What we did see in the early game was the prowess of the Western teams, the European and North American teams in the lane swap to pick up an early kill and build small advantages. But where did that all turn around? You got to look at Mako on support.
Yeah, you certainly do. Mako was just able to utilize Tahm Kench, move people around the map quickly with his ultimate in a couple of key team fights. And when you have this pressure, as you said, as soon as you burn a summoner spell, as soon as you take the turret, Mako can be anywhere and just pick up whatever he wants.
Yep, an easy kill picked up here on Ryu. This is the one that you were referencing, Tabe, just now. But as well, you know, throughout the game, this one too, to cut them off, just managing to separate H2K and put them into situations in which there is no good decision to make.
And once again, look at Hyonan. His only choices to attack in that team fight were Clearlove and then Amazing J. There is no way, as a Kalista who doesn't build crit, who had to go QSS, is going to be able to get out of these team fights by putting out the amount of damage that Def did, who was hitting a Fiora the whole time, who had double offensive items.
I'm just happy more teams are unclogging the frog because Tahm Kench is so powerful. I'm super happy to see more of it.
A very, very powerful champion, and to some degree is taking the place of Janna, being a beefier support that can still protect your AD carry and allowing Jinx to be played.
It's like the point you're making, I like it a lot, simply because melee champions tend to, like melee supports tend to be stronger in the early game, stronger in the early skirmishes, and that's where Tahm Kench shines, Alistar shines, and Braum shines, and that is the biggest reason why we see these melee supports coming in. They're just so tanky.
Yeah, they certainly are. And whilst, like, the last thing I want to hit on pick bans is we haven't seen a prevalence in Fiora, and I think this game shows why. In China, when they build Fiora, they go 40% cooldown reduction with 1 or 2 offensive items. If you're against a magic user, you go Black Cleaver. If you're against a lot of AD, which this team comp was because it was built around Def, you should go the Frozen Heart because 40% cooldown reduction actually means your Q does a lot of damage, and a lot of people underestimate the Q damage and the sticking potential. I feel if Odoamne was a little bit tankier in this composition, had he gone with the Frozen Heart, he would have given Deft a lot more headaches. You saw in a couple of those fights, he could get on Deft, but then was immediately blown up.
Now, Tabe, lastly, I want to come to you. EDG has made it through to the bracket stages, and they have some time to work on some of the issues. They've identified for themselves that their lane swap and some of their early game seems to be their weakness. Specifically, how should this team, with very limited time, attack fixing those problems?
As you said just now, their lane swapping problem is very important. I said that this game, Amazing J has many support from his team, but we have to remember that it is after his first death. EDG is executing very poorly about lane swapping because we can see that Amazing J has died. Why? Because he tended to have, he wants to defend the turret, but he didn't know that he will die under 4-man dive. So I'll have to think maybe EDG's coach, Aaron, have to discussion with his teammates. Is it good for Amazing J to defend the first turret, or is it good to just go to lane with Jinx? Because Jinx is already avoiding to lane against Kalista, so let's farm together.
All right, well, we'll see if they can do just that. They've got some time, like we said. With that win, EDG have locked in second place in Group C and will advance with SK Telecom to the quarterfinals in London. So, gentlemen, looking at this group, we still have one more game to play today, but these top two teams were the ones we expected to go through. SKT looking in form as ever. EDG looking to struggle a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it kind of reminds me of MSI. EDG lost against SKT in the group stage and came back swinging and won the entire tournament, so I'm not too worried about EDG.
Yeah, I actually think that this tournament format is kind of strange for both SKT and EDG just because it's the amount of games they would normally play in 1 week. This is like 3 best-of-2s for EDG, so I'm expecting them in the best-of-5s to have the improvement that we're showing, but there certainly is weaknesses in their early game that they need to be able to capitalize on.
Best-of series are a whole nother animal, so different teams will have or find their strengths in that part of the tournament. There's just 1 game left to play out in Group C. When we come back, we'll see if Bangkok Titans can pull off an upset win over SKT. Our coverage of the 2015 World Championship continues in just a few minutes.
This is the last game everyone will remember of H2K from Worlds.
Yeah.
Make it count.
Hoip. Hoip.
Here, Ryu dodges slow. Not bad. Gets caught by those flame choppers. Comes in. Timbers does work. Ryu throws a shockwave, but it's too late. Comes in. Is he close enough? Amazing J caught up a little bit. They're going to jump onto Yarnin right away here. Yarnin flashes away. Doesn't get CC'd. Going to pull in.
Okay,看慢点，nice，nice，nice，mute，
Needs one last fight. Amazing J goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life, and Odoamne can't participate. And in the end, H2K says, "Do you have a win?" And EDG says, "Go fish."
Welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championships. There's just one game left in Group C between the international wildcard Bangkok Titans and the LCK's SK Telecom. Gentlemen, the group is already decided. So, we know that there's not standings implications with this game. However, the last time we saw these two teams go up against each other, we saw the blind pick Aurelia mid into the faker Olaf. EasyHoon is playing this game, so we might not see that again. But this is to say the last time that these teams went up against each other, the Bangkok Titans, they came out and they wanted to show some stuff. They came out with some, some real gusto.
Yeah, they actually came out with an homage to Faker, I feel, and that is where G4 takes a lot of his inspiration from, and he would have very much enjoyed that matchup. So I'm looking for him to do something similar here, get even more experience under what is a pretty good Assassin player, and see if he can push the echelon a little bit more, have some fun on Summoner's Rift.
It's like I think it's clear to see that Bangkok Titans is taking this opportunity to learn. They're not really going for the pride approach to try to get those wins by going for the crazy-ass team comp, as I said earlier. And they're going for these standard team comps that they've played in the past, and they're trying to learn. And I actually like that approach.
Actually, I think Bangkok Titans, if they have the chance to use the same team composition like when they're against EDG, I think it would be really good because we can see that they have a really good early advantage, but they executed badly because of the shot calling problem. So this game, we know that it can't change anything because they are already being eliminated, but I hope that they can use the same team composition and try to correct their errors.
Well, we'll see if in the absence of pressure, they can make something happen. One last time today, we're going to send it over to the guys in the caster booth for the call.
All right, thanks, Dash. And it is time to move into SK Telecom versus Bangkok Titans, our final game of the day. No group standing implications. Everything's all locked up. We've got the best of the group versus the worst of the group. But that doesn't mean we still can't have a ton of fun.
Yeah, normally I like to say when you're doing predictions that you have to play the games. This is a game we don't actually have to play, but in essence,
why do you lie to us,
hopefully an
Jack?
entertaining thing. I think this game has a lot of potential to be really entertaining.
I think it will too. I mean, Faker's not playing, so we're not going to get any mid-Olaf. We'll see if EasyHoon can get all crazy, but I feel like for EasyHoon, getting crazy is like letting the 4 pencils in a perfect line on his desk be a little bit out of alignment. I feel like, whoa, it's a crazy day, guys. So we'll see what happens in Champ Select as we go into SK Telecom versus the Bangkok Titans. Of course, Bangkok Titans making it here, getting a lot of experience, hopefully, against some of the world's best teams. And the bans are going fast and furious. Gragas, Gangplank, Lulu, Mordekaiser. And what will the last ones be?
I'm a bit surprised they banned the Gangplank on the blue side.
Yeah. Maybe they just really don't want to play it.
I think you're right.
I don't think that Marin would be unable to play Gangplank, but based on the fact that they're already 5-0 against the Bangkok Titans, he might have a certain pick in mind and just doesn't want to have to deal with it.
Well, you got to wonder how much of this is SKT being like, I wonder if we can break the record for fastest game yet in groups. It'd be tough. I believe we're at what, like 23?
Yeah, there's been a lot
early
of 23 or
22
22-minute games. Cloud9 won really fast on day one.
Kalista
SKT
band.
earlier today won incredibly fast against EDG.
Yeah.
Well, we have also seen a 20-minute surrender.
That's the fastest game, Monty.
Complete game. Complete game.
Yeah, non-surrender game.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry, I broke the rules there for a second.
I guess I've tied for the fastest game at Worlds.
This is
too.
actually a really important clarification. As far as tiebreakers go, if there are 3 teams tied, as far as doing seeding for the tiebreaker bracket, average win time is factored into that equation. Sure. That's the thing that breaks the tie. So it's actually really surprising that there was the quick surrender game. It wasn't a 20-minute surrender, it was like a 30-minute surrender. But the fact that they didn't stall that one out was really surprising.
Well, they are going to grab that Elise first. So far, so serious from SKT.
I was hoping they'd first pick the Twisted Fate. And they are playing more or less seriously. The Gangplank ban, the Gragas ban, taking away the Yasuo, a pocket pick there for G4 that he's jumped on. And it looks like we may be getting a more serious game this time. Darius and Rek'Sai will be coming out first for the Bangkok Titans. Insta-locking that Twisted Fate, though.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any incentive for Bangkok Titans not to take this game seriously and not to give it their all. They nearly took down EDG, and there's still a chance they can walk away with this with a victory, which would be huge, especially if they end up beating a team that is favored to be the world champions. It would be a pretty nice thing to take back home.
And Marin, the first time since his first game at Worlds here, is going to bring out that Fiora. Worked quite well the first time. And are we going to see the Fagar from G4?
Wouldn't be a bad choice. I wonder how much practice he's put into it. I want to see if Marin lanes straight up against Warlock, because a lot has been made about the Darius versus Fiora matchup. And when I talk about the matchup, I'm not talking about the whole game, I'm talking about specifically in the lane. Fiora does have some of the capabilities that a Renekton would have to close the range inside Darius's Decimate, and she can also riposte the Decimate or the ultimate if she times it properly. So I think a well-played Fiora can actually beat a Darius in lane.
Well, it's going to be interesting, and it's certainly going to be a little bit of an experiment for Marin as well, too, to see if he can pull it off. Are we actually going to see Xerath? No, I didn't think so. Tristana Thresh, 2 more serious picks by BKT. And if it's your last game at Worlds, why not give it your all? Why not show your fans the best you can possibly do? Looks like they're going to swap it out for the Alistar.
In my mind, Bangkok Titans has already shown that they were legit. I mean, coming that close to beating EDG and really doing quite well in that game up to a point is much more than I expected out of them, especially after that first EDG game where they got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah. And it's a show of respect, I think, from SKT's side that they are making serious picks as well, too. Sivir Braum, fairly serious. Help that Fiora get in a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Help that TF run around a little bit faster.
A little bit interesting here that they'd be going for this. Sivir isn't really something that we've seen as much from the Korean teams. In this particular tournament, the Sivir has been very much played by the Europeans, but not really by too many others.
Yeah, globally, Sivir's pick ban rate has dropped significantly since the nerfs, which made the ultimate not as powerful, but she still has other strengths, which are quick lane shoving, and honestly, she can stay pretty safe if you try and dive her. So I like what SKT is doing here. I think they're clearly signaling they want powerful wave clear, strong split pushing, and since they are historically such strong laners, it can work very well for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right here, what you want to do is just make sure that you're controlling the wave pressure and the minions on the map. That means that if Bang is there in that mid lane, it opens up opportunities for Easyhoon to repeatedly gank for Marin or enter a 1-3-1 split push situation where they can simply just outfight their counterparts. And there's not really an answer to that on the Bangkok Titan. That is also potentially an answer, depending on how it goes, but we could see G4 once again trying to be Faker.
They make the Faker picks.
Hey, well,
you're going to mimic someone, it's a good choice.
Exactly. I think if there's anyone in League of Legends you want to emulate, it's probably Faker.
See the Titan smiling right now. The new screen obviously having a good deal of fun with this, and that will be locked in as the counter ticks down.
Nice. So Ryze in the mid lane for the Bangkok Titans. And the rosters are all locked in for the last game of the day here on day 2. The League of Legends 2015 World Championships. Obviously expecting a pretty easy win for SK Telecom here, but Bangkok Titans with a chance to really give it their all. For me, the main story is Bang. Is he going to die? Because if he doesn't die in this game, that means he will have 1 death total in groups.
His KDA is currently at 67 or something ridiculously high.
It's really high. Yeah, I believe it is in the 60s right now, but I haven't done the math myself on that.
I want to know what the highest KDA in the history of the group stage is, because I feel like currently Bang would have it. And if he doesn't die in this game, he's probably going to
Bang and Wolf, that bot lane for SK Telecom for a long time had the highest KDA of anybody in Korea. Not surprising at all to me that they come out with a high KDA in Worlds so far in the group stages.
Very good at taking care of themselves with a small amount of jungle pressure. They're reserved. They have that really nice playstyle that it just fits in perfectly. They know what their job is in the team.
They've always been good at that too. I mean, even back from the days when they were on SK Telecom S, these guys were really good at just staying alive and staying solid in the bot lane.
Well, this is basically SK Telecom S.
It is, I guess, yeah, with Bengi. It is with Bengi now. All right, well, hashtag SKT win if you think it might happen, or hashtag Bangkok Titans win if you think these guys can come back and win 1 game at the very end of their Worlds run.
Yeah, this is SKT against BKT, not to be confused with KT in this tournament.
Lots of Ks, lots of Ts.
And grades, so 2 full grades, 2 full tiers above SKT is.
Well, S is
BKT.
like the best score, right? That's like on Dance Dance Revolution, where you're going like so fast that you need to hold in that bar, which I don't believe in, by the way. I feel like you're only as good at DDR as you can be without holding onto that silly bar in the back of the machine.
It's not really dancing at that point, just moving your feet really fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not allowed to dance like that on the floor. You don't have bars on the back of the dance floor and everyone's just moving their feet.
That looks stupid.
That doesn't impress women.
That's right.
Well, neither does our job, Jan. So we got that going for us.
Woo! Well, so basically S rank is really good. That's the point of all that. I hope you guys
It's really, really good.
Well, Lloyd strikes the first blow in this battle between SKT and BKT. Whoa, the hook on the Lloyd, though. Can they make anything happen? There's a gold card, but 007's a little bit too close for comfort. Gonna chase him away and do a bit more damage. Oh, Marin coming in for a parting blow and SKT. The flare, flash.
I love the flare spam. It's easily my favorite thing about Worlds this time around.
I'm really happy that that made it in.
You know, part of me is like, I wish I could design my own, upload it to the game and do that. But then I'm like, wait.
I don't
no.
think you want that feature.
I know what I would see from other people. And
Yeah,
I
you
don't,
really,
I
really
don't think I want that.
You would have a Street Shark, though, but everyone else would be suffering.
Well, the thing is there's other video game consoles that have dealt with something like this that have a certain algorithm to filter out certain images.
I'm sure it's 100%
possible.
accurate, too.
It's not- as I've seen it, no.
never fit.
No, I don't think so. Well, Moss hiding in the brush, which seems appropriate.
Yeah, delayed invade here by SKT, but honestly, Bangkok Titans could have set up a pretty clever play there if they would have been a little bit more patient and waited for Wolf to come in, because it's very common for the support to slow harass the two people doing that if you're expecting a lane swap elsewhere, but they showed a little early and Bangkok Titans doesn't get an advantage on what could have been a clever play.
Yeah. Well, Lloyd getting aggressive, man.
May as well, final game.
Yeah.
Go all out.
I'm curious to see what G4 is going to do in this matchup, because Faker got so much tower pressure down in this Rise versus Twisted Fate. They're going to take a pretty ugly trade right there. Getting up by a hook there from Wolf.
Oh, he got hit by 2 of the ricochets, too, off the back of the minion wave, so Lloyd is really low after that.
They were trying to be so aggressive in that bot lane, too. It's like they saw Bang and they're like, you stole part of our team name, now you must die.
Oh, man. So I'm curious about G4. Can he live up to what Faker did on this champion? I'm just curious about this matchup in general, because it does seem to be very favorable for Rise. And in this particular matchup, it caters to the way that Faker likes to play, which is with a lot of turret pressure. But that is a delicate dance. And a lot of the reason why Faker is able to play the way that he is because he has the vision and he has the confidence in order to get a lot of auto attacks down on turrets with these mid lane champions and just absolutely crush that mid lane tower faster than many other players.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Easy Hoon takes a bit of damage from G4, but nothing he can't recover from. And man, this bot lane has gone so well for SK Telecom. Bengi coming in, there's a Cocoon onto G4, but it looks like Bengi's just left on his own as Easy Hoon is uninterested in pursuing the fight.
Oh, that's not a good start here. It's a large minion wave, which is why Marin was pushed up, but the timing of the gank is perfect.
Kyle tries to dash away. There's the knockup. It's not going to happen, actually. Just flashes. I think he was kind of expecting that. The fake out from 007. Not actually going to knock you up. What do you know?
Yeah, Marin has to then play this lane without a flash. I feel like 007X may have misplayed a little bit there. I was expecting him to knock up, or at least get an auto attack off.
Why wouldn't you, you know?
Yeah, well, normally it's just you click on the guy, and as soon as your auto attack hits, you knock up. It was strange. It's almost like he was manually pathing and not auto attacking to unburrow.
He's 007, man. He didn't want to blow his cover yet.
Unfortunately, it was blown
No,
long
he
ago.
did. He did.
Well, okay, I guess.
It's a really great joke, just in a different context.
Oh, tried.
Well, I think that what's really going to tilt this game is Darius always, even before the rework, of course, one of his weaknesses has been a lack of mobility in that top lane. Very vulnerable to ganks most of the time. And with the Twisted Fate and Elise, that should be where SK Telecom really puts the pressure on. A little bit later in this game, we might see a sort of dive setup here, possibly, as long as they can keep control over that top side of the map. So let's keep eyes on where Elise is going during this recall, because Easy Hoon is just creeping towards level 6.
Bang taking quite a bit of damage. I was wondering if we might see an engage from Moss there, but deciding not to go for it. Bengi moving up to this top lane. Now, Warlock still has his flash, but Marin, without that summoner, may be able to bait him a little bit. Looks like they're not going to try. Or are they?
Yeah, it's definitely a
boy.
gankable lane, but with a flash disadvantage, a little trick to execute.
There we go. Warlock takes some damage. No, the Cocoon misses, but Warlock goes deeper. Going to take a ton of damage anyway. Not going to bother to burn that flash. He's dead at first blood. Goes to Marin. Meanwhile, a fight breaks out in the bot lane. Bang getting very low. Looks like they'll be able to escape without anybody going down, though.
No summoners burned in that bottom side. Bang very patiently waiting out that explosive shot just to get the spell shield, delivering a couple of auto attacks in the meantime. G4 bottled up next to his turret right now. And Moss.
Okay. Point blank hook. Not connect. We'll pretend we didn't see that, Wolf.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is doing a little bit of exploring down bottom side. Maybe they're thinking of trying to get a creative gank.
Oh, I think they are.
Here.
A flash pulverize, Bang able to spell shield that one. Looks like they'll get away. Teleport coming down. Here comes Marin. He's got the kill already. It's a grand challenge on 007, but not much of one in the end. As Marin picks up the kill, they get the big heal, and Easyun takes a ride on the Lantern. Can they catch Moss?
Still got his ultimate up, so
he's got no flash. There's the gold card. Nice hook from Wolf. He's going to come in for the flay and the kill. G4 backing away with a bit of damage, but Easyun not going to let him take out his support. Pretty clean by SKT.
Yep, massive win there from SKT, even from the very start of that play, which to me initiated in the top lane. Marin, I'm not even going to talk about the top lane gank. I'll talk about the bottom lane gank.
Okay.
Because there was a thing I wanted to talk about in top lane, but the moment has passed. Specifically, just a nice teleport in from Marin. You knew he was level 6 and Warlock was dead.
What was so interesting about that fight was how much SKT telegraphed it, because basically we saw Bang run up. He already used Summoner Heal at this point, just ran up in the lane. Then he spell shields the combo coming in from Alistar, but they know this. They're baiting it out. Summoner Heal already used, so they were already thinking about going for that double teleport play very early on. Teleport is then canceled onto the minion. Wolf here comes in with the flash and the flash of the Lantern. Then Easyun finishes up that kill with the flash of his own.
Uh-oh. And Warlock just cannot get close to Marin at this point. And
today,
Wolf caught a little bit, gets headbutted back. G4 and 007 are there. Bengi comes in to try to save his support, but it is futile.
You know when you
Bangkok Titans pick up their first kill.
You know when you don't go warding by yourself in the river?
All the
your
time.
Twisted Weight fate is in base, right there. It's not a good time to be wandering off alone.
Dangers of warding.
Yeah, we have seen.
Your team never appreciates it.
We have seen so many support deaths, not only from trying to ward without backup, but also trying to fight someone while warding without backup, like pretending that you do have backup and then engaging yourself into a bad fight.
Well, Jet, as a representative of Riot, I can just tell you this right now, that I've solved your problem. And the answer is to just make supports do a lot more damage so they can fight if they need somebody in the jungle.
I remember a post on the forums
obvious.
about that, actually. I think that's what's happening. For the
Was
next
that
season.
me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Whoever that was, I agree. Season 6, make it happen. Teleport comes in for Easy, and there's a challenge, and Warlock, again, not going to be much of one. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot. Easyhoon helps Marin pick up yet another kill. He is 3-0-0 already.
That's pretty much where you want to be as a Fiora when you want to 1-3-1 split push this game. I think he's probably really feeling pretty good.
About 9 minutes, I think I'd be pretty satisfied with that.
Stacking a heavy amount of AD. Warlock as well, falling pretty far behind the pace, thanks to some nice Bengi ganks. This is my window to talk about the gank that happened like 5 minutes ago.
Go for it, man.
When Bengi ganked Warlock and he missed the cocoon, I actually credit Bengi for putting the cocoon in that exact spot, because the only way Warlock could juke it was going closer to his turret, which basically just ensured his demise. If he wanted to escape, he would have had to get past the cocoon and flash it back towards the opponent turret.
So you're saying if you miss something like that, you can call it a zoning.
It was a zoning cocoon.
Oh, I gotta remember that.
Actual zoning cocoon.
That's a good idea. Bengi has to flash away from that one, but the gold card in onto G4. Here comes Wolf. Can he get the flay? He does. There's a hook. And G4 gonna go down. Another kill for Easyun, or actually his first of the game. And SKT just finding members of the Bangkok Titans and taking them out all over the map.
Yeah, this farm advantage getting pretty severe too. SK Telecom doesn't look like they're done quite yet. They've got 2 under the turret, and Marin is there with the Tiamat.
Yeah, this could be bad. Marin coming in. There's Wolf, cocoon onto Warlock. They got to wait for that wave. They're just going to pull him out from under turret. There's the flay. Warlock doing a bit of damage with that Q, getting a bit of healing. Bengi in the melee under the turret. Oh, Bengi.
He drew the short straw.
Terrible decision. Like, all right, you go die. Easyun takes up mid turret in the meantime.
I feel like SKT was waiting for Marin's grand challenge. They kind of need that to do the dive, but it just didn't come up in time, and they were a little cheeky with all the poke they tried to do down on the turret. Well, grand challenge is up now. Oh, dear.
Uh-oh, Warlock taken out pretty easily again.
Oh, right after the flash, too. The summoner goes down. But you know what? They lose a kill, but they pick up the mid lane turret, so all in all, still an advantage for SK Telecom. They had hedged their bets appropriately.
Yep.
That's kind of one of those things where it's like, you get your friend to, I don't know, poke the Wolverine, and you're like, no, we'll help you out. Don't worry, it'll be fine. And then you don't help him out.
Is this what you did growing up in Minnesota?
I don't know. I was trying to think of a dangerous
animal. Is that what you do
animal.
at the countryside? Do you
I've
play
never-
poke the Wolverine?
I've also
never
watched the
seen a
Minnesota
Wolverine
Vikings.
in real life. No Minnesota Vikings for me, man.
Really?
No, I was born in Wisconsin.
Oh, Green Bay Packers.
Yes, of course. Oh, bang. Knocked back under turret. He's going to get back to his support really quickly. Still in a lot of trouble, though, as 007 comes over the wall. Backing away now, has to pop that ultimate. Taking a bit of damage in the end from the Prey Seeker, but he will be okay.
They burned a couple summoners right there. SKT playing without a lot of respect for where 007X can be on the map right now.
Yeah.
Well, this is a big classic.
Okay, buddy. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Haha, you were baited into attacking me, thinking that I had disconnected or something.
So that was a really clever play by Elise, but EasyHoon's actually looking to go top lane.
Yeah, that turret's going to get taken out as EasyHoon comes up to secure yet another kill onto Warlock. There goes the turret, and there goes the top laner for Bangkok Titans. That's his 4th death of the game so far.
You wonder about why they would run Fiora with the Twisted Fate, because there's not... Obviously, you're not going to have the same amount of crowd control as you would have with many other top laners, but you cannot run away from Fiora once she gets started. Her pursuit is absolutely crazy. So you even get 1 gold card down, and you're pretty much guaranteeing it. Marin, the dodge away from this one. Here comes the TB.
Yeah, that's right. Teleport coming in right now for Easy, who's going to try to save his top laner. Gets a red card and didn't have the gold card loaded up. He's going to have to run for it as Moss comes in. Sorry, Marin. You're on your own, buddy. Oh, no, Easy comes back. He's like, I've got a gold one this time. G4 takes a bit of damage. Marin still falls anyway. There's a Cocoon onto 007. Another gold card comes in. Doesn't exactly work out as the sun happens after the tunnel from 007. And SKT not getting any kills out of that one. That was a bit sloppy.
Yeah, they lost about the 3rd fight in a row that was in the top lane. Didn't quite have enough because they were greatly outnumbered by the end of that. I was actually expecting EasyHoon to cancel his teleport once he realized it was a 2v3, but he just went for it. Ended up getting some damage off, not enough.
I like that he
save Marin.
came in with a red card, too. He's like,
And then missed his wild cards.
Yeah, it's like, oh, whatever. Marin's got enough kills. Who cares?
Shutdown gold won't hurt us.
Bang's got to get worried here because, again, you know, his KDA is so high, but I feel like his team is just systematically setting up situations where each of them die.
Yeah, it was 62 before this game.
Oh, geez.
So he's currently got a 63 KDA.
Good luck.
He's playing Sivir, so he'll get some assists by the end of this one, too. Almost certainly.
Yeah. Well, blue buff for Dragon. Apparently the trade that's going to happen now. SKT, I think, getting the better end of that one, but I'll have to rely on my analyst to confirm that.
Dragon for some CS and
blue buff.
Ally blue buff?
Yeah.
Well, they're like Bangkok Titans getting their own blue buff, and SKT is taking the contested Dragon. I say it's blue.
Okay, good. What a relief. Oh, SK Telecom continuing to push up through that mid lane a little bit. Bot lane pushing actually back towards SK Telecom at the moment.
They haven't really been able to take down that bottom turret yet in spite of having the Sivir there for the wave clear. Their warding hasn't been that great in the bottom side so far this game, so a little bit dangerous to push up forward. And they've been playing so much around Marin's Fiora.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, too. I mean, everyone thinks of SK Telecom as a team that just focuses on Faker, but we've seen more and more this tournament that Marin is getting so much of the priority as far as who they get ahead, who they focus on to carry, and he has really been stepping up, too.
Well, a lot of it is, at least in the laning phase, Faker has played a couple of games of Rise, so he pretty much just wants to sit there and farm for as long as possible. And when you have Marin up in the top side on champions like Darius that can really get a very large lead, or Fiora, just go ahead and gank for them early. He's the early power spike that transitions into a late game champion like Rise.
And I also feel like Faker outputs a massive amount of pressure in lane, which helps to enable Marin to have success on top lane. Not to mention everyone just wants to kill Faker, so he's got this giant target on his back, and Marin can then carry on the backside. The game against EDG was kind of an example of this. It didn't seem like Faker was doing great in their 23-minute victory, and it was the rest of SKT winning a lot of the matches as well. I'll get to that in a minute. Fight up the turret.
Has to take the Lantern out. Turret goes down in favor of the Bangkok Titans up in top lane, actually.
Yeah, but we also have to remember in the game against EDG, Faker took the majority of the turret as Rise versus Twisted Fate in the matchup, killed the turret, and then solo killed Twisted Fate without taking hardly any damage. So Faker was playing great in that game, even if he had a few deaths.
And part of playing against Twisted Fate is making sure that Twisted Fate can't do anything. And Twisted Fate could not do anything that game. So that's a big, big win, especially if you can output and scale out output so much damage and scale as well as you can on Rise.
Well, I mean, now Izzyun is kind of unleashed, though. He's still got his turret. They've taken out the enemy turret. He can move up that map a lot farther and be exactly where Bangkok Titans do not want him to be, which is killing them. That's where they don't want him to be.
With Marin, I think, is the least desirable place.
Yeah.
For Twisted Fate to be.
Yeah, Bang is pretty much on wave management duty. 0-0-1, returning to the bottom lane, time to shove that, and then probably rotate mid.
This really is the save Bang's KDA game, isn't it?
That's the whole point of the picks and bans.
I'm pretty sure.
We're listening in to Koma's.
I'll have to ask Koma later. I didn't hear it, I admit.
Bang should just go back to Urgot then. Play the ultra safe poke game.
That's true. Well. KG. You know, you have to hand it to Bangkok Titans so that they have done a good job of taking vision back in their own jungle. They're not letting SKT get as far ahead with this Twisted Fate as they could.
I think Bangkok Titans did a really good job overall of using their off week here because they came out much stronger today than we saw them in week 1. So there's been a lot of development there already as they acclimate themselves to this world's meta. And I'm impressed with how much of a difference we've seen in this team in just a few days.
Yeah. I mean, the games, the environment certainly has seemed to help them.
Yeah. Even this game against the 5-0 SKT, 4,700 gold differential at 17 minutes. While it's huge in the context of like an SKT versus KT game, as far as Bangkok Titans sticking in this one, this is way closer than we would expect this game to be, especially after the first week.
Dragon up in 40 seconds. Or minute 40, rather. A little bit longer to wait. I just want to fast forward. I want to get to the Dragon. Let's make the fights happen.
Well, it might not even happen because SKT has Marin pushing the top side so powerfully right now. I don't think he can actually dive a Darius under a second-tier turret, so at least that could pull it back towards the Dragon. Still 90 more seconds until the Dragon, though.
Oh well.
Depends on how fancy you can get with that riposte, right? just a skill thing. No problem. Warlock. He's had some standout games so far this tournament, particularly last week. I think he struggled a bit today, but he's looked like a player that may be one of the strongest on the Titans overall. I thought that some of his games, some of his Gnar play, even when the Titans were losing last week, was very solid.
Well, he does seem to kind of be the team leader from the impression we've gotten in the interviews and things like that, and he plays like one too.
Captain of the team.
Yep. You know, the blue buff kind of jumps out of the tree, sort of comes out of the rock there, which means that underneath there's like a blue buff mine. So if you can just dig down there, if you can just dig down there, you get like all blue buffs you want. Why are they waiting for this thing to come out?
Well, there aren't any stone mason skins or miner skins yet, so I have to take that's probably the reason. Although Yorick has a shovel.
He does. Might take him a little while.
What else could be under the rift?
Rek'Sai?
Maybe there's just like a giant train filled with gold.
Maybe. That's true.
Those things are just buried in some places.
It could be booby-trapped. It's very likely, though.
I think there's enough gold on Summoner's Rift, though. There really doesn't seem to be a shortage of
Where's it all coming from?
It all comes out of minions.
It all comes out of the ghost trade.
When you hit a monster, gold pops out.
You know, I wonder sometimes, why does anybody want to kill each other? This is a land of plenty.
No kidding. There's enough for everybody.
There's infinite Baron and Dragon meat.
Yep.
You got clean water here in the river. There's an endless supply of gold and shops to buy things at. Why fight at all?
This seems like a paradise. I mean, get rid of all these champions, man. I just want to move in and live here.
Minions just kill each other, and you just wait until they're very low, then you walk up, just sucker punch them and get free money.
And well, people are like, well, you can't leave, so if you want to buy something, what do you do? I'm like, well, order it online, obviously. Nobody needs to go to the store anymore.
What's the Summoner's Rift equivalent of that? Ordering online.
I don't know. I'm sure Jace has like something that's capable of ordering.
Piltover is probably
He's from the future. Uh-oh, Marin. Never mind, it's okay.
I think you just use Hawkshot to go get things off the map. We know it flies off the map, I assume it can come back.
That's true. Oh, easy teleporting, coming in. They want a big fight here. He's going after G4.
Oh, interrupted.
Well, another fight happening here. Marin trying to go for the 1v4 here. I don't think that's going to work. Grand Challenge fails on Warlock. Wolf and Benki right there. Whatever happened to Izzyun, who knows? 007 gets caught. He's in the box, and he's going to teleport or burrow right over to the birds, and then he gets taken out. That was awkward. Whatever. Lloyd, whoa! Can you say critical hit? Man, he rolled like 620s on that one.
Stack deck is pretty mean.
Stack deck, gold card, Lich Bane, Abyssal Scepter, right to the face.
Jeez.
That's Twisted Fate burst for you, and that's before he even has a big ticket AP item. Bang picking up 3 assists in that fight in particular. G4 actually flashed to get the Rune Prison to stop the Twisted Fate port at the beginning of the fight, but then the fact that Marin didn't die 1v4 kind of sold Bangkok Titans short in this team fight.
Let's see this happen again. All right, they're a little bit nervous because Easyhoon's about to come in, but Marin's like, no problem.
Benka gets into the middle of this one, but he doesn't have much to do, so he just gets lanterned out right away by Wolf. Bangkok Titans trying to figure out which way to go. Want to rejoin up with G4, who didn't get picked, but then 007 finds himself on the end of a hook cocoon combination, and from that point forward, it's all SKT.
It gave time for Bang and Easyhoon to come down to the rest of the fight, and even though Lloyd could not one thread over the wall, Easyhoon was waiting right afterwards. There was really no way.
Man, Lloyd just got destroyed.
Good rhyme.
I didn't even mean that.
Thought there was going to be a joke follow-up.
No, that just happened. Just natural. He's probably kind of annoyed.
No, we're not doing this, Noah. We're not going into Rhymeland today, sorry.
All right. It's something I'll try to avoid.
Damn you.
That one I'll allow. That was good.
Thank you.
Only the last one.
But it needs the previous ones to work, so you can't do it like that, Chad.
True enough. I can see.
Sweet. And right at 22 minutes, too. That was the fastest victory I've had yet. All right.
We said surrenders didn't count, Noah.
Damn it, I forgot about the tiebreaker.
Oh, bummer. You're right. Top lane, tier 2, taken down by SKT. The lead continues. Uh-oh, Warlock in trouble. Teleport coming in for G4. That's going to scare off Marin and Easyhoon for the moment, anyway.
Marin is just getting so strong with Cleaver and Hydra already being completed. He can almost laugh off the Darius damage, even if Darius lands a nice outer ring of Decimate onto Marin. I think he'd be able to lifesteal off of the minion wave, just quickly disengage, and be completely fine for the next fight. He's really safely in the split-pushing groove.
Well, Ryze is bottom. There is no teleport on this Ryze, and there is a Baron available, and they are going to take this opportunity for sure.
I think they are. 23 minutes in, Moss sees it. What can they do about this? Everybody's so far away.
Well, Rek'Sai
Wolf
can
taking
tunnel.
a lot of damage. Yeah, they're not doing it very quickly either, so SKT does have to back off. Yeah, why not give it a try?
Well, Marin and the Hoon weren't there, so it does make it a little bit slower. And they don't have any tankiness on this composition, too, to really absorb a lot of that Baron damage. And support with Face of the Mountain isn't going to be doing you too many favors, especially at 24 minutes into this game.
Well, KT may try to take the mid lane turret. Marin going to get found, though. He's going to issue the grand challenge onto 007, and then he's going to grandly run away. Gets exhausted. Whoa, hi, Lloyd. Comes in. Do they get the kill? Oh, you went the wrong way. And that is the kill for the Bangkok Titans. A riposte with the wrong direction for Marin, I believe.
Yeah, looked very strange. The way Marin went down there.
Sivralt, they want some revenge, some 4v5 revenge. They're going to pull in G4. That's 4v4 now. 007 getting a bit lower, taking a lot of turret. His gold card over the wall, and Easyhoon's going to snipe him. 2 kills already, and there's the flash from Warlock. Worked out pretty well for SKT. 1 minute until the next dragon.
We'll see if they even go for that. They do have an opportunity here, perhaps, to start pressuring this Baron once again. They have complete vision over the pit right now. The jungler is dead.
I still feel like if Bangkok Titans want to contest this dragon, they're capable. They have Alistar, Darius teleport, and a Trist. Plus,
not going down fast at all.
With teleport coming up, that makes it pretty nice to secure.
Wolf takes a lot of damage. Lloyd in a lot of trouble here. Looks like they'll back off and let this Baron be taken by SK Telecom. No choice there, really.
Yeah, good call.
Almost lost their ADC.
You see the amount of poke coming in over the wall, too. And Bang really starting to open this up. And Marin's wave clear is pretty good right now.
I would say so. He's fast.
There's no armor on really anybody, the Bangkok Titans either, so he can pretty much just one-shot people.
See, he's bought 2 axes and a pickaxe, which makes his sword swing very quickly. It's a secret. The top lane split push.
Okay.
At least Darius has an axe. He's buying axes. That's good.
It is the perfect item.
Oh,
Easyhoon
Warlock! Goodbye.
Yeah, EasyHoon actually had just picked up the Death Cap as well as the Baron, so the play for SKT is to get a pick and then try and end the game, which they could do right here.
Yeah, they certainly could. Inhibitor turret goes down. Moss on the run, pops that ultimate. There's the grand challenge. No, that cow's got a family. He's got a herd. Oh, the humanity. 007 getting taken out too. There's a double kill for Marin. Manages to take down G4.
It's okay, 007 doesn't have a family, for to believe it's like the new timeline, so
that's true.
It's actually even more cruel to kill the Alistair instead of James Bond.
They're just trying to unsettle 007, make him, compromise him in the mission, if you will.
I think another thing we saw in that fight was just the insane healing from the Fiora ultimate. He was taking Nexus turrets with the Grand Challenge healing fountain there. And this looks like a 27-minute win for SKT.
That is it. And with that, SKT goes 6-0 in groups. GG.
And it's so hard to go 6-0 in the group stage at the World Championship. It's something that we didn't see last year except from Samsung White. And something that I don't think we're going to see this year except from SK Telecom.
And, you know, even that was very surprising, too, because we thought for sure EDG would be able to split one with SK Telecom, but it was a very different EDG team we saw coming into Worlds now. They made it out of the group, but SKT, right now at least, looking head and shoulders above everybody else in this tournament, more or less.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this team does in the quarterfinal. There are still 2 undefeated teams remaining in the group stages. So we will find out Saturday and Sunday whether or not Cloud9 or Origin can match the 6-0 record. But they are up against some pretty formidable competition as well.
Yeah, that's something. That's the thing is, one thing that helped SKT here was having a relatively weak group, and with EDG, I think, underperforming, that definitely contributed.
On SKT, bring the Bangkok Titans out on stage with them. It's their last game of Worlds 2, and the crowd, of course, wants to give them a big and well-deserved applause. Well played by Bangkok Titans, certainly making a lot of those losses look a bit competitive.
Yeah, both teams bowing together on stage. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, definitely.
Respect shown from the Bangkok Titans, mutual respect. Bangkok Titans, they showed up much better than they did during the first week.
Yeah, that's right. And that's really encouraging. Obviously, when you see a team like that improve so quickly, definitely going to be a team to watch in the future. So let's send it over to Dash and the rest of the analysts to see what they thought about that last game.
Thank you, Doa. I love to see both teams bowing there. You know, as they mentioned, respect shown by SKT to BKT, and it's much deserved because this team, in my opinion, approached Worlds with absolutely the right mindset. And I truly believe they're going to come out of Worlds with so much because of it.
Yeah, for sure. I think like the games they've shown like interesting qualities. I don't think they were too bad. Like Warlock stepped up in a lot of games. People saw him as a weakness. It's what I heard on social media at least. And in general, I think they should go out of this tournament with their head held up high.
Definitely, and Bangkok Titans have been a part of the Southeast Asian region for so long. They've been everywhere from last to now first. They've had 20-something players. Like, overall, being able to participate in a Worlds, being able to get the culture, like spy on what other teams do to make them so good, they're going to take nothing but success out of this tournament, and they did compete at least on a relatively good level.
And I think participating in the Worlds Finals is a really good experience for them, and I think this experience will let them to rock over the teams in their own region. And I have to give credit for Lloyd because we see his plays today, and there are some mistakes when he's playing Tristana, but he plays decently last game. Against a huge enemy like SKT, his AD performance is just the same as Ban.
Yeah, I think the caster's point about the difference we saw between BKT of week 1 and week 2, just in that span of time, was a massive improvement. Now we flip over to the other side, SKT finishing out their group stage here with the 6-0, undefeated, looking strong as ever. You know, if I dare say so myself, you know, kind of footholding themselves into that position of team to beat.
You do not want to draw SKT. Like, let's just be really upfront. There is a game in the draw coming up, and it is do not get SKT, because those guys, they're monsters. They're honestly, teams will go to bed at night and have nightmares about how good this team is, and they play with 2 different mid laners who are both rock stars. Like, I cannot talk about this team highly enough. They are incredibly intimidating.
I have to highlight also, like, coming from this group, I think we have the 2 best junglers in the whole World Championship, Bengi and Clearlove. I'm pretty excited to see them play against the other junglers coming out from the other groups, because I feel in this particular group it's been like the metaphor I like to use is like Pac-Man. The other junglers are basically the ghost chasing the Pac-Man, and at some point, like the Pac-Man is just farming away, picks up the item that allows them to kill the ghosts, and that kind of shows, like in the matchup, for example, Bang against Lulex, he was falling around, and then eventually he died. And I think generally these two junglers, they deserve a lot of credit.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, with all of Group C's matches on the books, let's see how the 4 teams stand. SK Telecom will advance to London's quarterfinals as the #1 seed. EDG right behind them in second. They'll be drawn into the knockout round bracket immediately following the final group stage game on Sunday. So be sure to stick around after the final Nexus is smashed. And with another 2 teams advancing to London's quarterfinals, it's time to look towards tomorrow when we'll know who will continue on to the knockout stage from Group D. The action kicks off with an NA versus EU clash between Team Solomid and Origin. KT Rolster squares off against LGD, and then TSM gets back on the Rift against Korea's #3 seed. A quick programming note, the games will be starting 2 hours earlier tomorrow, so make sure that schedule is free and clear because it all kicks off at noon Central European time, 3 a.m. Pacific, even earlier for us, gentlemen. But when we look at tomorrow's lineup of games, this was a group that turned out entirely differently in week 1 than most people expected. Going into week 2, what are the matchups we're looking at?
I think this group is one of the most exciting group because we can see, I think, in my opinion, I think the average team ability is not that diverse as like today's game. And we can know that the China's #1 seed, LGD, is suffering from 3 losses already. So I hope, because I'm from China, I hope that LGD can have a huge performance because we know that Flame is going to play tomorrow. So I'm hoping that Flame will be a better top lane when he saw Acorns play in those days.
We'll see if that's enough to make a difference for LGD. However, we look at Origin and KT. Both of these teams looked really strong in week 1.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking forward to. Who stays on top of this group? Because when you look at it, I completely agree. It's kind of like all 4 teams have a fighting chance, and then Origin just came out of nowhere, man, and they look super impressive, especially beating a Korean team around the map. I haven't seen a team do that in a very long time. Am I interested in LGD? Sure, but I want to see whether Origin as a team can stay at that peak performance. Doing it for a week, that's something, but 3 games in 1 day against 3 quality opponents, that's going to be a challenge.
I'm also very excited for Origin because in the past I've always seen Xpeke as a weakness, but in this tournament he's a strength. And with that in mind,
He's
like
a monster in this tournament.
It is so hard to kind of just looking at these teams, especially KT and Origin, it's very hard to highlight weaknesses. You just have to come in with your own strengths, which I'm hoping LGD will finally show.
A very exciting day of games awaits us tomorrow. It's time for us to go to bed. That does it for another day of Worlds. For now, we got to go on cooldown as we gear up for another episode of Worlds tonight. On behalf of myself, the analyst desk, and everyone here working hard to cover the action, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time for more of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship.
Here we go, the beginning of the day here at the World Championship, Day 6.
Teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as EDG. Overhand from Marn as he may clear this one up.
Jumping de la part de Bang. Bang met suffisamment de dégâts. Bandit total. Il reste Amazing J. C'est terminé.
The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
Nothing picked up. Odwanda solo in the front line. Ryu pushed back, but does it really matter? G4 caught up and down goes Yasuo.
He said it, right, probably?
Yes, he said it.
Yeah. You guys are stupid, and I'm getting triggered, and I'm gonna troll this game.
Ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Death is so dead.
Mina, Lolo die. Line cover, Lolo. AD. Okay, Nice.
EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, pick themselves up a victory.
It's SK Telecom chasing down Bang! The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now. Needs one last fight. Amazing J goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life. And Odoamne can't participate. H2K says, do you have a win? And EDG says, go fish. Lloyd, whoa! Can you see a critical hit. Man, he rolled like 620s on that one. On the run, pops that ultimate. There's the grand challenge. No, that cow's got a family. He's got a herd. Oh, the humanity. SKT goes 6-0 in groups. GG.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Ça fait un kill pour Marine, l'arrivée de Wolf, attention Def. Def les dégâts, mais ça suffira pas, Def qui devait choper. Il reste mort. Le champion de la part de Beck. Beck met suffisamment de dégâts. Pas de total. Il reste MSG. C'est dommage.
4 teams now locked in to move on to the next stage of the World Championship. Today, you could say the group of debts have been paid. Sacrifices definitely made along the way. SKT obviously showing the strongest out of Group C today. Absolutely amazing. Second place finisher though, EDG definitely looked like they have things to work on.
Yeah, I mean, EDG versus SKT turned out to be some of the most one-sided games in this group, surprisingly enough, even though Bangkok Titans were in there, because of how many mistakes EDG just made in the early game every single time they faced them.
Well, even when we saw them not against SKT, we look at that last game versus H2K, where they gave H2K quite a few openings to take that game, and unfortunately, I mean, even when the ball was directly passed into H2K's hands, they just sort of dropped it and wandered off.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned the ball here, because Ryu could basically have won the early game for H2K. They force a flash from Lulu in the mid lane. It's like, okay, perfect, let's re-gank.
Yeah.
Ball here from Ryu, he puts it on, perfect shockwave possible, get the kill, get the tower, and then he fires the ball back to himself and shields himself and runs away. And it's like, why? And that's simply H2K in a nutshell in this tournament here. Every time they have to step up and make that big play that can win the game versus SKT or EDG, they don't do it. They mess it up, and that's why they're now getting out of, or not getting out of the group.
A lot of people have said that, you know, barring SKT from this, skill isn't really going to take you too far in this world. A lot of the teamwork has been showing stronger than what skill has been bringing up, and a few of these plays absolutely show it. Changes as well for teams haven't been going as well as they would like. We see Amazing J stepping in and things not going well.
Yeah, again for EDG, they made the substitute. There was some talk about how Koro had been sick a little bit, couldn't maybe practice too much, and also how Amazing J would fit this patch better because he could play these carry top laners. The problem is he's not really going to carry on these top laners. Like, he can pick them, yes, but he can't really play them, it seems.
Well, that also makes us ask the question if this is EDG's best option. If they feel that the meta has moved out of Koro's favor into Amazing J's, then we must necessarily assume that Koro is even worse on these champions because what we saw from him previously was a lot more tanks, just leave him alone in the top side. And I think that's been not only a fault for Amazing J, but for the rest of the team. This is not a meta where you just leave your top laner out to dry and they can take care of themselves. They need to refocus their entire style of play to actually help their top laner, which is not something EDG's used to doing.
No, and I think it's very key because there's a lot of people today who are talking about how, it's Amazing J's fault, they're losing to SK Telecom and so on. No, Clearlove goes bot lane level 2, shows himself.
Yeah.
You know, have that first gank, and Bengi's like, okay, I'm gonna take your jungle, I'm gonna
Even
go
against
top.
BKT, we saw
Sure.
Deft going and Moss making some huge plays that game, and EDG seemed to be scattered. Took them 20, 25 minutes to even find themselves a way back into that game.
Yeah.
As you move on, that's knockout right there. That's not something you can work with.
There's been a lot of mistakes for EDG, especially for me, just how they play the early game in lane swaps when it comes to Dragons. We had Mako just on the desk talking to Shock, saying there were a lot of problems in the lane swap they have to fix. I think depending on how long they have now until their first quarterfinal game, if they maybe have like multiple days extra because they get the Sunday game or so on, I can see them potentially fix some of them.
The thing that's so scary is that you look at the team like SKT that's actually changing out their mid laner, which nobody else does, and they're still having great results on champions you're not seeing from anybody else still. Faker on that rise, Karthus for EasyHoon. It's going to be absolutely ridiculously hard to beat SKT.
I think you sound very optimistic in the assertion that maybe with like a day or two extra, next week, that is going to change. Because we're not talking about a simple plug and play here. This is a way, not only in terms of lane swapping, but in terms of Clearlove's jungle pathing, Mako's pathing throughout the map, and Korean teams. The 3 Korean teams we have here are all so top lane focused, right? The 3 Korean teams who had the strong top lane focus, KT, KOO, SK Telecom, all have these massive carry top laners. They're used to playing around them. That is not something EDG has in their bag of tricks. So the meta really, with this 5.18 patch, is very favorable right now for the Korean teams when we compare it to what we're seeing EDG do.
And I just think that EDG will have time to fix some of the problems, but it's not going to be enough to win Worlds, which was the whole, the big talk coming in here. LGD, EDG could challenge SKT. With the mistakes they have now, I think it's enough to, again, if they do manage to get better and improve the following days, to maybe take out teams like the Flash Wolves and so on. I would still put EDG as the favorite in that matchup.
There's the shocker there for everybody that were EDG's coming off of MSI. They should perform like that again, right? And that's not what happened. So that fall is also on everybody's mind. Is that going to continue?
Well, the game's very different is a big part of it. And
very true.
It hasn't been kind to EDG's method of playing the game.
Has not. Looking at the other teams, H2K and SKT had to scrap through this group the entire time. Really not too much to say about these teams. BKT, like we said, did put up damage versus EDG. Was that carelessness? Did EDG, as you say, there's picks that you don't like, Monty, that just get on your nerves. Is EDG falling in too much of a lax position in the group stage or testing the waters?
I actually thought their draft was fine against SK Telecom in the second game. Their first draft against H2K made me very nervous with the Kassadin and the Darius and the Kalista, the low wave clear. I think that they have been a bit cocky, but there have been holes in their draft sort of all over the place. They really didn't know where to go. Only the Chinese teams have played Skarner so far. It really hasn't been a successful pick.
I haven't seen him too much lately. First week we saw him a few times and then kind of died out. I think for EDG versus Bangkok Titans, I mean, it's one of those games where the focus maybe isn't there 100% when the game starts. You kind of expect it to be an easy one, a walkover, and then you get a little bit surprised. They did manage to bounce back in the end because they had a good conversation to deal with that jinx. But it was scary. I mean, they could definitely have lost that game. And then suddenly it would have been could have been different when they faced H2K.
Well, not too much more to say about Group C. As we said, the group of debts have been paid. SKT is going to take that one with EDG on the top side. And we have to look towards tomorrow. Amazing games to come out. TSM, LGD, KT, and OG out of Group D. And Origin Gaming has slid under the radar a little bit here. Niels is having plays. Peke coming back on a little bit of a Nivea when he wants to have fun on that, so he's not having to show a ton of his picks, supposedly the weak link. Definitely a group that could get tossed up a little bit tomorrow.
I'm so excited for tomorrow because for me, the best game of the tournament so far was Origin versus KT Game 1. It's my favorite one to watch. It was very well played by both sides. I would like to see a tiebreaker between these two teams tomorrow just because I can't get enough of when they go head-to-head. And it'd be fun to have at least one tiebreaker in this tournament.
I'm looking at LGD. I hyped them up coming into the tournament. I said,
we all did. We all did. It's okay. Yeah, double pat.
They're going to play KT in the first game.
It's rough.
Second game of the day, first game for them. I expect that to just be a win for KT and then 0-4 for LGD. They're basically out of the tournament. They can only play spoiler later on. Origin is well taking on Team Solomid. That should be a victory for Origin. Suddenly we have the 4-0 and the 0-4 team, and that should basically decide how the group looks. Come on, Origin is going to take down Team Solomid. They're heavy favorites in that matchup, and I will be very disappointed if Origin doesn't make it out as number one.
Any given Saturday, we'll see.
I'm pretty sure that's the expression.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at those games, though, TSM did take down LGD, the front runners to come into this group.
That was an ugly game, Riv.
There have been a lot of ugly games here.
Ugly. Tom Kench level of attractiveness right there. I really didn't like that game. I thought it was very poorly played from both teams, and LGD's plan of running the brand support and trying to shut down the Mordekaiser was foiled by their own incredibly poor team fighting and penchant for walking face first into TSM.
Why are we seeing all three Chinese teams struggle so much in the early game in this tournament here when it comes to playing a proper strategy? Like whenever they have the chance to do like a 1-3-1 setup, they mess it up and run around 5 members instead. PYL in that brand game loses the flash and goes aggressive, then TP comes in behind, he dies. EDG with their failed lane swaps. The Chinese team seems to have a lot of problem when it comes to early game strategy. We know the skills are there when you look at the members. But that really needs to be sorted out. I don't think LGD had the time to do it though, so they're gonna
It's almost different from last year. We saw lane swaps catching Korean teams off guard. They weren't ready for the 2v1 dives. It would be something that was gentleman's agreement on and farm it out until the lanes broke down. And now it seems that China's kind of being taken off guard by that as they try to pressure different sides of the map. The lane swap is not working in their favor.
No, it's not, but it goes beyond that. We can talk about EDG, and we can say, okay, this team has some serious issues to work around playing with the lane swaps and playing around their top laners. But look at LGD. I mean, what a train wreck. Their draft is terrible.
Inside and out.
Their draft is terrible. They seem uncoordinated. They can't even play the double teleport strategy that they are pretty much responsible for bringing to this tournament in the first place. They can't play their pocket picks or their comfort picks. They can't play League of Legends right now. So
tell us how you really feel.
I hope Flame can really bring something new to this team because obviously Acorn's having a very poor tournament, but they have so much to fix. If they can 3-0 tomorrow, it will be a miracle.
True. I did say OG TSM. That was kind of some love for me there for NA, but I feel like TSM's almost in the same boat as LGD right now. Miscommunication completely plaguing this team, and it almost leaves KT and OG to fight for the rest of this group because we see Lost Boys still not communicating with the rest of the team. Santorin not being able to make anything happen. They need to find a honeymoon period when Lost Boy first came over, and all that seemed to just work out for them.
I feel like all the problems we highlighted for Team Solomid coming into the tournament turned out to be true. They're still here. Jungle support synergy, it's not there. Proper communication on the team is not there. Don't have a carry top lane that they can play around very effectively. They still put everything on Bjergsen in the mid lane, and that's just not the correct way to play right now if you look at all the top teams.
When we look at the percent damage breakdown of TSM, I don't have the exact stats in front of me, but it's something like 45% damage comes from Bjergsen. 12.7% comes from Dyrus. And this is a guy who's been playing Darius, all right?
He's starting to get more and more non-tanks.
If you compare that to a player like Smeb, who's doing over 25% of his team damage, that's a 13% overall decrease. Bjergsen is absolutely carrying the living hell out of TSM, and it is impressive, but no one else on that team is stepping up.
Just the rankings when it comes to these numbers here. Dyrus, I believe, is ranked 14 among top laners. Santorin is ranked 14 among junglers. Wild Turtle 14 among AD carries, and Bjergsen number 1 among mid laners. Like that just shows how much is built around him. They had now a few days. I don't think that's going to change anything. That the entire boot camp as well for them. So it's still going to be about can Bjergsen do extremely well in the early game, carry them into team fights.
I think it's even better for TSM's opponents, especially because we look at that top lane. How have some of these top laners been getting by in the first week? Darius spam. Darius on some of the weaker top laners of this tournament. And now, seen the Renekton, we know Fiora's good into it. This is a group that has Soaz, Flame, and Someday.
And we have to see what Flame can do now.
Someday is a very good Renekton player. It's his most played champion of all time. The Darius is not going to work anymore.
The Darius has been hot enough for a lot of people anyways. You see Balls getting the pentakill, but having a game that he actually wasn't that effective on. So these teams keep going for it. It's kind of just something that'll sit in the top lane. Work itself out.
We do see when the pick gets ahead, how it can snowball out of control. In some of these games, it's just blind picking it is the risk, especially if you do not play around that top laner because he's going to get counter-picked, he's going to lose the matchup, and then his effectiveness just drops dead because then you don't offer anything really compared to
Yeah.
some of the other top lane picks like a Gnar, maybe that has at least a Mega Gnar in these team fights. So it's going to be interesting to see what TSM can do. I'm still just looking at Origin. Again, I'm expecting them to take #1 in this group. They looked fantastic last week. They showed some different things as well. Kalista got taken away in the last game, and they still managed to win playing Sivir.
This is true.
Which is very, very key because they looked so good with Kalista, and now it's not suddenly just Bandit and they can't do anything.
All teams have had time to look at everybody. Monty?
I think the same thing. I still have questions about Cloud9, how well they're going to do when some of their key strategies are taken away. CLG collapsed when that happened, but Origin didn't. And that's really what says to me that this is a team that actually has some substance to it, that has an amount of depth, and could be a serious contender here to make semis, or, you know, if they get very lucky and Peke continues to play at this level, maybe even go further. So I've been very impressed. I do hope that we get that. I really hope we have 2 5-1 teams in this group, that we get a really epic
6-0
tiebreaker.
Origin, KT can then take second place and they can meet somewhere. Let's say the final. You know, Origin takes out SKT and they and KT in the final. That's going to happen.
All right.
We'll see what we have. Definitely want to thank everybody for joining myself, Defishu Bro, and Monty for another edition of Worlds tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, and GG.
Here we go, the beginning of the day here at the World Championship, Day 6.
Teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as DDG. Hand from Marn as he may clear this one up.
Jumping de la part de Bang. Bang met suffisamment de dégâts. Bandit au sol. Il reste Amazing J. C'est
The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
Nothing picked up. Odwanda solo in the front line. Ryu pushed back, but doesn't really matter. G4 caught up and down goes Yasuo.
You said it, right, Paulie?
Yes, he said it.
You guys are stupid, and I'm getting triggered, and I'm gonna troll this game.
Ability to get something down, but Quilla takes a super mega death target. Death is so dead.
Mina, Lolo die. Line cover, Lolo. 80. Okay, 80 の開始。Nice.
EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, pick themselves up a victory.
As SK Telecom chasing down Bang! The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now. Needs one last fight. Amazing J goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life, and Odoamne can't participate. H2K says, do you have a win? And EDG says, go fish. Lloyd, whoa! Can you say critical hit? Man, he rolled like 620s on that one. On the run, pops that ultimate. There's the grand challenge. No, that cow's got a family. He's got a herd. Oh, the humanity. SKT goes 6-0 in groups. GG.